Military applications of Internet of Things. 1. Motivation for military applications of Internet of Things. 1.1 Introduction. 1.2 Interplay between commercial and military IoT. 1.3 Related work. 1.4 Scope of the book. References. Keywords. 1.1 Introduction. The Internet of Things, IoT, may be defined as the empowerment of everyday objects with ubiquitous computing and communications. The things can range from very small passive devices such as radio frequency identification, RFID, tags to fully programmable computer platforms. Furthermore, the ability to gather data from a myriad of information sources and to analyze these data can provide powerful insights into everything from the performance of systems to the utilization of resources to the behavior patterns of individuals, crowds, and societies. As IoT continues to permeate all aspects of modern society, it also directly or indirectly impacts all aspects of military operations. The use of sensors and actuators in military applications is not new, but the dual use of IoT technologies and their pace of evolution can be disruptive for the military. To face adversaries effectively and cost-efficiently, military forces also need to embrace IoT technology and integrate it with their CIS and military doctrine, such as 8.14. IoT has an impact both at the command level, for example, by improving the performance and agility of command and control, optimizing the decision process and controlling information, and at the tactical level, for example, by increasing tactical agility, delivering optimized effects, and avoiding unnecessary effort by personnel. 7.15. IoT can significantly enhance surveillance and reconnaissance by augmenting traditional military capabilities with IoT-based sensing. IoT impacts communication, networking, and information management by vastly expanding the number of devices and things that are networked and communicate with each other. IoT increases the breadth, depth, accuracy, and speed with which military command and control (C2) can develop and maintain situational awareness (SA). One of the earliest applications of IoT has been asset tracking and logistics management, both critical functions within the military that can be significantly improved by leveraging advances in IoT. Humans are key elements of military IoT deployment, not only as passive users, but also by extending IoT as a producer of data and a consumer of control information. IoT has also strongly influenced healthcare, especially from the perspective of physiological monitoring. This is an area where the military could benefit, as health monitoring and conditioning are extremely important during military operations. The ongoing progress in implementation and deployment of IoT leads to a migration toward Internet of Everything (IoE), which also encompasses people and processes. This migration is particularly important for the military, as humans are an important part of the decision-making processes in military systems. In this context, this means further developing military IoT to integrate existing C2 military systems, soldiers and military IoT systems, and also non-military IoT device networks, e.g. Smart Cities CCTV. However, integrating heterogeneous sensors and systems poses several challenges from a military perspective due to the diversity of technology solutions, environmental constraints, component fidelity levels, and security considerations. There are also many secondary implications and benefits of IoT to the military. Size, weight, and power SWaP continues to be a challenge for military operators, with much of the computing and communications equipment tending to be bulky and power-intensive. There are multiple reasons for this current state, including security concerns and ruggedness. However, one benefit of IoT has been the immense focus within the commercial sector on building small, low-power, convenient-to-use devices with long battery lives that stand up to routine use and misuse. This convenience has been essential for the adoption of IoT technologies by end users and could also benefit the military. The exponential growth of IoT in the commercial sector has led to smaller and more energy-efficient embedded processors in addition to new communications technologies such as fifth-generation cellular networks 5G, narrowband IoT, NB-IoT, and long-range radio LoRa, all of which can potentially benefit military communications. Another consequence of the pervasiveness of IoT is the ability to gather and analyze large volumes of data. These data originate from many devices with different sensing capabilities and, more importantly, different modalities. Some devices might be simple and generate simple data, e.g., a light being on or off, the presence of something tagged with an RFID tag, motion detected in a room, or the power consumption of some appliance. Other devices may be more complex and continuously generate massive volumes of data, e.g., video feeds or radar images. Networking these devices and sharing these data from multiple perspectives pervasively provides significant military benefits. The ability to archive these data over time, integrate these data, and analyze them by looking at temporal trends, as well as correlations across multiple modalities, provides insights into the physical world and the behavior of entities within it in a manner that has simply not been possible until the advent of IoT. This type of data analytics, either on data gathered within the military domain, e.g., from smart IoT-equipped military vehicles, or from data accumulated from the surrounding environment, e.g., smart cities, see below, can provide new efficiencies and unique insights to military operations. Finally, an equally important development in commercial IoT has been the application of IoT to create smart cities and smart environments. The concept behind smart cities is to deploy pervasive IoT sensing and actuation capabilities within urban environments to provide enhanced services to citizens. Application areas range from smart transportation to environmental monitoring to smart grids. Smart cities empower residents to not only improve their quality of life but also provide an opportunity for the military, especially in the context of civil-military cooperation, CIMIC, and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, HADR, operations. IoT capabilities in smart cities can significantly increase the coverage and reduce the latency in the development of SA. This is particularly true for HADR operations, in which smart cities could immediately provide awareness of damage and destruction, in addition to the condition and needs of the population. However, military application or use of IoT is not a panacea and comes with its own set of challenges. The first challenge is the impact on the military's concept of operations, CONOPS. Traditionally, the military is used to owning all of the sensing, computing, and communications assets that they deploy, which engenders a certain degree of confidence in the information that is generated or provided by these assets. However, relying on civilian IoT solutions can be problematic, as the military decision-making process must take into account that the underlying information is being generated by sensors not owned by the military, processed by services not supervised and by the military, and transported by networks that the military has not secured. However, if the CONOPS can be modified, civilian IoT can be a new source of information from which the military could benefit. Furthermore, the more trusted IoT and non-IoT capabilities owned and deployed by the military can always be used to supplement civilian IoT doing, so will enable the military to harness substantial numbers of low-cost sensor data and support the attainment of information superiority. However, incorporating such external data sources requires appropriate data analytics measures to detect anomalies in the obtained data and accurately assess its authenticity and trustworthiness. In the above, we have mainly discussed the opportunities and challenges related to using IoT technology for good for. However, low-cost IoT technology is equally available to both regular military forces and adversaries. Access to some of these sensing and actuating capabilities can diminish, or even cancel, the long-standing information superiority of NATO and Western world forces. Asymmetric adversaries can particularly benefit from IoT to level the technological ground and increase its opportunistic, agile, and decentralized mode of operation. IoT also introduces many new adversarial and illegitimate use cases related to criminal and terrorist activities. 19. Possible adversarial scenarios range from blackmail based on information obtained from insecure, breached, or deliberately planted malicious IoT devices to life-threatening availability attacks on medical life support infrastructure. For organized crime, IoT devices can be used both as entry vectors and as specific targets for cybercriminal activities, such as ransomware, and as a source of reconnaissance for more traditional criminal activities, such as burglaries and robberies. From a terrorist's perspective, IoT devices can be used, for example, for reconnaissance to trigger traditional explosives, or as a means of delivering deadly attacks. 5.10. 1.2 Interplay between commercial and military IoT, given the historical development of military and commercial public civilian, in general, systems and the unique security challenges that military systems must address, we do not envision that public IoT solutions will be directly integrated with military systems. But military tactical and enterprise systems should be able to access public IoT information. Therefore, one objective is to repurpose civilian IoT information into useful military information, using civilian IoT as an additional source of open-source intelligence. In this way, public IoT information concerning, for example, traffic conditions, energy consumption, and environmental conditions could inform military decision-making. The other reason for considering civilian IoT technologies for military applications is that the civilian world increasingly drives information and communications technology, ICT innovation. 16. Therefore, to maintain a technological edge over our adversaries while keeping up with the speed of technological change and adapting to a reduced defense budget, it is advisable to exploit civilian commercial off-the-shelf COTS solutions as much as possible in support of military applications. In fact, most of the modern military ICT systems use the same basic digital components as the civilian systems. One importance of the ability to use COTS IoT components where possible is highlighted by companies and innovators usually seeing little benefit in catering to stringent military requirements, as defense is a small and demanding customer relative to commercial markets. Another chief constraint on military adoption of new technologies is the current budget limitations. Even if new technologies generate significant long-term savings, they often have significant upfront costs associated with developing and deploying new devices and applications. The use of COTS components can lower the cost and implementation risks significantly. Moreover, to create new military IoT solutions, the military must partner with innovators, who often do not accept the culture of secrecy and bureaucracy involved in complying with defense acquisition processes. Relying on COTS could not only reduce the need for these partnerships, but also enable the rapid development of low-cost proof-of-concept solutions, embracing the culture of experimentation and failure, thus reducing the risk of large-scale deployment of new and unfamiliar technology. The reduced risk of security vulnerabilities, integration failures, and functional imperfections is essential in the military acquisition environment, as defense personnel are reluctant to change from solutions they know, tested in operations, and have already incorporated into their doctrines, organizational processes, and tactics to new and less certain technology. They need to be convinced not only that the change will bring benefits, but also that the risk of something going wrong during its deployment is manageable. The ability of the military to develop specialized solutions is also often undermined by restrictions on intellectual property rights for inventions developed in part with defense funding. Export controls may discourage private innovators from working with the military to create customized solutions. In some countries, when the military buys a new technology, it is classified as military or dual-use technology and becomes subject to export controls. Private tech companies may not want to cut off their access to the larger and potentially more lucrative consumer IoT market by partnering with the military for product development. Accelerate and improve logistics flows. Accelerate and improve logistics flows. Reduce cost of managing stocks and maintaining the materials. Reduce cost of managing stocks and maintaining the materials. Strengthen infrastructure security. Strengthen infrastructure security. Enhance and accelerate medical treatment. Enhance and accelerate medical treatment. Shorten the observe, orient, decide, and act OODA loop. Shorten the observe, orient, decide, and act OODA loop. The main topic of this book is how to integrate and leverage civilian IoT infrastructure and capabilities within the military environment. In addition to technical interoperability challenges, e.g., at the network level, significant security challenges must be addressed. For example, mission-critical and life-dependent decisions made by military commanders at all levels require adequate understanding of the quality and reliability of information obtained from sensors that lead to those decisions. Commanders are used to dealing with non-perfect information, the phenomenon often referred to as the fog of war. However, it is essential to enable commanders to understand the relative reliability and veracity of the information so that they can form an opinion of the accuracy and trustworthiness of sensor data. To some extent, this problem is similar to civilian applications. However, mission-critical decisions of military applications require a higher level of understanding the nature and characteristics of the data underlying the decision-making. When relying on IoT data from civilian infrastructures, sensors owned and deployed by unknown and untrusted entities capture, transmit, and process data on systems and networks that may be easier to compromise by adversaries. Therefore, there is a need to identify and discount data that could be bogus, either intentionally or unintentionally. Security challenges and potential solutions are other key topics addressed in this book. The reader may notice that we have decided to largely omit in our work the important topic of the IoT data analytics. We believe that this topic deserves a larger study on its own. However, performing a proper analysis and reasoning on IoT data are not possible without first implementing the fundamental enablers for military Internet of Things, MIoT, discussed in the following chapters. The possible transition toward increasing the use of civilian IoT in the military environment brings multiple challenges. As mentioned earlier, civilian IoT solutions are commonly developed for permissive environments, whereas military operations typically take place in adversarial environments in which jamming and cyber threats are usually present. Finally, there are also constraints regarding the speed and availability of training of military personnel, as well as a mismatch between life cycles of military equipment and that of IoT technology. A traditional military procurement program spans 10-15 years, which is significantly slower than the pace of evolution of civilian ICT. The agility in adoption of new technologies is where the adversaries currently have the asymmetric advantage over established military organizations. However, overcoming all the above constraints and achieving widespread use of military IoT could reduce this gap and support future collaborative warfare scenarios 7 that integrate command and control, personnel, and equipment into a continuously connected and secure data ecosystem. It is essential to develop a suitable strategy and means to control the spread of IoT devices within the Military Communications and Information System, CIS, and to ensure their effective administration. This is a formidable service management and control (SMC) challenge that consists of quickly identifying, locating, and patching or taking offline devices affected by relevant vulnerabilities. Although conventional security approaches are largely applicable to IoT, they need to be enhanced to deal effectively and cost-efficiently with the number of IoT devices that must be monitored and controlled, and also to implement adequate detection techniques for specific IoT attacks. The large amount of new situational data obtained from IoT and required to be processed by soldiers can be an added value as much as an incapacitating burden. In this context, an important concept is the value of information, I-17, essential for prioritizing useful data and filtering out superfluous data. 1.3 Related work. The use of IoT for military applications enhances the concept of network-centric warfare 21, which postulates the integration of sensors and actuators, network connectivity, data dissemination, and the decision process 1. Modern military CIS interconnects a large number of custom-developed sensors such as radar, sonars, cameras, and electromagnetic wave detectors, installed in aircraft, satellites, unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, ships, ground stations, and even those carried by soldiers. In the USA, the Distributed Common Ground System, DCGS-9, is the primary command, control, communications, computers for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, C4ISR data integration platform, which aggregates sensor data and provides common situational awareness about friendly and enemy forces. Several existing combat systems rely on tightly integrated sensors and actuators. For example, the United States, US, Navy Aegis Combat System, is an integrated fire control system for surface ships that incorporates fully automated firing capabilities based on radar sensor inputs too. Similarly, the Predator UAVs can combine information obtained from their sensors with that from DCGS to identify targets and launch missiles that are also sensor-equipped for increased targeting precision. Tomahawk land attack missiles can send video footage to the command post via satellite link and can be redirected in flight to a new target that is pre-programmed or based on new Global Positioning System, GPS, coordinates. Many training and simulation systems use a combination of sensors and actuators, such as the Multiple Integrated Laser Engagement System, MILES, which offers a game-like laser environment for the warfighters. On the logistics side, U.S. Transportation Command, USTRNSCOM, Integrated Data Environment Global Transportation Network Convergence, IGC, collects logistics data and allows users to enter and track orders and monitor inventory. Pallets in transit between major hubs are tagged with active and passive RFID. The Defense Logistics Agency, DLA, uses sensors to monitor fuel levels in tanks in distribution hubs and aggregates input from multiple sensors to adjust readings of fuel volume given environmental conditions, such as temperature. Dynamic composition of multiple IoT elements to achieve specific mission-derived goals, which include the pivotal challenge of discovering available IoT devices, information sources, and algorithmic capabilities, and constructing pipelines of these primitive elements to create mission-relevant and mission-enhancing capabilities. Dynamic composition of multiple IoT elements to achieve specific mission-derived goals, which include the pivotal challenge of discovering available IoT devices, information sources, and algorithmic capabilities, and constructing pipelines of these primitive elements to create mission-relevant and mission-enhancing capabilities. Autonomic capabilities that exhibit autonomous properties to enable intelligent adaptation in the face of ever-changing battlefield conditions, especially when confronting adversarial activity. Autonomic capabilities that exhibit autonomous properties to enable intelligent adaptation in the face of ever-changing battlefield conditions, especially when confronting adversarial activity. Distributed analytics, which addresses the unique challenge within military environments to exploit hybrid cloud edge computing models rather than relying on centralized and enterprise cloud architectures, especially in the face of limited and disrupted communications. Distributed analytics, which addresses the unique challenge within military environments to exploit hybrid cloud edge computing models rather than relying on centralized and enterprise cloud architectures, especially in the face of limited and disrupted communications. Cyber-physical security, a cross-cutting issue for many IoT systems that examines the risks associated with the permeation of IoT devices within our ecosystem and potential mitigations to address this challenge. Cyber-physical security, a cross-cutting issue for many IoT systems that examines the risks associated with the permeation of IoT devices within our ecosystem and potential mitigations to address this challenge. Several innovative IoT solutions have been developed as part of a digital nursery at the Smart French Air Force Base 7. Light Information Equipment via the Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, ADSB, ELIA, is a cooperative air traffic control monitoring system. The ADSB can be seen as a civilian equivalent of the military's location radar and allows location by emissions and responses to tag interrogations. It requires a precise measurement of the arrival time of the signals and a suitable geometric arrangement of the system formed by the aircraft and the beacons. The ELIA hardware is light and low cost and offers an additional means of obtaining relevant situational awareness. It allows data transmission to personnel and tool installation nationally within hostile territory or on an aircraft. The project team has used only COTS components and open-source software, costing less than €100. Despite being vulnerable to jamming attacks, ELIA demonstrates that anyone, including our adversaries, can collect the same useful data, including the real-time location of civil and military aircraft, on a modest budget. Is another project that, at a similarly low cost, provides a device that allows geolocation of personnel and transmits the location information via a secure channel. It was implemented as a proof of concept for budget enhancement solutions to existing military equipment. using both a Raspberry Pi (RPi) programmed to receive GPS signals and display the positions received on a map and another, capable of sending these GPS data. Military personnel can be located in real time. The platform also allows adding other sensors, such as a heart sensor or a camera, and transferring the acquired data via a secure channel. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly has assessed the opportunities and risks related to the deployment of IoT-18. The study extensively discusses the significant risks associated with integrating IoT with critical infrastructure and reiterates many observations and recommendations of earlier studies 22. These risks are increasing because IoT devices increasingly manage and service essential infrastructure. Therefore, the probability that unsecured IoT devices and services will expose critical infrastructure to vulnerabilities is increasing. The Ukraine-Russia conflict provides a recent example of nation-state cyberattacks exploiting IoT devices. Since the beginning of the war, both sides were reported to have exploited vulnerabilities in critical infrastructure and unsecured IoT devices. Compromised IoT provided attackers with more efficient methods of performing battlefield intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance (ISR), leading to physical damage. By gaining access to the sensors, such as cameras, an adversary can obtain access to sensitive data, e.g., live video feeds, which they can subsequently use for intelligence or attack. Before and during the conflict, both sides deployed botnets in the opponent's CIS. IoT devices are easy targets as they are often forgotten when performing regular cyber hygiene and are relatively easy to discover and analyze by skilled adversaries. Although there is little unclassified data available on military use of IoT botnets, based on the price listings available on the dark web, it can be assumed that there is a large number of pre-deployed IoT botnets waiting for use and featuring tens of thousands of compromised devices. 1.4 Scope of the book. The military domain is large, and there are many applications of IoT within this domain. Even a cursory examination of traditional military functions shows that IoT can significantly affect military operations and personnel in the context of communications, surveillance, reconnaissance, logistics, health, and civil, military cooperation (CIMIC). It is impossible to cover all the applications of the IoT in all military domains within the scope of a single book, and we do not intend to do so. Instead, this book focuses mainly on the subset of domains and IoT capabilities that were investigated within the 4-year effort of the NATO Information Systems Technology IST 147 Research Task Group (RTG) on military applications of Internet of Things. The focus of our investigation has been on examining commercial IoT devices, architectures, and their capabilities in the land domain. This does not imply that IoT could not contribute interesting capabilities to maritime, air, space, or cyber domains. We believe that our discussion on IoT use in the land domain provides representative conclusions for the perspectives and challenges of IoT implementation in other military domains. Similarly, we do not intend to address all possible applications of continuously expanding civilian IoT solutions to the military land domain. The IEEP 2413 Working Group 11 aims to provide a foundational approach to 6 areas of civilian IoT: smart manufacturing, smart grid, smart buildings, intelligent transport, smart cities, and healthcare. For practical reasons, the IST 147 group had to choose a subset of these areas for its analytical and experimentation activities, with a particular focus on technologies related to smart cities and healthcare. Furthermore, new types of devices and use cases are continuously introduced in the civilian world, and the number of things connected to the Internet now exceeds the number of people connected to the Internet. For example, complex modern equipment, such as a car, can have tens of devices, sensors, actuators, etc. 612 and the ability to collect near real-time sensor information from this equipment enables new business models such as condition-based maintenance 20, or the provision of equipment, e.g., aircraft engines as a service, rather than transferring ownership 13. Many of the new ideas and use cases that originate in the civilian world can be adapted to a military environment and, as shown by recent conflicts, can contribute to the execution and success of defensive and offensive military operations 22. Therefore, one of the objectives of this book is to stimulate and inspire the readers to explore the vast opportunities offered by IoT for military purposes and CIMIC, rather than to provide a ready-to-use cookbook to apply these technologies. In particular, although we review several proposed architectures for IoT applications and make some recommendations regarding their use, it should be noted that there is no single best-fit architecture, and, as shown in the subsequent chapters, some specific adjustments could be needed to ensure efficiency and manageability of a military solution. Furthermore, in our discussions, we focus primarily on technical architectures, leaving aside some pertinent operational questions related to the management and maintenance of the IoT network and devices. In particular, although we discuss some of the issues related to key management, many other questions, e.g., related to how devices are patched with firmware updates, such as what type of network monitoring is needed and what controls are required over the operation of the network, are left largely open and need to be considered when planning an operational deployment of IoT in a military environment. The structure of the book is as follows. Chapter 2, which is part of this first section of the book on motivation and use cases, discusses several application areas within the military domain where IoT could play a role. The second part of this book, Challenges and Solutions, is the core of the book and discusses several key topics. It begins with Chap. 3, providing a review of various IoT architectures, and then provides a discussion of specific architectural challenges that are likely to arise in the military domain. This is followed by Chap. 4, which discusses various foundational technologies for IoT. Chapter 5 then describes a few middleware prototypes that were built as part of the activities of this group. The second part is rounded out by a discussion on security considerations in Chap. 6 and then by a discussion on reliability and fault tolerance in Chap. 7. The third part of the book, Experimental Results and Recommendations, rounds out the book by providing a description of the various experiments and demonstrations that have been conducted by the group in Chap. 8, followed by a brief discussion of conclusions and future directions in Chap. 9. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S, and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1. Alberts D.S. J.J. Stein, F.P., Network-Centric Warfare, Developing and Leveraging Information Superiority, 2nd. Do DC-4 ISR Cooperative Research Program, 1999. 2. Bath, W.G., Overview of Platforms and Combat Systems. JAPL Tech. Dig. 35-2-9094, 2020. 3b. Defending Against Attacks on Vulnerable IoT Devices. Vulnerabilities and Threats Dark Reading, 2023. COM Vulnerabilities Threats Defending Against Attacks on Vulnerable Devices. 4JETKJPII Tech for Good, Smoothing Disruption, Improving Well-Being. Tech. Rep. Global Institute, 2019. 5 Bunker, RJ, Terrorist and Insurgent Unmanned Aerial Vehicles, Use, Potentials, and Military Implications. Tech. Rep. Strategic Studies Institute, U.S. Army War College, 2015. 6ZAWK, 0 Days and Mitigations, Roadways to Exploit and Secure Connected BMW Cars. In Proceedings of Black Hat USA Conference, 2019. 7 Objects. In 2017. 8 Major Action Future, Domain. Tech. Rep. Paris, France, 2016. 9E. Distributed Common Ground System Future, moving into the 22nd century today. Joint Forces Q-77-2, 109-113, 2015. 10M. Hezbollah and the use of drones as a weapon of terrorism. Public Interest Report, Federation of American Scientists, 2014. FOSS.org publication Hezbollah Use Drones Weapon Terrorism, 11 IEEE P2413. IEEE Draft Standard for an Architectural Framework for the Internet of Things, IoT. IAIE P2413D045, December 2018. 1264, 2018. 12J I6 Wireless Access in Vehicular Environments, IPWAV, Problem Statement and Use Cases. Request for Comments RFC 9365, Internet Engineering Task Force IETF, 2023. 13S LJT, Service Logic rather than Product Logic. 89102. Springer, Berlin, 2018. Org 10100, 79783319919737. 14P, NATO as an Information Platform. In 2019 International Conference on Military Communications and Information Systems, ICMCIS, 2019. 15P, Some Thoughts Regarding Data-Centric Consultation, Command and Control. In 2023 International Conference on Military Communications and Information Systems, ICMCIS, 2023. 16N, The Shift in Technological Innovation from the Defense Sector to the Civilian Sector. BASA Center Perspectives Paper 2205, The Begin Center for Strategic Studies, Bar University, 2023. 17NGRMCL, Exploring Value of Information-Based Approaches to Support Effective Communications in Tactical Networks. IAIE. MAG. 5310, 3945, 2015. 18M, The Internet of Things, Promises and Perils of a Disruptive Technology. Tech. Rep. NATO Parliamentary Assembly Science and Technology Committee, 2017. 19R, Scenarios for Crime and Terrorist Attacks Using the Internet of Things. J. Rays. 418-17, 2016. 20 Williams J. Davies A. Drake P. Condition-Based Maintenance and Machine Diagnostics. Springer, Berlin, 1994. 21 D. Carter W. Leveraging the Internet of Things for a More Efficient and Effective Military. Tech. Rep. Center for Strategic and International Studies, Washington, D.C., 2015. 22 D.I. Carter W.A. Leveraging the Internet of Things for a More Efficient and Effective Military. And the 2015. 2. Selected Application Areas. 2.1 Introduction. 2.2 Civil, Military Cooperation for Resilient Smart Cities. 2.2.1 Public Safety Applications. 2.2.2 Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief. 2.3 Smart Military Base. 2.3.1 Deployment. 2.3.2 Monitoring. 2.3.3 Sustainability. 2.4 Logistics and Maintenance. 2.5 Smart Healthcare and Well-Being of the Personnel. 2.6 Reconnaissance. 2.7 Risks related to IoT adoption in military domains. 2.8 Conclusions. References. Keywords. 2.1 Introduction. This chapter discusses some application scenarios for the use of IoT in a military environment that were considered by the STO-IST 147 RTG at the start of the activity. This initial exploration activity was meant to be as broad as possible and resulted in the enumeration of a diverse number of application domains for IoT in the military. Given the duration and resources available to the group, exploring all of these diverse application areas was impractical. Hence, the group primarily focused on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief and the benefits of IoT in that context, as will be seen in the later chapters. However, this chapter does describe the broad set of scenarios that were considered as a way of highlighting the wide impact that IoT can have and is having on military operations across the board. IoT devices custom developed for military purposes. IoT devices custom developed for military purposes. Commercial off-the-shelf COTS, IoT devices managed by forces and used in a military setting for routine operations, such as logistics and healthcare. Commercial off-the-shelf COTS, IoT devices managed by forces and used in a military setting for routine operations, such as logistics and healthcare. Bring your own device BYOD, COTS IoT devices brought and used individually and independently by military personnel, for example, a smartwatch used by the military in operation. Bring your own device BYOD, COTS IoT devices brought and used individually and independently by military personnel, for example, a smartwatch used by the military in operation. Civilian IoT devices deployed in the theater, belonging to and operated by third parties but interconnected with military systems to enhance situational awareness and produce effects, for example, a smart city infrastructure. Civilian IoT devices deployed in the theater, belonging to and operated by third parties but interconnected with military systems to enhance situational awareness and produce effects, for example, a smart city infrastructure. An overview of military applications of IoT 14. 2.2 Civil, military cooperation for resilient smart cities. Urban and hybrid warfare have transformed elements of military operations. The ability to sense hostile activity and precursors of hostile activity in an urban environment is critical in protecting cities against both terrorist and state attacks. However, detecting such activity in urban environments is a highly challenging task. Smart cities are already providing their digital citizens with intelligent resource utilization solutions for energy, water, mobility, and parking spaces, as well as a new generation of real-time and time-critical, location, social, and context-aware services for healthcare, entertainment, and social good. 5. Most, if not all, of these applications use the functions of IoT devices operating as a capillary network of sensors that provide a constant stream of information. 1. Traditional analytic solutions based on transferring all the data to the cloud, processing them using big data methodologies and tools, and returning the results to interested users are often too slow for applications with strict latency constraints and too burdensome for the network infrastructure. Instead, the smart city scenario is particularly well suited for the adoption of distributed processing approaches such as fog computing, see also CHAP. 3. In which information processing services are executed on edge devices in proximity to raw data sources, information consumers, or both. 8. The widespread adoption of IoT technologies in smart city scenarios raises significant security issues. In fact, the multitude and pervasiveness of information technology, IT, services provided by smart cities present a massive attack surface whose protection requires the development of new, more scalable, and more resilient cybersecurity solutions. Security has generally been recognized as a fundamental pillar for the implementation of smart city platforms. Industry and academia have focused on designing cybersecurity solutions for smart city scenarios that take advantage of existing experience in protecting critical infrastructure, cyber-physical systems, and large-scale IT systems. Recently, the military has also begun to investigate the opportunities and challenges brought about by smart environments, including the vital role that the IoT can play in battlefield scenarios. 9. In particular, the civilian IoT infrastructure can become a significant source of situational awareness information during military operations in urban environments. 11. Smart city infrastructure, such as traffic monitoring systems, smart utility networks, public transportation systems, and video surveillance networks, originally designed to improve the quality of life of citizens, might become a dual-use technology, improving situational awareness in military operations by significantly augmenting information obtained from purposely built and deployed military sensors. The use of civilian assets has the potential to be particularly important in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, HADR, counterterrorism, and mass protection scenarios. In HADR operations, interconnecting purpose-built ad communication systems deployed by rescuers with the surviving, even if degraded IoT infrastructure, could contribute to significant improvement in coverage, accuracy of a common operational picture, and reduction of deployment time. These improvements contribute to the cost-effectiveness of disaster response operations, but more importantly, they can significantly increase the ability of rescuers to save lives. Similarly, counterterrorism operations would benefit immensely from access to the monitoring assets of smart cities, such as traffic cameras, road conditions, pollution sensors, and crowd movement patterns. Note that in this book, we do not address the exploitation of the IoT capabilities located in areas controlled by an adversary. We focus on IoT capabilities that are in friendly or neutral areas, but we understand that they might still be compromised by an adversary, raising issues of trust. 2.2.1 Public Safety Applications. In the following scenario, we consider an example of a large public event in a smart city as a use case for analyzing how IoT assets could contribute to providing more comprehensive and intelligent civil, military cooperation, CIMIC, in support of public safety and security services to citizens. In the public event scenario, a city section is closed off to motorized traffic and accessible only to pedestrians and authorized vehicles. In anticipation of a large gathering, military and police forces, as well as emergency medical services (EMS) personnel, are deployed to ensure the order and safety of the public. Information sources, such as traffic cameras, normally dedicated to daily monitoring of the city, will funnel captured data feeds into a secure and custom-configured fog computing platform for analysis. To support security operations, multiple applications are deployed to the Smart City Fog computing platform concurrently, each leveraging a specific set of information obtained from the city's IoT infrastructure. Such applications can take advantage of the low-latency processing allowed by the fog and the computational capabilities of the cloud. For example, a crowd monitoring application could use information from video camera feeds and from the number of personal devices connected to the network to provide a relatively accurate and up-to-date estimate of the number of people present in the festival area. This information can help identify the optimal distribution of safety personnel and resources, such as ambulances and water distribution points. Multi-level processing of information in a fog computing scenario. The first-order service could also provide functions in support of EMS personnel delivering medical services. For example, it might try to identify possible health emergencies, such as heat strokes and dehydration, through the fusion of data collected from IoT sensors, video feeds, temperature and humidity monitors, etc. Wearable devices' heartbeat, sweat, and other physiological sensors, and mobile devices' pace monitors, fall detector apps, etc. The first-order service could be complemented by a second-order service that performs information processing at the cloud layer. The considerable resources available in the cloud would allow the service to run more powerful and fine-grained classification and detection algorithms, possibly against a database of known threat actors, in order to help the police identify less evident and potentially more dangerous security risks for counterterrorism purposes. This service would take advantage of a different trade-off between latency and computational resource availability. Finally, both services could disseminate general public information and integrate with commercial applications. More specifically, they could provide helpful information to citizens by distributing traffic information or suggesting what public transport connection to take when leaving the festival area. Other applications can offer services that integrate with IoT sensors, for example, identifying impromptu performances from street artists or potentially interesting shopping offers and directing users to their locations. Each service used to support the public event scenario could be associated with a specific policy on access control, priority, and resource consumption limits. At the same time, the collection and storage of this type of information will bring its own challenges in the context of privacy and protection of personal data. At the architectural and workflow levels, taking inspiration from the paradigm, the services could be implemented on top of smaller, loosely coupled software components that could coordinate to achieve the desired results. This would provide significant benefits, both in terms of ease of migration of service components to better suited computing platforms, and in turn to make the best use of the available computation and communication resources, of reuse of the output of an upstream software component as input for several other components, as in the case of the anomaly recognition software component in FIG. 2.2, which provides information to both the instances of the logistics support and security alert software components running at the fog layer. All the above applications operate on a wide range of data types, requiring different processing. Developing a heterogeneous application ecosystem could be significantly facilitated using an appropriate information model and a corresponding information-centric and value-based service framework. This could help address the challenges related to processing the deluge of raw data continuously generated in a smart city environment. A related requirement is implementing a comprehensive management platform for a plethora of different services running in federated cloud and fog environments. This management platform needs to support the allocation of services to suitable edge devices or to the cloud, in line with other constraints such as current network conditions. 2.2 Humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Disaster recovery operations are extremely challenging and place significant demands on multiple resources, including local and international emergency response personnel, non-governmental organizations, and the military. In the immediate aftermath of a disaster, one of the most pressing requirements is for comprehensive situational awareness, SA, so that civilian and military resources, including personnel and supplies, may be prioritized to have the most impact and help those in the most need. As the recovery operations continue, SA needs to be continuously updated based on changing conditions in the affected areas. Many sources of information provide SA, including reporting by the victims of a disaster, as well as observations made by responding civilian and military personnel. In this context, SA can be significantly enhanced via information obtained from IoT devices, especially in a smart city environment. There is a lot of potential to exploit smart city IoT capabilities to help disaster recovery operations. When responding to a large-scale disaster, multiple civilian agencies often have to collaborate and share resources and information with military forces to quickly understand the situation on the ground and develop and execute a recovery operation 10. The term humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, HADR, describes such operations, and examples of CIMIC in support of HADR include the Haiti earthquake of 2010 and the nuclear disaster following the tsunami in Japan in 2011. The advent of smart cities with widely deployed IoT technology within the city's infrastructure will influence the potential future of CIMIC in HADR operations, as well as improve the daily operations of the city and help citizens and residents experience enhanced services and capabilities offered by such technologies. Setting up a smart city infrastructure offering resilience required for CIMIC and HADR includes installing a broad range of resilient sensors, actuators, effectors, and communications equipment. This equipment might be COTS IoT devices or existing legacy devices that fit into the various use cases and scenarios. For example, for a smart city traffic monitoring system, traffic light posts might incorporate cameras to monitor the traffic flow at junctions. At the same locations, there might be sensors to monitor the level of pollution and current weather conditions. These and other information sources help the city plan the flow of traffic to balance pollution and reduce traffic congestion, but can also provide indispensable SA for HADR. In the event of a natural disaster phenomenon such as an earthquake, the IoT devices within the city, e.g. the traffic cameras, weather, and pollution sensors, can be retasked to identify emergency conditions such as toxic gases in the air, people trapped in vehicles or rubble, or the status of the power grid. Knowledge of the situation, such as population concentrations, immediately prior to a disaster, can also help focus rescue operations and otherwise provide situational awareness. In addition, the agencies responding to the emergency can bring their own IoT sensors and communication equipment to start monitoring the ground conditions. These could be statically deployed at strategic locations or even mounted on various types of unmanned vehicles. Responding agencies can then share this information with local authorities to improve their situation management. Integrating these varying information sources is critical to providing and maintaining joint SA for civilian and military forces, and enabling effective HADR operations. From a logistics perspective, civilian IoT solutions can integrate with military logistics and resource planning systems in support of both the supply chain administration and also operational and tactical planning. As one example, consider a HADR scenario where the military could leverage hospitals' logistics and supply chain management. As the military is performing triage, it could consider specific conditions at local hospitals, such as the available capacity and the availability of specific medications, medical instruments, tools, or medical expertise. Likewise, as the military handles the transporting and disseminating of critical supplies, detailed and up-to-date awareness about local stockpiles and needs can help optimize the overall logistics operation. 2.3 Smart Military Base. A military base is similar to a small town that houses military personnel, equipment, hospitals, schools, office buildings, police stations, airports, visitors, and much more. A large community of military and non-military personnel performs multiple tasks much like in a small city ecosystem. Making military bases and camps smart could reduce many of the responsibilities and workload that requires human resources. This smartness could also increase connectivity and information sharing and slash operating costs while improving safety planning and reducing the response time to undesired events at the bases. Jobs like perimeter security could be automated, freeing security forces for more essential tasks. 2.12. Smart cameras running artificial intelligence, AI-based computer vision algorithms can actively monitor, track, and detect objects without involving deployed soldiers, thus alleviating the need to permanently station a soldier on guard. Radio frequency identification, RFID sensor tags could identify personnel and civilians separately, allowing for precise authorization and authentication. Personnel arriving at gate perimeters and other entry points could put these identifying tags on their cars. The data collected from the array of sensors and actuators deployed in the smart bases could be pushed into the existing military command and control C2 and base monitoring systems to increase the SA of the base personnel. In addition to traditional C2 systems, mobile devices such as smartphones and watches, for example, can use IoT to generate alerts, reports, and commands, which can be relayed directly to base personnel without interference from manual reporting systems such as radio or paperwork. Apart from tactical and security-related aspects, equipping bases with smart meters, switches, light sensors, and grid converters would also reduce electrical consumption by 35% or more. 14. Smart cameras and sensors can distinguish between authorized personnel, military personnel, and civilians, which can further help reduce traffic congestion around the bases, especially during on-base public events. Sensors at waste collection bins, garbage cans, and on-base utility stores can enable better waste management by recording waste levels and notifying authorities to replenish depleting inventory. In cases of actual attacks or accidents at the base security systems can notify emergency response services to take appropriate action. These systems can also automatically notify required personnel and services to lock down facilities, for example, schools and hospitals. In addition, smartphone and other tactical systems can be used to send notifications out to base personnel ordering them to avoid or follow certain protocols in the affected areas. To reduce costs, smart technologies such as three-dimensional 3D printing can provide quicker and more cost-effective construction. For example, the U.S. Navy's Print the Fleet is a 3D printing project for smart manufacturing that enables faster and cheaper construction of parts manufactured on bases or Ship 6. In addition to operational use, smart bases have the added benefit of being a much more suitable environment for training through simulation and for collecting lessons learned. There are several areas where smart military bases can use civilian IoT, including base deployment, environment integration, early warning systems, reconnaissance efforts, and environmental data extraction, logistics and resupply, and sustainability. Each of these areas can have its own IoT architecture and services. However, all systems need to be integrated with a single data analytical layer to provide a comprehensive SA. The communication technologies required for such integration could vary from standard Ethernet communications to different types of wireless networking protocols. Also, data processing would most likely occur at the edge, in the individual systems and the central data analytics system. The following subsections describe deployment, monitoring, and sustainability aspects of the smart base in more detail. 2.3.1 Deployment. Advanced IoT systems consisting of robots, actuators, and sensors can significantly shorten the time and risks involved in setting up a new expeditionary forward military base or expanding an existing one. IoT technology can assist personnel or even perform self-assembly of facilities in a location and configuration. Such automated building technology is already successfully used in civilian scenarios. 4. The use of automation during base deployment would not only reduce cost and time, but also reduce threats to the health and safety of personnel, as forward operating bases are often deployed in or close to hostile environments. Considering the possibility of a mobile smart base that can tap into a network of environmental sensors to simulate real conditions in closed environments, multiple interconnecting containers can constitute the smart base, each container with sensors for location, proximity, velocity, etc. that can provide enough data for a central controller to automatically align each container into assigned positions. This interconnection can reduce the number of personnel required during the process of deployment, ensuring an additional amount of time for technicians to prepare their mission upon arrival. 2.3.2 Monitoring. Establishing a certain perimeter that drones can automatically monitor. Establishing a certain perimeter that drones can automatically monitor. Implementing an early warning system using sensors that detect motion, heat, audio, or other characteristics, and sending the data back to base for analysis and response. Implementing an early warning system using sensors that detect motion, heat, audio, or other characteristics, and sending the data back to base for analysis and response. Integrating with the environment different types of sensors that can extract data such as wind velocity and direction, outside temperature, sunlight intensity, environmental sounds, etc. These data can then accurately simulate real-world conditions, but in closed environments, thereby allowing soldiers to be trained in safe and controlled areas. Integrating with the environment different types of sensors that can extract data such as wind velocity and direction, outside temperature, sunlight intensity, environmental sounds, etc. These data can then accurately simulate real-world conditions, but in closed environments, thereby allowing soldiers to be trained in safe and controlled areas. Ubiquitous deployment of COTS and BYOD IoT devices can also enable better monitoring and control of resources, including detecting abnormal situations. For example, an airman jogging on the perimeter road recognizes the pungent smell of jet propellant 8 JP8 and sees the fuel spill has spread across much of that part of the ramp. He activates an emergency call button on a perimeter smart light pole equipped for emergency communications and relays what he sees to the base command post, CP. The security forces duty officer in the connected base CP can see the spill from a smart light pole equipped with electro-optical EO and infrared IR high-definition HD cameras and atmospheric sensors. He recognizes this is a major incident and initiates the response protocol. The fire department can also see the spill via the smart light system sensors. 2.3.3 Sustainability. Deployment of a smart base brings the additional economic and tactical benefit of cutting down energy consumption by using smart information and communications technology, ICT, technologies in traditional electrical installations. In addition, alternative and renewable forms of energy can be more easily harvested and integrated with the base infrastructure. Many of these concepts are carried over from existing Smart City Concept 7, although in the civilian environment, the focus is often more on limiting environmental impact than on ensuring self-sustainment and reducing dependence on external energy sources and delivery of fuels. The U.S. Army has erected a smart solar energy installation at Fort Stewart, Georgia, covering an area of over 1 square kilometer, allowing the base to operate independently of the traditional power grid. This renewable energy source allows the base to store energy and utilize it independently and in case of emergencies. Extending the concept, Fort, North Carolina, is pilot testing driverless vehicle for transporting wounded personnel, to eventually use in battlefield situations. Additionally, bases are equipping themselves with smart technologies for water resource usage and construction. 12, and the U.S. Army has saved more than $150 million in costs enacting its vision for the Smart Energy Program. Automatic control of power-consuming resources could benefit from information about human presence in rooms and environmental data to execute pre-configured or administrator-activated rules that increase energy preservation and optimize resource use. Automatic detection of presence in a shower or bathroom for turning on water pumping and water heating. Automatic detection of presence in a shower or bathroom for turning on water pumping and water heating. Automatic heating cooling of only occupied rooms or those previously reserved for scheduled activities. Automatic heating cooling of only occupied rooms or those previously reserved for scheduled activities. Automatic light control dimming and turning on/off based on light placement, sources of natural light, and the type of ongoing activities in that area. Automatic light control dimming and turning on/off based on light placement, sources of natural light, and the type of ongoing activities in that area. Detecting leaks or short circuits by placing sensors in the power grid, thereby reducing the risk of accidents and enhancing equipment lifetime. Detecting leaks or short circuits by placing sensors in the power grid, thereby reducing the risk of accidents and enhancing equipment lifetime. 2.4 Logistics and Maintenance. RFID-tagged packets for monitoring the supply chain. RFID-tagged packets for monitoring the supply chain. RFID tags or other miniature sensors placed on food-water containers to monitor the amount consumed remaining for automatically ordering resupplies when needed. RFID tags or other miniature sensors placed on food-water containers to monitor the amount consumed remaining for automatically ordering resupplies when needed. Fuel monitoring for patrolling or for trips made in emergencies. 1. Fuel monitoring for patrolling or for trips made in emergencies. 1. Special equipment monitoring used in case of alerts, fire, attack, earthquake, flood, etc. Essentially, every critical or important object component of the logistics chain can be monitored and controlled for better resource usage, growth in performance, or abnormal conduct detection. Special equipment monitoring used in case of alerts, fire, attack, earthquake, flood, etc. Essentially, every critical or important object component of the logistics chain can be monitored and controlled for better resource usage, growth in performance, or abnormal conduct detection. The use of sensors in various military equipment opens up logistics opportunities. To use sensor data for logistics purposes and to drive logistic opportunities, the Enterprise Resource Planning (ERP) system must be adapted to meet real-time demand. Concerning maintenance, the use of sensor indicators will steer the need for maintenance toward maintenance on demand. Military equipment will often require a combination of maintenance on demand, sensor-driven, and maintenance based on planned maintenance, as not all maintenance will be indicated by sensors. For example, consider a military vehicle with required planned vehicle testing according to a plan based on the vehicle's registration number. Maintenance on demand might indicate the need for a brake checkup before the vehicle is ready for vehicle testing. Supply will also benefit from maintenance on demand, in that it will meet the need for spares when and where they are needed. In addition, supply will benefit from consumption indications of, for example, ammunition and fuel. Vehicle storage conditions should include consideration of the sensors and inform how a vehicle is stored and how to reactivate it, ensuring the sensor's continued operability, e.g. test cycles. In addition, storage conditions must also ensure that the vehicle is protected from illegitimate tracking of sensor signals during storage. As the dependence on IoT grows in such applications, it becomes more important to know via a or self-diagnosis mechanism when a sensor stops working, so personnel can exchange it for a properly functioning sensor. Otherwise, false positives or false negatives will decrease trust in IoT-based logistics and maintenance, resulting in these capabilities and services not being used to their full extent. 2.5 Smart Healthcare and Well-being of the Personnel. Military personnel can leverage IoT and smart infrastructure to enable smart healthcare, both while stationed at a base and during active deployment. This is very relevant since the military personnel need to stay in shape and have their health monitored for active deployment anytime. This would require the personnel to have regular health checkups and assessments done on the fly to inform them about serious deployment-related health issues they might face, injured personnel being taken care of, etc. Military hospitals and medical facilities need to continuously care for the health and well-being of military personnel. Equipping these facilities with smart devices and technologies would make their work easier and more efficient. Smartphones, smartwatches, and other devices that fit the concept of BYOD can be used to message and inform personnel, collect relevant data remotely, and proactively assess the fitness of all personnel pre, during, and post-deployment. Analysis based on the collected data can be pushed to the hospitals and the command level based on the need-to-know requirements, for example, in the context of an upcoming mission deployment. For example, the U.S. Air Force has deployed Cisco's Smart Plus connected healthcare solutions on a pilot basis. Base hospitals can remind personnel about their scheduled medical appointments using messaging services connected to their medical profiles. This has enabled hospitals to reduce costly no-shows by almost 32%. Smart healthcare can also extend to military operational scenarios. In particular, during their missions, soldiers can carry sensors monitoring their vital signs, for example, pulse, breathing, body temperature, and body posture. Sensors transmit the gathered medical data to the soldier's smartphone and then relay it to mission control, where the soldier's health status is included in the situational awareness picture. 1. Battlefield medical attention. Casualties must be treated with available local medical supplies, available either from the patrol or from other units operating nearby which move to the incident to assist. Medical assessment may be provided either locally or remotely to ensure that battlefield casualties receive appropriate medical attention within reasonable timelines. Battlefield medical attention. Casualties must be treated with available local medical supplies, available either from the patrol or from other units operating nearby which move to the incident to assist. Medical assessment may be provided either locally or remotely to ensure that battlefield casualties receive appropriate medical attention within reasonable timelines. 2. Casualties are transported to the operating base. Sensors provide continuous medical assessment during this journey and may provide data to the medical facility at the operating base. Casualties are transported to the operating base. Sensors provide continuous medical assessment during this journey and may provide data to the medical facility at the operating base. 3. Strategic medevac. Casualties are evacuated to a suitable medical facility outside the area of operations. Technology that minimizes the journey time, ensures the availability of patient information when necessary, and optimizes the availability of medical supplies will enhance this function. Strategic medevac. Casualties are evacuated to a suitable medical facility outside the area of operations. Technology that minimizes the journey time, ensures the availability of patient information when necessary, and optimizes the availability of medical supplies will enhance this function. IoT can support combat triage at a battlefield, as described in 3. Such critical operational application implies that all soldiers are equipped with various sensors that monitor their vital signs, and that these sensors connect via a reliable network to medical or C2 personnel that can assess the situation during the conducted mission. A combat triage is typically carried out when something bad has happened to soldiers. For example, they are shot or otherwise seriously injured, or there is a mass casualty (MASCAL) situation where the need for medical treatment is greater than the capability. The triage scenario also assumes that in that first stage, a soldier's sensors are up and running and still connected with the network of things. This might not be always possible in reality, or at least not very likely, as the sensors and communication devices would likely have also suffered damage and might have even worsened the soldier's wounds. In most cases, you would strip the soldier of his gear to perform combat first aid, thus making triage from a distance seem unlikely. An interconnected IoT soldier health monitoring solution offers a reasonable and feasible way of handling the information given by the sensors, and together with AI, personnel could make some assessment of the soldier's state of health. Given a MASCAL situation, the support outlined above might work, but a MASCAL situation is very rarely the case in operations today. The number of injured soldiers is normally very low, and the strategic medevac to a military surgical facility is normally sufficient, though highly dependent on the delivery of on-site life-saving first aid. Capturing the physiological state of the soldier and taking into account the complete health chain, for example, before injury, impact, triage, monitoring, care, and rehabilitation, are important and valuable. However, one must treat the obtained data cautiously, as it is difficult to define good health. A complete assessment should take into account real-time and historical data on human behavior, including a great variety of external signals, such as the voice characteristics, and internal ones, such as heart rate and vascular ripple. Taking into account such data usually requires rigor and strict laboratory conditions. For example, collected heart rate data may be inadequate if covering only a short period. Similarly, the voice has an identifiable basic frequency, but it can change with urgency and stress, etc. Therefore, it is important to carefully decide what data to measure, how to measure it, and how to integrate and meaningfully present the resulting measurements to soldiers and medical personnel. Smart healthcare stresses the importance of having high-quality measurement data that provides richly related metadata. 2.6 Reconnaissance. A typical tactical reconnaissance patrol consists of several phases, for example, assembly, decampment, mission, and return to the base. During each phase of reconnaissance, recon, various IoT assets may be utilized via different communication means, especially for the backhaul link to the infrastructure cloud at the base. The collected and exchanged IoT data may also vary during different phases, for example, frequency, precision, and information type. During their route, the patrol passes several deployed outposts, equipped with sensors monitoring the environment. For energy reasons, the outposts have no long-haul network connection to the base, but offer a short-range communication technology, e.g. wireless LAN, WLAN, Bluetooth, near-field communication, NFC, or 5G to read out and store the collected data as the patrol passes an outpost and detects short-range communication connectivity. When the patrol returns to the base, the data is forwarded to the smart base's networking infrastructure. The development of smart systems has led to the increasing replacement of relatively dangerous and expensive human tactical patrols with unmanned aerial vehicle (UAV) and unmanned ground vehicle (UGV) reconnaissance. Several UAVs, e.g. quadcopters equipped with cameras capable of image recognition, are sent out for reconnaissance in advance of the patrol. When the UAV's image recognition algorithm detects a suspicious object, it generates an alarm message that is sent to the vehicles of the patrol and to mission control. A relevant example is an operator positioned in a patrol vehicle, remotely controlling a UGV deployed to explore an abandoned building. The UGV delivers a live video stream to the operator on the vehicle, allowing for the building's interior exploration. Both UAV and UGV recon need adequate availability guarantees for communication channels to the CP, both to ensure the effective operation of the vehicle and to show gathered information to the operator and other members of the chain of command and analysts. Communication channels would preferably be real-time, but in the case of autonomous vehicles could also include store and forward solutions that could provide commanders with still valuable situational awareness, even if not real-time. Each vehicle, whether human-operated or autonomous, is equipped with sensors monitoring several vehicle status parameters such as oil level, fuel level, tire pressure, condition of brakes and shock absorbers, etc. The use of such sensors is already state-of-the-art for civilian vehicles. Some of the vehicle's status data is relayed directly to mission control at the smart base for live monitoring to reduce unanticipated failures. Other data are transmitted to the cloud when the patrol returns to the base to facilitate condition-based maintenance and allow on-demand ordering of spare parts. 13. Personnel could also use the same sensor readings to collect statistics on vehicle use to optimize its utilization or ensure proper exploitation and adherence to procedures. Therefore, it is important to ensure an adequate level of accuracy and reliability of a sensor indication. Each vehicle reports its overall and subsystem status to Mission Control. Vehicle status, known as a health monitoring system, on aircraft is being built into more and more vehicles, but is usually focused on informing the driver of the vehicle. Soldiers typically perform checks of their vehicles before going on patrol, during patrols if time allows, and after patrols to prevent failures while patrolling. However, relaying this kind of information to Mission Control could give valuable information about the situation on site. A remote tactical patrol is equipped to detect and respond to chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear CBRN threats when operating at a distance of up to 50 from an operating base that includes CBRN capabilities. Biosensors may be included in a soldier's equipment, monitoring the soldier's health continuously to indicate an infection or other reactions to biohazards to which the soldier himself might not react. The patrol includes remotely, non-mobile CBRN sensors. UAVs hosting sensors may be available at the operating base. Both static and mobile sensor platforms carry sensors to detect leaks of various kinds. In this scenario, sensors on the remote patrol detect the presence of a biological threat and provide an early warning. Additional sensors are then deployed in the area to improve the resolution of the detected threat. The patrol returns to the operating base, and a rapidly specialist CBRN outbreak team is sent out to conduct analysis and containment. 2.7 Risks related to IoT adoption in military domains. The previous sections have outlined a number of application areas within the military that could benefit from IoT. However, adoption of IoT also introduces some additional risks that need to be considered. The heterogeneous character of the above scenarios and the involved IoT devices introduces several tough challenges on the way to a fully integrated future collaborative warfare data ecosystem capable of generating, sharing, analyzing, and creating value from the collected data and available actuation effects. Of particular concern is the impact of the IoT transformation on the cybersecurity posture of military systems. With increasing use of the same technology base within civilian and military systems, for example, TCP/IP, Bluetooth, and Wi-Fi, military systems lose an aspect of security through obscurity, as they are no longer unique. The convergence and dual use of technologies enable the military to benefit more quickly from technological progress and to leverage civilian R&D funding and training of technical personnel. But it also means that the systems used by the military are subject to widespread scrutiny and potential weaknesses, and that vulnerabilities can be exploited more quickly. Moreover, in the civilian world, the trade-off between usability and security usually leans toward usability, leading, for example, to increasingly and transparent connectivity and possibly reduced control. Soldiers being overwhelmed with data and losing situational awareness about the physical environment as their cognitive focus is on trying to make sense of data delivered by various sensors and displays. Soldiers being overwhelmed with data and losing situational awareness about the physical environment as their cognitive focus is on trying to make sense of data delivered by various sensors and displays. Increasing dependence on sensors and actuators that may not always be available during the operations, especially if the commercial nature of the devices makes them more susceptible to both adversarial activities such as jamming and random failures. Increasing dependence on sensors and actuators that may not always be available during the operations, especially if the commercial nature of the devices makes them more susceptible to both adversarial activities such as jamming and random failures. Loss of autonomy and authority at the local tactical level when the system is reduced to a simple set of sensors and weapons actuators that are controlled and activated by remote and in-person command and control centers. Loss of autonomy and authority at the local tactical level when the system is reduced to a simple set of sensors and weapons actuators that are controlled and activated by remote and in-person command and control centers. Moreover, by multiplying the interactions between the digital and physical worlds and the connections among components, IoT can substantially increase the volume of information that needs to be transported and processed by military CIS. This has particularly important implications for tactical wireless networks with limited bandwidth and energy sources. Additionally, the wireless connectivity commonly used by IoT devices increases the risk of frequency congestion and exposes devices and data to confidentiality, integrity, and availability threats. For example, jamming and intercepting commercial IoT signals is easier, as frequencies and protocols are known, and multiple tools are openly available to perform such attacks. In addition, modified messages can be injected into wireless channels, compromising the integrity of data. To protect the confidentiality and integrity of IoT information flows, appropriate cryptographic mechanisms for encryption and authentication must be implemented. Although the focus of military information security is often on protection of data confidentiality, in the context of IoT and cyber-physical systems, ensuring availability and integrity of data might be of even greater importance, as not receiving critical information or receiving information that has been tampered with might have devastating consequences. An example of such a situation is a temperature sensor in a data center. If it lies to the monitoring system and reports that the temperature is 18 C, while in fact it is 40 C, the results can be catastrophic. Therefore, the integrity and availability of information from the IoT devices is a major concern that military users usually did not have to deal with in the past while relying on isolated, high-assurance networks and ruggedized, tamper-proof, or tamper-resistant sensors and devices. Each military application of IoT introduces some specific requirements for transmitted information, e.g. type, load, and receiving entities, suitable communication means, and security. These requirements are summarized in Sect. 2.8. 2.8 Conclusions. This chapter has outlined a diverse set of military application domains that could benefit from IoT. Although IoT technology has several attractive military applications, current IoT systems have several limitations. Most of the systems are relatively closed, with limited interoperability for connectivity, use cases, and data distribution. IoT devices must have reduced weight and size and increased autonomy to be suitable for a wide spectrum of military use cases. They need simple and reliable control interfaces to support, not distract, military personnel in their functions. IoT devices need to support a common and open data model, multiple communication interfaces, and flexibility with respect to use cases. Military IoT applications need to be context-aware, capable of adapting the presentation of information to the specific environment and mission objectives, and help manage the volume and complexity of the data. The operation of IoT systems and the data distribution process should be automated as much as possible. Data processing and intelligence should be performed as close to the edge as possible to mitigate the impact of limited connectivity and enable disconnected operations. Another set of challenges is related to the management of IoT devices. Service management and control, SMC, aspects of military IoT systems, potentially consisting of a large number of heterogeneous devices that need to be managed over limited bandwidth interfaces and with little standardization of the management protocols, are going to be challenging. This highlights the important challenge in the deployment of IoT systems, that is not only how to extract trustworthy data from the system, but also how to manage and patch IoT devices to ensure their secure operations. The next section and chapters within that section describe these challenges in more detail and also highlight potential building blocks and solutions to these challenges. In the short term, even simple IoT applications could add value to the force's daily routines. For example, an IoT device that counts the ammunition fired by a weapon, performs predictive maintenance, or can create maintenance parts thanks to 3D printers could simplify and optimize the logistics process. Terrestrial or aerial drones could be used not only for increased situational awareness and effect delivery, but also to act as relays to overcome the limited radio range of ground troops. As mentioned in the introduction of this chapter, the SDO-IST-147 RTG was active for a limited duration, and had limited resources and hence could not focus on all of the application domains described above. Instead, the focus was on examining existing IoT architectures and identifying misalignments when they are applied to the military domain. Furthermore, the group selected two specific problem domains, CIMIC for HADR operations and medical monitoring of military personnel to explore in more detail. These topic areas and the results from demonstrations and experiments conducted to support these topic areas are detailed later in this book. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1ALAMMMM, Internet of Things, a survey on enabling technologies, protocols, and applications. IAIE. Tudor. 17.4, 2340-72376, 2015. 2 Cisco, Smart and Connected Bases, an opportunity for the USAF to secure tomorrow's efficiency through today's investment. White Paper Cisco 2015. 3MMA, Combat Triage Support Using the Internet of Military Things. In Proceedings of the Federated Conference on Computer Science and Information Systems, FedCIS. 11, 835-842, 2017. 4SJJCLN, Towards Site-Specific and Self-Sufficient Robotic Fabrication on Architectural Scales. Robot 28986, 2017. 5BYS Smart Cities, Concepts, Architectures, Research Opportunities. ACM 598, 4657, 2016. 6E.B. Johnson T. Biting the Bullet, Now is the Time for Smart Military Bases. White Paper Center for Government Insights, 2017. 7BV Lund HD HPABS IP Sperling K. Al. Smart Energy Systems for Coherent 100% Renewable Energy and Transport Solutions. Energy 145, 139, 154, 2015. 8MLD, Survey of Fog Computing, Fundamental Network Applications and Research Challenges. IAIE. Tudor. 23, 18, 26, 1857, 2018. 9NMJPGSC Winkler R. Analyzing the Applicability of Internet of Things to the Battlefield Environment. In 2016 International Conference on Military Communications and Information Systems, ICMCIS. 18. IAIAE Piscataway 2016. 10NZMCMKJ Street MVGACEM, Exploring Smart City IoT for Disaster Recovery Operations. In 2018 IAIE 4th World Forum on Internet of Things WFIoT. 463-468. IAIE Piscataway 2018. 11MAMJNCS, Leveraging Internet of Things Within the Military Network Environment Challenges and Solutions. In 2016 IAIE 3rd World Forum on Internet of Things WFIoT. 111-116, 2016. 12 URNIO, Smart Cities Provide the Model for Smart Military Bases, URNIO Watch. Org 20170222, Smart Cities Provide Model Smart Military Bases Accessed 6, 2019. 13 D. Carter, W. Leveraging the Internet of Things for a More Efficient and Effective Military. Tech, Rep. Center for Strategic and International Studies, Washington, D.C., 2015. 14 D.A. Carter, W.A., Leveraging the Internet of Things for a More Efficient and Effective Military. And the 2015. As an example, during the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO mission in Afghanistan, at the Kandahar military base, a fuel truck drove around the base every day to top up each of the hundreds of diesel generators, whether they needed it or not. An automated system that allowed refueling only when needed would have saved considerable resources. 3. Architectural considerations. 3.1 Survey of Internet of Things, IoT Architectures and Standardization Efforts. 3.11 European Telecommunications Standards Institute, ETSI, Machine-to-Machine M2M Architecture. 3.121 M2M Architecture and Standard. 3.13 Internet of Things Architecture, IOTA. 3.14 International Telecommunication Union, ITU-T IoT Reference Model. 3.15 Eclipse IoT. 3.16 IAIE P2413. 3.17 ISO IEC 30141. 3.2 Deployment and Integration of IoT in Military. 3.21 General Requirements. 3.22 Technical Challenges. 3.3 Generic Architecture of the MIoT. 3.4 Conclusions. References. Keywords. 3.1 Survey of Internet of Things, IoT Architectures and Standardization Efforts. The term Internet of Things, IoT, has been included in the scientific and industrial vocabulary for more than 2 decades, and the general concept of a network of smart devices has existed for even longer. Despite the relatively long history of the digital age, there is still no commonly accepted definition of the concept of IoT. Furthermore, while several standards exist for individual elements, there is no common, internationally accepted standard that defines the components and interfaces used by IoT products. This absence has led to the situation where IoT solutions from different vendors use their own set of standardized or non-standardized technologies for communication, data representation, and service description, for example, making them non-interoperable. Interoperability, though, is a fundamental and necessary concept for a network of smart devices that need to communicate dynamically with each other, share information with higher-level entities, and by using this combined information, provide additional value to users through IoT or other applications. What are the basic building blocks of IoT? What are the basic building blocks of IoT? How are they connected, and how do they communicate? How are they connected, and how do they communicate? How does the nature of connectivity and communications differ in the military domain? How does the nature of connectivity and communications differ in the military domain? What standards exist and are most commonly used in civilian IoT? What standards exist and are most commonly used in civilian IoT? How is IoT evolving, and in what directions? WRT. Technology, policy, etc. How is IoT evolving, and in what directions? WRT. Technology, policy, etc. Before addressing the above questions, the following subsections provide an overview of the most prominent architectural approaches to IoT in the civilian sector and the standardization efforts from major organizations and joint efforts of large industry players. This foundation is essential to examining whether these existing architectural principles would apply to the military domain and determining where the logical interconnection points would be between the civilian and military domains. Following this review, specific requirements for military Internet of Things will be discussed, along with some potential architectural designs. 3.11 European Telecommunications Standards Institute, ETSI, Machine-to-Machine M2M Architecture. The European Telecommunications Standards Institute, ETSI 12, is the recognized European body for standardizing telecommunications, broadcasting, and other electronic communications networks and services. ETSI is also active in the standardization of IoT technologies. The focus of ETSI in the area of IoT lies in the standardization of machine-to-machine, M2M communications. In this context, ETSI has published 3 specification documents for a standardized M2M communications platform, defining the requirements 14, the functional architecture 13, and the interface descriptions 15. M2M communication is a focus of this standardization effort, as well as the next one presented, the 1M2M effort, as M2M communication is one of the differentiating factors between IoT and more traditional, legacy network systems. ETSI M2M functional architecture. Based on 13. The main elements of the network domain include the access network, core network, M2M service capabilities, and M2M applications. The network and M2M management functions, which enable the management of the main elements, provide additional support to the network domain. The access network provides the communication link between the M2M device and gateway domain and the core network. Typical technologies used for the access network are digital subscriber line, DSL, wireless LAN, WLAN, cable modem, communications, cellular radio access networks, 2G to 5th generation cellular networks, 5G, and satellite communication. The core network essentially provides Internet Protocol, IP, connectivity between the gateways and interconnection with other networks. It also connects the network elements that implement the M2M service capabilities. These elements provide M2M functions through a set of open interfaces that different M2M applications can use. The scope of the ETSI M2M standardization effort is limited to the M2M service capabilities in the M2M devices, at the gateways, and in the network domain. For the communication technologies used in the core and access networks, and for device-to-device communication in the M2M area network, the architecture refers to existing standards and technologies as mentioned in the earlier examples. To standardize the access to the M2M service capabilities at the different elements of the functional architecture, the ETSI M2M specifications define several reference points describing the available procedures and operations, respectively 15. For accessing data, the ETSI M2M adopts architecture 17, in which information is represented as resources. Additional capabilities include identification and authentication, store and forward communication, secure channel transport, and device management. ETSI started developing its M2M architecture in 2009. The standard was published in 2 releases, the Core Release 1 in 2011 and the Extended Release 2 at the end of 2013. ETSI has fused its standardization work within the M2M context into the 1M2M architecture and standard, described in the following section. 3121M2M architecture and standard. 1M2M 33 is a global partnership founded in 2012 to develop standards for M2M communications to enable the large-scale implementation of IoT. It consists of 14 partners. Besides ETSI, 7 other international standards development organizations and representatives and consortia from the industrial sector form the consortium. The goal of 1M2M is to develop technical specifications for a common M2M service layer that allows the interconnection of various hardware and software to enable comprehensive cross-vendor or cross-platform M2M applications. Besides the service layer, 1M2M also considers other aspects of M2M communications, including use cases, security and privacy, information models, and data management. 1M2M uses 5 working groups to perform the standardization work covering requirements, architecture, protocols, security and management, abstraction, and semantics. 1M2M has released a comprehensive set of technical specifications giving a quite detailed definition of a standard for M2M communication in IoT, which includes a description of the overall architecture, interfaces, security aspects, and communication protocols 32. As a general concept, 1M2M proposes a layered model for supporting end-to-end M2M services, including an application layer, a common services layer, and an underlying network services layer. The application layer comprises the M2M applications and business logic functions. The common services layer consists of service functions that enable M2M applications such as device management, discovery, and policy enforcement. Finally, the network services layer provides transport services, connectivity between entities, and other service functions, e.g. network-based location service. Functional architecture of the 1M2M specification. Based on 313 Internet of Things Architecture, IOTA. The European Commission, EC, sponsored the European IOTA project within its 7th framework program from 2010 to 2013-11. The project's goal was to develop an architectural reference model ARM for IoT and define the key building blocks of such an architecture. The purpose of outlining principles for the technical design of protocols, interfaces, and algorithms was to achieve interoperability of heterogeneous IoT systems. Several European research institutions, universities, and industry partners participated in the project. IOTA Architectural Reference Model Building Blocks. Based on 3. Vision provides the rationale and discusses the underlying assumptions considered when designing the ARM. The ARM's usage, the business scenarios, and the stakeholders are also addressed in this section. Vision provides the rationale and discusses the underlying assumptions considered when designing the ARM. The ARM's usage, the business scenarios, and the stakeholders are also addressed in this section. Business scenarios defined as requirements includes various requirements set by the stakeholders that act as drivers for designing the architecture. The concrete architecture devised can be validated against selected business scenarios. Business scenarios defined as requirements includes various requirements set by the stakeholders that act as drivers for designing the architecture. The concrete architecture devised can be validated against selected business scenarios. IoT reference model consists of the IoT domain model, the IoT information model, and the IoT communication model. With this set, the reference model provides an abstract level for understanding the IoT domain. The domain model provides the top-level description, the information model explains how the IoT information has to be modeled, and the communication model describes the communication between the various IoT devices and the Internet. IoT reference model consists of the IoT domain model, the IoT information model, and the IoT communication model. With this set, the reference model provides an abstract level for understanding the IoT domain. The domain model provides the top-level description, the information model explains how the IoT information has to be modeled, and the communication model describes the communication between the various IoT devices and the Internet. IoT reference architecture describes the views and perspectives of the various analyzed architectural aspects that concern the IoT stakeholders. The reference architecture is very abstract in nature and is intended to be used as a reference to build compliant IoT architectures. IoT reference architecture describes the views and perspectives of the various analyzed architectural aspects that concern the IoT stakeholders. The reference architecture is very abstract in nature and is intended to be used as a reference to build compliant IoT architectures. Functional decomposition viewpoint of the IoTA reference architecture. Based on 3. IoT process management. This FG represents the integration of the IoT ARM with traditional process management systems. The FG aims to provide the functional concepts and interfaces necessary to augment existing, analyzed business processes with the requirement specifications of the IoT domain. IoT process management. This FG represents the integration of the IoT ARM with traditional process management systems. The FG aims to provide the functional concepts and interfaces necessary to augment existing, analyzed business processes with the requirement specifications of the IoT domain. Service organization. This is the communication hub for several other FGs and provides the concept of abstraction through services. These services provide communication within the IoT ARM and are organized to provide composing and orchestrating services. Service organization. This is the communication hub for several other FGs and provides the concept of abstraction through services. These services provide communication within the IoT ARM and are organized to provide composing and orchestrating services. Virtual Entity VE. This FG enables discovering and looking up services that can provide information or allows interaction with VEs through sets of functions. It also describes functionalities required for dynamically finding and managing associations and monitoring their validity. Virtual Entity VE. This FG enables discovering and looking up services that can provide information or allows interaction with VEs through sets of functions. It also describes functionalities required for dynamically finding and managing associations and monitoring their validity. IoT service. It enlists the range of IoT services along with their discovery, lookup, and name resolution mechanisms. IoT service. It enlists the range of IoT services along with their discovery, lookup, and name resolution mechanisms. Communication. It models the variety of interaction patterns and mechanisms based on the IoT-based communication technologies and provides common interaction interfaces to the IoT service FG. Communication. It models the variety of interaction patterns and mechanisms based on the IoT-based communication technologies and provides common interaction interfaces to the IoT service FG. Security. This FG ensures the security and privacy of the IoT systems, which tend to be IoTA compliant. Security. This FG ensures the security and privacy of the IoT systems, which tend to be IoTA compliant. Management. It provides the functionalities required for governing an IoT system by providing cross-functionalities across other FGs. That is, it enables composition and tracking of functions that involve other core FGs. Management. It provides the functionalities required for governing an IoT system by providing cross-functionalities across other FGs. That is, it enables composition and tracking of functions that involve other core FGs. 314 International Telecommunication Union, ITU-T IoT Reference Model. The International Telecommunication Union, ITU, is a specialized agency constituted by the United Nations, UN, for the domain of telecommunications, information, and communication technologies. The ITU-T25, a permanent part of ITU, is responsible for studying and standardizing global telecommunications standards. Application layer. This layer represents the set of IoT applications that leverage the capabilities of IoT devices. FEG 3.5 ITU-T IoT Reference Model. Based on 26. ITU-T IoT Reference Model. Based on 26. Service support and application support layer. This layer consists of 1. Generic support capabilities, common capabilities generally used by different IoT applications, e.g. data processing. These might be invoked by specific support capabilities, for example, to build more sophisticated and specialized capabilities. 2. Specific support capabilities, higher-level capabilities that support the requirements of specific applications. 1. Generic support capabilities, common capabilities generally used by different IoT applications, e.g. data processing. These might be invoked by specific support capabilities, for example, to build more sophisticated and specialized capabilities. Generic support capabilities, common capabilities generally used by different IoT applications, e.g. data processing. These might be invoked by specific support capabilities, for example, to build more sophisticated and specialized capabilities. 2. Specific support capabilities, higher-level capabilities that support the requirements of specific applications. Specific support capabilities, higher-level capabilities that support the requirements of specific applications. Network layer. This layer consists of 1. Networking capabilities, control functions required for network connectivity, for example, mobility management function. 2. Transport capabilities, capabilities required for transport of IoT service and application-specific data, along with the IoT-related control and management information. 1. Networking capabilities, control functions required for network connectivity, for example, mobility management function. Networking capabilities, control functions required for network connectivity, for example, mobility management function. 2. Transport capabilities, capabilities required for transport of IoT service and application-specific data, along with the IoT-related control and management information. Transport capabilities, capabilities required for transport of IoT service and application-specific data, along with the IoT-related control and management information. Device layer. This layer consists of 1. Device capabilities, capabilities of IoT devices that have either direct or indirect links with communication networks. Devices using direct communication links do not need gateway capabilities, whereas devices using indirect communication links need a gateway to reach the host core network. It also details the capabilities of devices to perform ad networking and implement automatic sleep and wake-up mechanisms. 2. Gateway capabilities. Capabilities of gateway devices at the device layer supporting multiple interfaces through wired or wireless networks such as Bluetooth Wireless or Controller Area Network (CAN) wired. At the network layer, gateways may use communication technologies such as 3G or long-term evolution (LTE) networks. 1. Device capabilities. Capabilities of IoT devices that have either direct or indirect links with communication networks. Devices using direct communication links do not need gateway capabilities, whereas devices using indirect communication links need a gateway to reach the host core network. It also details the capabilities of devices to perform ad networking and implement automatic sleep and wake-up mechanisms. Device capabilities. Capabilities of IoT devices that have either direct or indirect links with communication networks. Devices using direct communication links do not need gateway capabilities, whereas devices using indirect communication links need a gateway to reach the host core network. It also details the capabilities of devices to perform ad networking and implement automatic sleep and wake-up mechanisms. 2. Gateway capabilities. Capabilities of gateway devices at the device layer supporting multiple interfaces through wired or wireless networks such as Bluetooth Wireless or Controller Area Network (CAN) wired. At the network layer, gateways may use communication technologies such as 3G or long-term evolution (LTE) networks. Gateway capabilities. Capabilities of gateway devices at the device layer supporting multiple interfaces through wired or wireless networks such as Bluetooth Wireless or Controller Area Network (CAN) wired. At the network layer, gateways may use communication technologies such as 3G or long-term evolution (LTE) networks. Management capabilities. These capabilities entail the management functions for fault, configuration, accounting, performance, and security (FCAPS) classes. Generic management capabilities include the management of devices, local network topology, and traffic and congestion. Specific management capabilities enable applications with specific requirements, such as smart homes monitoring electric energy transmissions in and out of the house. Management capabilities. These capabilities entail the management functions for fault, configuration, accounting, performance, and security (FCAPS) classes. Generic management capabilities include the management of devices, local network topology, and traffic and congestion. Specific management capabilities enable applications with specific requirements, such as smart homes monitoring electric energy transmissions in and out of the house. Security capabilities. These consist of generic security capabilities that are independent of the applications, such as authorization and authentication mechanisms, and specific security capabilities that are used for application-specific requirements, such as security mechanisms for mobile payment. Security capabilities. These consist of generic security capabilities that are independent of the applications, such as authorization and authentication mechanisms, and specific security capabilities that are used for application-specific requirements, such as security mechanisms for mobile payment. 315 Eclipse IoT. The Eclipse IoT Working Group 8 of the Eclipse Foundation is a collaboration between organizations and companies with the vision to build interoperable IoT solutions based on existing standards. To promote the development of such IoT solutions, the group provides open-source implementations of various existing standards. These standards cover different aspects of an IoT architecture, including protocols for device-to-device communication and device management and interfaces for gateways and servers. In addition, the software suite also offers solutions for data aggregation, security, event management, and data analysis. 10. Eclipse IoT, Typical IoT Solution, Image Source 9. Eclipse IoT, the three software stacks required for IoT architectures. Based on 9. The software stack for a gateway includes more functions, such as network management, since the gateway often serves as a hub for attached devices and coordinates their connectivity with each other and with an external network. Other functions that can be implemented at the gateway are data aggregation and processing, local storage and persistence to provide data at the edge, and protocol translation between incompatible devices. The IoT Cloud Platform hosts the software and services that process the data from all devices and provide access to it, thus enabling specific IoT applications. At the IoT Cloud Platform, the data from different device classes using different protocols and data formats can be combined, achieving horizontal integration of available data. It serves as central data storage with high scalability and provides a centralized device registry and management of devices that are part of IoT solutions. Finally, applications represent what end users ingest through the cloud platform through the various enabling services and access application programming interfaces, APIs. The applications map the user requirements and configurations to the service parameters, which are used to form API calls. These API calls create and invoke the data from the cloud platforms, fulfilling user requests. In addition to the three software stacks for the devices, gateways, and IoT Cloud Platform domains, the Eclipse IoT Working Group describes a number of cross-stack functions. These functions provide security and ontology features, tools, and software development kits, SDKs, that should be considered and addressed across the different stacks. Loose coupling of software stacks to support the combination of stacks from different suppliers in each domain. Loose coupling of software stacks to support the combination of stacks from different suppliers in each domain. Modularity within each stack to facilitate feature integration of external suppliers. Modularity within each stack to facilitate feature integration of external suppliers. Platform independency. Platform independency. Reliance on open standards to ensure interoperability. Reliance on open standards to ensure interoperability. Clear definition of APIs for each stack to enable integration with other applications. Clear definition of APIs for each stack to enable integration with other applications. 316 IIIE P2413. The IIIE P2413 Working Group 22 of the IAE Standards Association is a coalition of more than 25 industry members active in the IoT sector. IIE ESA's Industry Strategic IoT team initiated the group in 2014, focusing on bridging the market needs within the developing IoT technology landscape. The group's main goal is to accelerate IoT market growth by enabling interaction among the different application domains of IoT, e.g., consumer, commercial, industrial, and public sector, and the unification of platforms. They plan to achieve this by increasing the system compatibility, interoperability, and functional interchangeability of IoT deployments. To unify the creation of standards and architectures in the world of IoT, the group developed an evolving architectural framework that captures the commonalities across different domains and serves as a basis for the instantiation of concrete IoT architectures 20. 1. IoT domains. This section describes the application domains of IoT, including smart manufacturing, smart grid, smart buildings, intelligent transport, smart cities, and healthcare. Each domain details how IoT technologies are deployed and specifies the key deployment drivers, stakeholders and their roles in the domains, and the services involved for application use cases. Then it interconnects these individual components to show the basic layouts of the information and communications technology, ICT, infrastructure. IoT domains. This section describes the application domains of IoT, including smart manufacturing, smart grid, smart buildings, intelligent transport, smart cities, and healthcare. Each domain details how IoT technologies are deployed and specifies the key deployment drivers, stakeholders and their roles in the domains, and the services involved for application use cases. Then it interconnects these individual components to show the basic layouts of the information and communications technology, ICT, infrastructure. 2. Domain commonalities and shared concerns. This part takes the common components of each domain and shows how they are shared between the application use cases identified for the IoT domains. For example, common stakeholder concerns include how actuation using the IoT technologies would affect the physical or legacy ICT capabilities that exist for the domains. Stakeholders may also be concerned about the interoperability with existing operational technology, OT systems, and whether the data volume and semantics can be interpreted and handled throughout the life cycle of the new ICT deployment. Domain commonalities and shared concerns. This part takes the common components of each domain and shows how they are shared between the application use cases identified for the IoT domains. For example, common stakeholder concerns include how actuation using the IoT technologies would affect the physical or legacy ICT capabilities that exist for the domains. Stakeholders may also be concerned about the interoperability with existing operational technology, OT systems, and whether the data volume and semantics can be interpreted and handled throughout the life cycle of the new ICT deployment. 3. Architecture framework. In this part, the various elements needed to construct an IoT architecture framework are presented. The section presents the view of architects from a software engineering perspective and details how appropriate viewpoints are used to develop solutions to address specific concerns based on the target system. Such viewpoints include the stakeholders involved and their concerns, the metamodels required to describe the operational structure of the target system, the capabilities and conventions needed to describe the components and their effects on the system, the corresponding models and correspondence rules, and the life cycle of the target system. Architecture framework. In this part, the various elements needed to construct an IoT architecture framework are presented. The section presents the view of architects from a software engineering perspective and details how appropriate viewpoints are used to develop solutions to address specific concerns based on the target system. Such viewpoints include the stakeholders involved and their concerns, the metamodels required to describe the operational structure of the target system, the capabilities and conventions needed to describe the components and their effects on the system, the corresponding models and correspondence rules, and the life cycle of the target system. 4. IoT architecture examples. This section describes example architectures for satisfying the target system and use cases based on the architecture framework viewpoints discussed above. Figure 3.8 presents such a representative architecture, which includes modern ICT computing needs for edge computing, cloud computing, and application enabler platforms. The IoT domains presented at the top of the figure can all take advantage of this reference architecture to meet their needs. In fact, such an architecture can be referred to for any ICT deployment, including the scope of military applications for IoT, the physical layer comprised of sensors and actuators deployed for any operational use case, such as an intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance (ISR) operation, could use the IoT-based communication network and the edge computing platforms to provide filtered and analyzed data to higher cloud computing layers. Doing this would offload the computation closer to the source, relieving the network of bandwidth constraints and providing better adherence. Additionally, a central cloud deployment for tactical operations is not always the solution. There are always accessibility and performance advantages to keeping data at the end platform level. The direct connection of the edge computing platforms to the IoT platform would serve this purpose. The IoT platform can take care of management, analytics, and storage functionalities to enable IoT-specific applications. Furthermore, these aggregated data can be shared with command and control, C2 platforms, such as decision-making and actuation, for example. For any military deployment, all these components must work securely to ensure the safety and security of the target operation. The security requirement is an intrinsic part of each IoT component involved, which means that there must be inherent security mechanisms for data encryption, access methods and policies, privacy, integrity, trust, and reliability. Fig. 3.8 Components of an IoT system with optional edge computing, cloud computing, and application platform. Based on 21. Components of an IoT system with optional edge computing, cloud computing, and application platform. Based on 21. 317 ISO IEC 30141. In August 2018, the International Organization for Standardization, ISO 23, published the ISO IEC standard 30141 titled Internet of Things IoT Reference Architecture 24. The document describes a standardized IoT reference architecture that can be used to develop specific IoT applications. The reference architecture uses a common vocabulary and starts with a high-level system-based reference model that is broken down further into 5 architecture views, including the functional view, system view, user view, information view, and communication view. The different architectural views describe the system details from their respective viewpoints. IoT Raw Functional View. Based on 24. Physical Entity Domain. This domain represents the actual physical environment, which contains the sensed and controlled physical objects upon which the other higher layer domains act. Physical Entity Domain. This domain represents the actual physical environment, which contains the sensed and controlled physical objects upon which the other higher layer domains act. Sensing and Controlling Domain. IoT objects are deployed based on the sensing, control, and actuation functions represented by this domain. Such IoT objects span hardware, firmware, device drivers, software elements, involved logic and processes, and system behavior and states. Additionally, this domain also includes network access mechanisms that enable access to the underlying sensors, actuators, controllers, gateways, and edge systems. Sensing and Controlling Domain. IoT objects are deployed based on the sensing, control, and actuation functions represented by this domain. Such IoT objects span hardware, firmware, device drivers, software elements, involved logic and processes, and system behavior and states. Additionally, this domain also includes network access mechanisms that enable access to the underlying sensors, actuators, controllers, gateways, and edge systems. Application Domain. This domain represents the range of functions needed to implement application logic from the end user's perspective. This includes requirements mapped to specific business functionalities for service providers. The functionalities presented by service providers have components such as logic and rules, service sets, and APIs. Application Domain. This domain represents the range of functions needed to implement application logic from the end user's perspective. This includes requirements mapped to specific business functionalities for service providers. The functionalities presented by service providers have components such as logic and rules, service sets, and APIs. Operation and Management Domain. The functions responsible for life cycle management supporting business operations, security and safety management, and regulation management are represented here. As management functions from core business structures, directives are issued to the control systems or the corresponding devices. Life cycle management of the various deployed IoT components and their operations include functions for provisioning, monitoring, maintenance, diagnostics, optimization, billing, etc. Operation and Management Domain. The functions responsible for life cycle management supporting business operations, security and safety management, and regulation management are represented here. As management functions from core business structures, directives are issued to the control systems or the corresponding devices. Life cycle management of the various deployed IoT components and their operations include functions for provisioning, monitoring, maintenance, diagnostics, optimization, billing, etc. Resource and Interchange Domain. The functions needed for the interchange of IoT resources for the deployed systems are represented by this domain. Such functions include resource management, analytics, resource interchange, access control, etc. These resource-sharing functions enable the sharing of intelligence, knowledge, information, data, control, etc. throughout the deployment, which may also include non-IoT systems. Resource and Interchange Domain. The functions needed for the interchange of IoT resources for the deployed systems are represented by this domain. Such functions include resource management, analytics, resource interchange, access control, etc. These resource-sharing functions enable the sharing of intelligence, knowledge, information, data, control, etc. throughout the deployment, which may also include non-IoT systems. User Domain. This domain represents functions and interfaces, such as human-machine interfaces, HMIs, with which the end user interacts and allows users to access IoT services, including information on how to use them. The users subscribe and receive the application domain services through the interfaces. User Domain. This domain represents functions and interfaces, such as human-machine interfaces, HMIs, with which the end user interacts and allows users to access IoT services, including information on how to use them. The users subscribe and receive the application domain services through the interfaces. Security. The security functions ensure that information exchange occurs with confidentiality, integrity, and availability, CIA, and reliability. Security policies are an integral function of system design, as they further affect functions such as system configuration, policy, software and firmware updates, and other life cycle management operations. Security. The security functions ensure that information exchange occurs with confidentiality, integrity, and availability, CIA, and reliability. Security policies are an integral function of system design, as they further affect functions such as system configuration, policy, software and firmware updates, and other life cycle management operations. Safety and reliance. This function is closely related to the security and fault tolerance of the system. IoT presents possibilities for autonomous operations such as self-healing, self-configuring, self-organizing, and self-protection by the deployed systems themselves. Such functions allow IoT systems to self-induce their safety and reliance. Safety and reliance. This function is closely related to the security and fault tolerance of the system. IoT presents possibilities for autonomous operations such as self-healing, self-configuring, self-organizing, and self-protection by the deployed systems themselves. Such functions allow IoT systems to self-induce their safety and reliance. Trust and privacy. Various stakeholders have various requirements related to the trust and privacy functionalities represented in an IoT system. Privacy is achieved by protecting sensed and transmitted data using APIs and portals needed for monitoring, information resource interchange, HMI, etc. By protecting the confidentiality of the data and validating them, trust is established, which can be further enhanced with reputation-based approaches. Trust and privacy. Various stakeholders have various requirements related to the trust and privacy functionalities represented in an IoT system. Privacy is achieved by protecting sensed and transmitted data using APIs and portals needed for monitoring, information resource interchange, HMI, etc. By protecting the confidentiality of the data and validating them, trust is established, which can be further enhanced with reputation-based approaches. Connectivity. IoT systems engage heterogeneous networks based on use cases and thus varied network-enabled capabilities. Such a heterogeneous integration of IoT components belonging to different networks or using different technologies is needed to achieve seamless connectivity across the deployed system. Connectivity. IoT systems engage heterogeneous networks based on use cases and thus varied network-enabled capabilities. Such a heterogeneous integration of IoT components belonging to different networks or using different technologies is needed to achieve seamless connectivity across the deployed system. Interoperability. Interoperability functions enable the exchange of IoT data with a common interpretation of the information. The syntactic interoperability of the IoT systems allows information exchange in a common data format overlaid on a common protocol to structure the data. Semantic interoperability, on the other hand, enables the correct common interpretation of the meaning of the symbols information in the messages. Interoperability. Interoperability functions enable the exchange of IoT data with a common interpretation of the information. The syntactic interoperability of the IoT systems allows information exchange in a common data format overlaid on a common protocol to structure the data. Semantic interoperability, on the other hand, enables the correct common interpretation of the meaning of the symbols information in the messages. Dynamic composition and automated interoperability. This domain provides a flexible service composition method, allowing for dynamic integration of IoT components at runtime. Such dynamic components, supported by the semantic interoperability of the information exchange, enable the building of adaptable services. Dynamic composition and automated interoperability. This domain provides a flexible service composition method, allowing for dynamic integration of IoT components at runtime. Such dynamic components, supported by the semantic interoperability of the information exchange, enable the building of adaptable services. 3.2 Deployment and integration of IoT in military. 3.2.1 General requirements. Processing of existing data. Sensors and embedded devices collect massive amounts of information, but data is often never processed or analyzed. As a result, most of the information is never used. Significant investments in infrastructure and analytical software are needed to transfer, store, and analyze the enormous volume of data generated by IoT devices. Without digital processing, the sheer volume of data is overwhelming, causing data overload, which hurts efficiency in operations rather than strengthening them. Processing of existing data. Sensors and embedded devices collect massive amounts of information, but data is often never processed or analyzed. As a result, most of the information is never used. Significant investments in infrastructure and analytical software are needed to transfer, store, and analyze the enormous volume of data generated by IoT devices. Without digital processing, the sheer volume of data is overwhelming, causing data overload, which hurts efficiency in operations rather than strengthening them. Increased automation. Fully IoT-enabled applications leverage sensors and digital analytics to generate automated responses. Current IoT-related technologies deployed by the military lack automation. Automating processes can significantly improve the efficiency of operations by reducing the number of humans needed to complete a task, limiting opportunities for human error, and improving reaction times. Current command and control systems often require a human being to analyze the data and convert them into a usable form manually. The dependency on manual processing can cause significant delays in getting important information to those who can act on it. It can also mean that important information is missed because a human analyst may not have the capacity to find, understand, and analyze all available data. This can lead to suboptimal or even wrong courses of action being proposed or incorrect decisions being made, resulting in stalled or failed missions or forcing commanders to make decisions without all the relevant data. Automation of equipment and vehicles extends the reach of cyber threats into the physical domain, allowing them to go beyond disrupting systems and causing confusion to inducing physical damage. Many military leaders are wary of putting the lives of soldiers in the hands of computers and prefer to have analog and manual backup options in case technology fails. This cautiousness raises issues for the adoption of IoT, which often generates efficiencies by reducing the role of humans in processes to leverage the speed and accuracy of digital systems. Increased automation. Fully IoT-enabled applications leverage sensors and digital analytics to generate automated responses. Current IoT-related technologies deployed by the military lack automation. Automating processes can significantly improve the efficiency of operations by reducing the number of humans needed to complete a task, limiting opportunities for human error, and improving reaction times. Current command and control systems often require a human being to analyze the data and convert them into a usable form manually. The dependency on manual processing can cause significant delays in getting important information to those who can act on it. It can also mean that important information is missed because a human analyst may not have the capacity to find, understand, and analyze all available data. This can lead to suboptimal or even wrong courses of action being proposed or incorrect decisions being made, resulting in stalled or failed missions or forcing commanders to make decisions without all the relevant data. Automation of equipment and vehicles extends the reach of cyber threats into the physical domain, allowing them to go beyond disrupting systems and causing confusion to inducing physical damage. Many military leaders are wary of putting the lives of soldiers in the hands of computers and prefer to have analog and manual backup options in case technology fails. This cautiousness raises issues for the adoption of IoT, which often generates efficiencies by reducing the role of humans in processes to leverage the speed and accuracy of digital systems. Device and network security. One of the best ways to improve the security of complex networks is to limit the number of nodes that an attacker can access from any given entry point. However, this approach to secure network architecture is fundamentally at odds with the IoT, which generates much of its value from the integration of systems and data. Traditional approaches to security, such as compartmentalized architecture, advanced encryption, and multiple authentication, can slow down or prevent data exchange between devices and systems on the network, require more computing power on devices to decrypt data or authenticate them regularly, or require human input for authentication. Device and network security. One of the best ways to improve the security of complex networks is to limit the number of nodes that an attacker can access from any given entry point. However, this approach to secure network architecture is fundamentally at odds with the IoT, which generates much of its value from the integration of systems and data. Traditional approaches to security, such as compartmentalized architecture, advanced encryption, and multiple authentication, can slow down or prevent data exchange between devices and systems on the network, require more computing power on devices to decrypt data or authenticate them regularly, or require human input for authentication. Electronic warfare. Adversaries can use relatively simple methods such as RF jamming to block these signals and render the devices unable to communicate with the backbone infrastructure. Wireless connections also increase the risk of exposing the positions of troops through RF emissions. Electronic warfare. Adversaries can use relatively simple methods such as RF jamming to block these signals and render the devices unable to communicate with the backbone infrastructure. Wireless connections also increase the risk of exposing the positions of troops through RF emissions. Interoperability. Many current military systems are designed to prioritize protection of need to know over responsibility to share. Leveraging the full value of IoT is about maximizing the number of nodes and connections in the data ecosystem, requiring a common set of standards, protocols, and security policies to allow systems to talk to each other. Interoperability. Many current military systems are designed to prioritize protection of need to know over responsibility to share. Leveraging the full value of IoT is about maximizing the number of nodes and connections in the data ecosystem, requiring a common set of standards, protocols, and security policies to allow systems to talk to each other. Capability development approach. In order to enable use of the IoT technology in military operations, it is important to focus on the full spectrum of doctrine, organization, training, materiel, leadership and education, personnel, facilities, and interoperability (DOTMLPFI), in particular including training, as well as organizational and doctrinal implications and impediments. For example, the commanders can struggle to understand how to apply new technologies to old challenges. Career service members who have established routines for decades to accomplish their mission may resist change. This effect is exacerbated by the mixed record of military IT systems, which promise impressive new capabilities and dramatic improvements in efficiency in theory, but are difficult to operate or have limited functionality in practice. Capability development approach. In order to enable use of the IoT technology in military operations, it is important to focus on the full spectrum of doctrine, organization, training, materiel, leadership and education, personnel, facilities, and interoperability (DOTMLPFI), in particular including training, as well as organizational and doctrinal implications and impediments. For example, the commanders can struggle to understand how to apply new technologies to old challenges. Career service members who have established routines for decades to accomplish their mission may resist change. This effect is exacerbated by the mixed record of military IT systems, which promise impressive new capabilities and dramatic improvements in efficiency in theory, but are difficult to operate or have limited functionality in practice. Condition-based maintenance. Allied military forces should retrofit their fleet of vehicles with sensors to monitor engine performance and part status, facilitating condition-based maintenance and on-demand ordering of parts and reducing unanticipated failures. Condition-based maintenance. Allied military forces should retrofit their fleet of vehicles with sensors to monitor engine performance and part status, facilitating condition-based maintenance and on-demand ordering of parts and reducing unanticipated failures. Real-time fleet management. Adopting IoT devices for real-time fleet management, including geolocation, status, fuel efficiency, and weight and cargo sensors, could reduce fuel costs and increase fleet utilization. Real-time fleet management. adopting IoT devices for real-time fleet management, including geolocation, status, fuel efficiency, and weight and cargo sensors, could reduce fuel costs and increase fleet utilization. Inventory management. The deployment of RFID tags and standardized barcodes to track individual supplies down to the tactical level can provide real-time supply chain visibility and allow the military to order parts and supplies on demand. Inventory management. The deployment of RFID tags and standardized barcodes to track individual supplies down to the tactical level can provide real-time supply chain visibility and allow the military to order parts and supplies on demand. Base management and energy efficiency. Smart thermostats reduce consumer heating and cooling costs and could also generate significant savings for defense organizations. Base management and energy efficiency. Smart thermostats reduce consumer heating and cooling costs and could also generate significant savings for defense organizations. Extend connectivity. The military should invest in resilient, flexible capabilities to extend internet connectivity in areas, including high-altitude communications relay platforms, nanosatellites, and where appropriate, piggybacking on commercial communications systems, such as low Earth orbit LEO constellations, e.g. Starlink 35 and 5G extend connectivity. The military should invest in resilient, flexible capabilities to extend internet connectivity in areas, including high-altitude communications relay platforms, nanosatellites, and where appropriate, piggybacking on commercial communications systems, such as low Earth orbit LEO constellations, e.g. Starlink 35 and 5G common security overlays for COTS devices and applications. The military should invest in developing and applying new security techniques to commercial, off-the-shelf COTS devices and applications, including those hosted in the cloud, focusing on investing in scalable security measures instead of securing individual systems. Common security overlays for COTS devices and applications. The military should invest in developing and applying new security techniques to commercial, off-the-shelf COTS devices and applications, including those hosted in the cloud, focusing on investing in scalable security measures instead of securing individual systems. Develop common standards and protocols. The key to delivering IoT capabilities is a suite of common standards and protocols that will enable the integration of new IoT devices into military CIS and leverage existing systems in innovative ways. Develop common standards and protocols. The key to delivering IoT capabilities is a suite of common standards and protocols that will enable the integration of new IoT devices into military CIS and leverage existing systems in innovative ways. Pursue innovative ways to access innovation. The military should adopt commercial best practices for technology development and procurement to enable enhanced collaboration with the private sector to field, maintain, and update IoT systems quickly with the technologies. The military needs to engage with the tech community to identify how COTS IoT solutions can enhance military missions rather than solely relying on custom solutions built to predetermined requirements. Pursue innovative ways to access innovation. The military should adopt commercial best practices for technology development and procurement to enable enhanced collaboration with the private sector to field, maintain, and update IoT systems quickly with the technologies. The military needs to engage with the tech community to identify how COTS IoT solutions can enhance military missions rather than solely relying on custom solutions built to predetermined requirements. Technology Testbed. NATO with its member and partner nations should consider creating a collaborative technology testbed and a live training environment to identify and experiment with technologies that could transform the way the military accomplishes its mission, and to serve as a link between military personnel and technology developers. Technology Testbed. NATO with its member and partner nations should consider creating a collaborative technology testbed and a live training environment to identify and experiment with technologies that could transform the way the military accomplishes its mission, and to serve as a link between military personnel and technology developers. Adopt Agile Development, Security and Operations, SecOps. Commercial companies commonly use Agile software development, which emphasizes constant bilateral communication between users and developers. SecOps describes how to continuously deploy code through the use of modern tools and automated processes, with specific focus on security assurance. Continuous integration and continuous delivery encourage and support frequent code check-in, version control, test automation, continuous low-risk releases, and feedback, often through a number of electronic tools. These methodologies allow for frequent adjustments and updates to requirements and capabilities, in contrast to traditional military contracts that emphasize formal reporting and bureaucratic oversight. Adopt Agile Development, Security and Operations, SecOps. Commercial companies commonly use Agile software development, which emphasizes constant bilateral communication between users and developers. SecOps describes how to continuously deploy code through the use of modern tools and automated processes, with specific focus on security assurance. Continuous integration and continuous delivery encourage and support frequent code check-in, version control, test automation, continuous low-risk releases, and feedback, often through a number of electronic tools. These methodologies allow for frequent adjustments and updates to requirements and capabilities, in contrast to traditional military contracts that emphasize formal reporting and bureaucratic oversight. Platform as a service. Where possible, the military should contract with private providers to deliver web-based services without building and maintaining them themselves, thereby creating a more flexible framework for the provider to adjust systems to accommodate military requirements and update systems with the capabilities. Platform as a service. Where possible, the military should contract with private providers to deliver web-based services without building and maintaining them themselves, thereby creating a more flexible framework for the provider to adjust systems to accommodate military requirements and update systems with the capabilities. 322 Technical Challenges. Military environments pose unique challenges concerning resource limitations, especially concerning communications, and also in terms of computation and power. Most military networks, especially those that support deployed dismounted soldiers operating in a battlefield environment, often called tactical networks, do not rely on existing communications systems, e.g. LTE, 5G, etc., that require any centralized or pre-existing capabilities. Instead, for security and purposes, they operate in a decentralized fashion, typically using the limited communications resources they have brought with them. Many of these systems use mobile ad networks, MANETs, and operate in a potentially adversarial context subject to interference and jamming. The result is that these networks tend to have limited bandwidth and unreliable connectivity, and exhibit high or variable latency. Furthermore, for security purposes, these networks are secured and isolated without any connectivity to the commercial internet. Typically, their connectivity extends only through their command hierarchy, e.g., to a military operations center. Strawman deployment architecture for IoT in the military domain. For successful deployment of IoT within the military environment, the challenges discussed in the following subsections should be considered and addressed. 322.1 Decentralized infrastructures for data analytics. Cloud computing represents a key enabling technology for future IoT applications. Most solutions advocated so far follow the traditional centralized cloud approach, in which every single instance of raw data generated by the IoT is transmitted to the cloud for analysis. Operating on a large amount of IoT input data, which is typically augmented, e.g. using open data, is an approach that is potentially, but not necessarily, capable of highlighting non-trivial correlations, patterns, or anomalies in the data. However, the centralized cloud approach also has several drawbacks regarding time and resource requirements. The transmission of raw data from the IoT to the cloud considerably strains the typically wireless network infrastructure. Additionally, the processing phase for such a large amount of data represents a complex and computationally expensive procedure, which typically utilizes sophisticated big data methodologies and tools. Finally, a non-negligible delay exists between the time of IoT data generation and when the results of the analysis are available. These aspects can be of critical importance in military Internet of Things (MIoT) scenarios. For MIoT technology to be viable in dynamic battlefield environments, large-scale data ingestion and analysis must be carried out in near real time. Here, military-specific challenges come from time constraints on data analysis and potential connectivity challenges. One of the luxuries of the commercial IoT environment is ubiquitous connectivity, and the ability to rely on large, centralized cloud data centers. Even in the presence of cellular or wireless networks, once the device reaches a base station or an access point, the connectivity is ubiquitous, making it straightforward for any IoT device to reach a cloud-based resource. As a result, most IoT devices rely on uploading the bulk of their data to a cloud, typically owned or managed by the device provider. This architecture allows the provider to essentially take ownership of the data, process them as required, and disseminate the results to the consumer, while, at the same time, potentially exploiting other commercial opportunities for the data. However, as mentioned earlier, most battlefield environments rely on tactical wireless networks, and any approach that requires a centralized cloud-based infrastructure is not likely to work effectively. Tactical networks are often limited in bandwidth, and the available bandwidth is carefully allocated to service various mission-critical data exchanges. Furthermore, connectivity is not as ubiquitous as in the commercial environment. Even if a device has a high bandwidth link to a local resource, it is not likely that all devices will be able to have good connectivity to the same cloud-based platform. Therefore, a challenge still to be addressed is developing a decentralized infrastructure to support IoT on the battlefield. Decentralizing computational resources by simply creating multiple and local, small clouds or cloudlets is insufficient if the overall approach is still to send raw data from IoT devices to a local cloud for processing, since bandwidth is perhaps one of the most precious resources in a tactical network environment. 3222 Limited network access. In addition to the challenge of limited bandwidth, military networks are severely limited by frequent disconnections, partitioning, and fluctuations in radio channel conditions. This can result in variations in sensor availability and constraints on sensor usage that are not as apparent in commercial settings. For example, very simple sensor devices may not function as designed if they have limited local storage and processing, and rely on offloading their data to or via a gateway continuously. They may not be able to periodically reach their gateway, or the gateway itself may be unable to reach other parts of the network infrastructure. Hence, architectures must be carefully designed to avoid data loss, for example, by supporting patterns such as disruption-tolerant networking 30, which introduces additional complexities, especially for simple IoT devices 39. Finally, military networks are also purposefully isolated from the commercial internet, potentially causing additional complications in the deployment of software updates and security fixes. Most IoT devices often provide a mechanism to update their firmware by downloading it from a gateway, which in turn is connected to the internet. This is not feasible in a partitioned and isolated network, and military networks must find other mechanisms, or the result will be IoT devices that are vulnerable to identified security exploits in the commercial world. 3223 Interoperability. Given the variety of functions served by military hardware, adequate interoperability among devices is often not achieved. This problem potentially increases when integrating devices across coalition partners, i.e., between the United States, US, United Kingdom, UK, and European Union, EU, or incorporating potentially useful devices in an area of operations, AG. Like those in a smart city deployment. One of the most popular approaches to improve interoperability is to utilize service-oriented architectures, SOAs. SOAs typically exploit well-defined interfaces and common messaging protocols to expose their capabilities and dynamically share information between multiple services. SOAs are particularly attractive for rapidly and dynamically enabling interoperability through aspects such as service reuse, compatibility with dynamic workflows, and rapid configuration and reconfiguration. From the perspective of military systems, SOAs in the tactical domain aim to address interoperability challenges specific to command, control, communications, computers for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, C4ISR, and hence are well suited to the interoperability needs of MIoT. In addition, SOAs could also help leverage commercial IoT capabilities, which tend to be primarily SOA and cloud-based. In comparing IoT systems, and more broadly, SOA, from military and commercial perspectives, many unique challenges exist in the military infrastructure to threaten system interoperability. First, both military computers and sensor networks will have a longer service life than their commercial counterparts 7, resulting in a greater need to maintain support for legacy devices and protocols. Additionally, the use of different hardware designs and data standards can affect cohesion in MIoT infrastructures, leading to stovepiped systems. 42. 3224 Trust and Security. Trust and security are additional considerations for developing military applications of IoT from a command perspective. Equipment failures can compromise both intelligence gathering and planned operations. Additionally, military equipment can be subject to sabotage or compromise by adversary activities, resulting in service interruptions or propagation of misinformation. 3841. Confidentiality, ensuring that sensitive data is only accessible by authorized objects, e.g., by authorized users, and kept out of the reach of unauthorized objects. Security mechanisms such as usernames, passwords, access control lists, and encryption can be used to implement confidentiality. Additionally, it is common to categorize the data depending on the damage that could occur if it falls into the wrong hands. Confidentiality, ensuring that sensitive data is only accessible by authorized objects, e.g., by authorized users, and kept out of the reach of unauthorized objects. Security mechanisms such as usernames, passwords, access control lists, and encryption can be used to implement confidentiality. Additionally, it is common to categorize the data depending on the damage that could occur if it falls into the wrong hands. Integrity, ensuring that data remains in a format that is true and consistent with its original purpose. The recipient must receive the data that he was supposed to receive in an unchanged form, as generated by the author. Only authorized persons can edit the data, and it must remain in its original state. Security mechanisms such as data encryption and determining the value of the hash function can be utilized to implement integrity. Finally, note that changes in data can also occur due to electromagnetic pulse, EMP, or server failure. Integrity, ensuring that data remains in a format that is true and consistent with its original purpose. The recipient must receive the data that he was supposed to receive in an unchanged form, as generated by the author. Only authorized persons can edit the data, and it must remain in its original state. Security mechanisms such as data encryption and determining the value of the hash function can be utilized to implement integrity. Finally, note that changes in data can also occur due to electromagnetic pulse, EMP, or server failure. Availability, ensuring that data and other resources are available to those who need them. Methods such as hardware maintenance, patching software, and network optimization can be used to implement availability. Additionally, mechanisms such as redundancy, failover, redundant array of independent disks, RAID constructions, and high availability clusters are utilized to mitigate serious consequences in the event of hardware problems. Finally, specialized hardware solutions can protect against downtime and inability to access data due to malicious actions, such as denial of service (DoS) attacks. Availability, ensuring that data and other resources are available to those who need them. Methods such as hardware maintenance, patching software, and network optimization can be used to implement availability. Additionally, mechanisms such as redundancy, failover, redundant array of independent disks, RAID constructions, and high availability clusters are utilized to mitigate serious consequences in the event of hardware problems. Finally, specialized hardware solutions can protect against downtime and inability to access data due to malicious actions, such as denial of service (DoS) attacks. Trust is a much more context-dependent concept than confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The need to trust is caused by incomplete information, and in this respect, is related to risk management. Therefore, trust can be defined as the willingness of one party to take a risk based on a subjective belief that another party will exhibit expected behavior under uncertainty due to conflicting or incomplete evidence. 6. This willingness usually depends on a given situation and is often based on an assessment of previous experience with a specific counterpart. In the context of military applications of IoT, the typical situation that requires trust occurs when data obtained from sensors is is used to inform and influences the decision process 19. This is due to the fact that it is generally impossible to provide guarantees about the accuracy and reliability of the sensor data obtained. This particularly applies to federated environments, such as civil-military cooperation, CIMIC. Trust can be increased if the originator of the sensor data or the actuator commands can be properly identified and authenticated, so that trust in data can be bound to the trustworthiness of its origin. This requires the implementation of appropriate authentication and identity management mechanisms within the MIoT 3225 sensor and device utilization. Constraints on power are one of the perennial problems in a battlefield context. Unlike in a commercial environment, connecting sensors and other IoT devices to stable power sources is not always possible. It is also not easy to recharge them periodically, as commercial device users often do. In the military domain, IoT sensors and devices are likely to be powered by batteries or perhaps solar power. In either case, the expectation is that the devices will last for extended periods of time, or at least for the duration of the mission. Therefore, sensors and devices need to use power efficiently, and the system user needs to use the devices judiciously. For example, a solar-powered device may have a relatively short duty cycle before recharging. Similarly, it is often impractical to swap batteries in deployed devices. Even in the case of body-worn devices, it is impractical to expect soldiers to carry extra batteries in addition to their current equipment, which implies that the system must be aware of and manage the demands placed on those devices. Furthermore, military equipment will usually need to be designed to operate in more extreme environmental conditions than commercial equivalents, as outlined in MIL STD 810G40. It is reasonable to expect that the need of military devices may impose constraints on their operational capabilities, e.g., power cell size or transmission capability. 3226 Integration of civilian IoT with the existing military systems. An interoperable architecture must be developed to integrate civilian commercial IoT systems and military environments successfully. In particular, the architecture must address the challenges outlined in the previous section to enable soldiers operating in the military domain to deploy commercial IoT systems. In another use case, the architecture must allow soldiers to tap into existing information sources in the civilian IoT domain, such as a smart city. Sector 2.2 and integrate those sources and potentially devices into the military communications architecture and information space. To integrate commercial IoT-based devices or civilian IoT information sources into the military communications and information domain, the Information Systems Technology IST 147 group proposed a high-level architecture, as described in 13. The architecture accounts for the common key aspects of existing architectures identified in SECT 3.1. Most importantly, it accounts for separating the device and network infrastructure domains and the interconnection of both using gateway components. A complete translation and transformation of the military ICT infrastructure to civilian or open IoT architectures is technically and operationally unfeasible. As a result, any such IoT integration needs the gateway concept. Furthermore, these gateways would allow the reuse of existing heterogeneous military standards to interface with the new military IoT domain. High-level MIoT architecture. Level 1, sensors collect raw data at this level. These data may be in a standardized format, but depending on the sensor, they may also be in a proprietary format, complicating the process of utilizing the information. Figure 3.12 Data Integration Architecture. According to 18. Data Integration Architecture. According to 18. Level 2, the data collected at Level 1 is processed here using various algorithms. Level 2, the data collected at Level 1 is processed here using various algorithms. Level 3, various data sources are integrated and reasoned over at this level, using technologies such as the semantic web. Level 3, various data sources are integrated and reasoned over at this level, using technologies such as the semantic web. Level 4, Level 3 data is used to generate alerts, control actuators, or issue commands to integrated devices. Such alerts can also be sent to recipient devices of interested partners in smart city infrastructure. Examples of such partners are city citizens, third-party service providers, and city administrative units. Level 4, Level 3 data is used to generate alerts, control actuators, or issue commands to integrated devices. Such alerts can also be sent to recipient devices of interested partners in smart city infrastructure. Examples of such partners are city citizens, third-party service providers, and city administrative units. The left side of Fig. 3.12 illustrates how systems in the military domain can utilize the information from the smart city domain. The figure shows that information can be obtained through gateways, which can be located on level 1, 3, or 4, depending on the type of information needed. In general, obtaining information at lower levels means more processing must be done by systems within the military domain, whereas the higher levels provide processed information. As a first step toward a proof of concept, POSI implementation of this architecture, we have started at the bottom, investigating how to obtain data on level 1. 1. Which architectural approach should the sensor system take? The approach must enable a network of sensors that not only allows for raw sensor data sharing level 1 gateway, but also supports higher-level functionality, such as data processing. The latter will enable information sharing at levels 3 and 4 later. Which architectural approach should the sensor system take? The approach must enable a network of sensors that not only allows for raw sensor data sharing level 1 gateway, but also supports higher-level functionality, such as data processing. The latter will enable information sharing at levels 3 and 4 later. 2. How can sensors be discovered? Not being a normal part of the smart city infrastructure, the military must be able to discover available sensors in order to retrieve the data. How can sensors be discovered? Not being a normal part of the smart city infrastructure, the military must be able to discover available sensors in order to retrieve the data. 3. How can sensors be described? Once the available sensors are discovered, each sensor needs an overall description to assess its capabilities and characteristics. How can sensors be described? Once the available sensors are discovered, each sensor needs an overall description to assess its capabilities and characteristics. 4. How can sensor data be retrieved? Fetching data from a sensor requires an application programming interface, API, for the sensor. How can sensor data be retrieved? Fetching data from a sensor requires an application programming interface, API, for the sensor. We address these 4 key questions in Chap. 5. But first, we discuss alternative approaches for sensor systems integration and identify the most suitable approach in our scenario. Following this discussion, Sect. 4.5 provides details on questions 2 and 3. We investigate how to describe sensors in a standardized and machine-readable way, and how to share information about sensor services to discover them automatically and assess their capabilities. This is accomplished by identifying existing standards that support this functionality, and then describing how to use these standards to ensure interoperable discovery between sensors and information consumers. After discovering the sensors, we also need to support information retrieval, where information consumers access the data offered by the sensors directly or after data processing. To support as many sensors and consumers as possible, it is essential to leverage best practices for performing information exchange in large-scale distributed systems. A common approach in modern systems is to use representational state transfer (REST) 16 APIs, which are widely supported by both commercial sensor systems and potential consumer devices, such as smartphones. Section further discusses how this approach can support information retrieval from the sensor systems. As discussed in 28, fog computing should be considered an intermediate layer between sensors and end systems. 3.3 Generic architecture of the M-IoT, the overall structure of IoT for military application 44. We also assume that the MIoT area of interest comprises a large number of self-organized sensor nodes. Sensor nodes usually consist of various physical sensors that gather environmental data or executive elements, a processing the data, and a wireless interface to communicate with other nodes. Structure of a sensor nodes cluster 44. Layered MIoT architecture reference model. Perception and actuation layer, the lowest layer presented in Fig. 3.15 is related to the physical IoT sensor actuator nodes. The primary goal of this layer is to obtain real-time sensed data from the environment of each sensor node, including RFID tags, 5G warfighters' phones, military sensors, GPS, RFID sensors, devices embedded with sensors, etc. It consists of devices with low to moderate computing and communication capability. These devices are usually battery-operated and typically receive data from the environment, perform local processing on the data, and then transmit the result to gateways or physically controlled objects. We can expect this layer to be composed of many self-organized sensor devices that work in collaboration and relay messages to the gateway's base stations. Sensor devices usually consist of several physical sensors that gather environmental data, that processes the data, and a radio interface that communicates with other nodes. At present, it is not clear what devices or platforms will be part of the military Internet of Things, but almost certainly they will include UAV, UGV, unattended stationary or mobile sensors networks, unattended ground sensor UGS, infantry vehicles, individual soldier equipment sensors that monitor the vital functions of the warfighter, e.g. electrocardiogram, ECG, heart rate, respiration rate, and skin temperature, helmets with built-in sensors to help diagnose brain injuries, and wearable computer technologies. The perception layer may be divided into data acquisition and short-range wireless transmission parts. The data acquisition portion collects information using RFID, sensors, and other technologies. Short-range wireless communication, SRWC, concentrates the intercommunication of information on a small scale, for example, in the case of individual dismounted soldier sensors. An example solution using SRWC would be the WBANs used in civilian health care systems. In military applications, WBANs could be intelligent wireless monitoring systems consisting of wearable and implantable computing devices on or in the body of the warfighter. The purpose of this layer is to transmit the information received from the perception layer to any particular information processing system using existing military communication networks, including access networks, 5G, Wi-Fi, ad networks, etc. Or core networks, internet, intranet. The communication layer comprises devices, routers, signal transceivers, etc. Responsible for reliable data transmission. The communication layer combines the information received from various devices into a heterogeneous network to classify and transport the collected data and information. This layer can help heterogeneous networks access the Internet, Next-Generation Internet, NGI, ubiquitously through a wide range of wireless links, including LoRa, Wi-Fi, Zigbee, Worldwide Interoperability for Microwave Access, MAX, Global System for Mobile Communications, GSM, and satellite. In the military domain, there is considerable heterogeneity among the communication technologies that transmit data between communicating entities. Additionally, communication technologies not commonly used in the civil domain, such as very high-frequency VHF, high-frequency HF, ultra-high-frequency UHF, or satellite communication, are used within the military domain, resulting in network characteristics that strongly differ from conventional wireless communication. The network layer is the core transport network to load information transmission and provides a base transmission network for a wide range of applications and services. The primary goal of data management is to effectively process massive amounts of data and enable intelligent decision-making based on network behavior. The core of data management is automated processing technology, which can help implement massive data extraction, classification, filtering, identification, and data mining. However, intelligent processing is not enough to detect malicious information. Therefore, designing an effective trust and repudiation management mechanism is an important challenge for the data management layer in IoT services that comprise this layer include data storage, data computing, data search, system security, and application support. These services would typically be provided by middleware, usually based on the SOA approach. In the MIoT, middleware deployment is essential to allow the abstraction of heterogeneous network technologies used. Specialized fault-tolerant services required by MIoT must be identified, defined, and integrated into SOA. We believe that the perception and actuation and communication layers are where key reliability issues in the MIoT can occur. Furthermore, the perception layer is more vulnerable to an external attack, such as an external attack against a battery of wireless sensor networks (WSNs), which can also influence MIoT reliability. Therefore, establishing lightweight and effective intrusion detection and recovery mechanisms to improve system robustness is another important security problem. Meanwhile, establishing a trust and reputation model to evaluate suspicious node behavior can significantly reduce the influence of malicious nodes. Conventional intrusion detection methods need to be modified and improved for application to the IoT due to certain limitations, including resource-constrained devices, the limited memory and battery capacity of nodes, and specific protocol stacks. For example, a lightweight intrusion detection system, IDS, for anomaly detection in IoT proposed in 2017, aimed at detecting a common type of distributed denial of service (DDoS) attack. This work proposed a lightweight attack detection strategy that uses a supervised machine learning-based support vector machine, SVM, to detect an adversary that tries to inject unnecessary data into the IoT network. The proposed IDS focused on two prominent issues: the attribute of the receiving data to classify the signal and the machine learning-based classifier. An SVM-based classifier was utilized for classification purposes, with input given as 2 or 3 simple features. As discussed earlier, the MIoT reference architecture should also encompass security mechanisms, ensuring confidentiality, integrity, availability, and trustworthiness of IoT data. Some of the security challenges and possible solutions are discussed in Chaps 6 to 8. 3.4 Conclusions. The IoT architectural activities described above are mainly progressing independently, without any integration, with the exception of ETSI and 1M2M that work together successfully. Each effort defines IoT from a slightly different perspective and tries to address slightly different requirements. Not every architecture has the need for M2M communication, like P2413. On the other hand, some architectures focus only on M2M. There is still no leading standard architecture or organization. IOTA attempts to interconnect different approaches. However, it is currently a European project and may or may not be accepted worldwide. Lastly, although perhaps not as important, there is still no agreement on a precise definition of IoT. Several of the IoT architectures considered in SECT 3.1 pursue a similar concept of separation. In a typical deployment, one or more IoT device domains with direct M2M communications exist. It is also typical to have an infrastructural domain consisting of a core network and additional services, enabling the construction of IoT applications using the information gathered in the device domains. Device domains are sometimes connected to the infrastructural domain using dedicated gateways. The high-level architecture from ETSI SECT 3.1.1 defines the separation between the network domain and the device and gateway domain. Direct communication between IoT devices over an M2M area network is conceptually located in the device and gateway domain. An access network can establish a backhaul connection from the devices to an infrastructural core network residing within the network domain. In the ETSI architecture, M2M applications based on M2M service capabilities can be implemented at different levels and locations, either directly within a device at the gateway or within the network domain. A similar separation between communicating devices and the infrastructural network can be found in the IoT reference model described by the ITUT SECT 3.1.4. This model distinguishes between 4 layers: the device, network, service support, and application layer. Here, the devices and gateways conceptually reside at the device layer, whereas the infrastructural network, including transport capabilities, is located at the network layer. Most of these commercial IoT architectures also assume the existence of an enterprise cloud at the back end, as well as a reliable high-bandwidth communications network that connects the gateways, or sometimes the IoT devices themselves, to this enterprise cloud. Although communications within the device domain may be limited, e.g., using low-power long-range standards such as LoRa, Narrowband IoT, and BIoT, Bluetooth, Z-Wave, etc., the gateways themselves connect to the enterprise cloud via the commercial internet or some other high-speed link, e.g., LTE, 5G, satellite communications, SATCOM. Furthermore, the enterprise cloud is not resource-constrained and is assumed to provide the necessary scalability for data storage and processing to support the desired IoT user-facing applications. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1K That Internet of Things Thing. RFID Journal 22, 97 114 2009. 2 Basa 8 MMT Van RSS. Enabling Things to Talk, Designing IoT Solutions with the IoT Architectural Reference Model. Springer, Berlin, 2013. 3 MMNFC Loof JDC SAAMJJ Salinas A D15 Final Architectural Reference Model for the IoT v30. Project Deliverable IoTA 2013. 4 Bluetooth Special Interest Group, Bluetooth Special Interest Group website. Bluetooth Com5 CAN in Automation Group, Canon Automation Group website. Can Org About a 6 JHKS, a survey on trust modeling. ACIM 48-2-2015. Org 10-11452-815595. 7E Commercial Off-the-Shelf COTS, a challenge to military equipment reliability. In Proceedings of the Annual Reliability and Maintainability Symposium. 7/12/2016. 8 Eclipse IoT Working Group, website. Eclipse Org 9 Eclipse IoT Working Group, the 3 software stacks required for IoT architectures, 2016. Eclipse Org Community Resources White Papers Architectures 10 Eclipse IoT Working Group, Open Source Software for Industry 4. White Paper Eclipse 2017. Eclipse Org Community Resources White Papers Industry 4011 European Commission, Internet of Things Architecture Project Information. Cordes Europa Project 95713N. 12 European Telecommunications Standard Institute ETSI website. Org 13 European Telecommunications Standard Institute ETSI, Machine-to-Machine Communications M2M, Functional Architecture Technical Specification ETSI TS 100-2690, V211 2013. 14 European Telecommunications Standard Institute ETSI, Machine-to-Machine Communications M2M, M2M Service Requirements Technical Specification ETSI TS 100-2689, V211 2013. 15 European Telecommunications Standard Institute ETSI, Machine-to-Machine Communications M2M, MLA, DLA, and MLD Interfaces Technical Specification ETSI TS 100-921, V211 2013. 16 Fielding, R. Architectural Styles and the Design of Network-Based Software Architectures. Doctoral dissertation, University of California, Irvine 2000. 17 OFF MAGV, Semantic Web Services, Our Approach. In IADIS International Conference, www Internet. 169 180. IADIS 2009. 18 Gower A. B. Par G. Clean S. Smart City Architecture and its Applications Based on IoT Proc. 52 1089 1094, 2015. The 6th International Conference on Ambient Systems, Networks and Technologies, ANT 2015, the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Energy Information Technology, SCIT 2015. 19 JJM, a trust-based situation awareness system for military applications of the Internet of Things. In 2015 IAAE Second World Forum on Internet of Things, WFIoT. 494-95, 2015. Org 101109 WFIoT 20-1573899103. 20 IAIAP 2413, Report from April 2016 WG Meeting 2016. 21 IAIAP 2413, IEEE Draft Standard for an Architectural Framework for the Internet of Things, IoT. IAIEP 2413D045, December 2018. 1264, 2018. 22 IAIE Working Group P2413, Standard for an Architectural Framework for the Internet of Things. Grouper Org Groups 241323, International Organization for Standardization, ISO, website. ISO.org. 24 ISO IEC JTC 1 SC41 Technical Committee, Internet of Things IoT Reference Architecture 2018. 25 ITUT website. 26 ITUT, Recommendation ITUT Y2060-62012, Overview of the Internet of Things. Tech Rep. ITU 2012. 27 SUSVI, toward a lightweight intrusion detection system for the Internet of Things. IAAE Access 7, 42454-2471, 2019. Org 101109, Access 201929079665. 28 FTTH MR Lund K. DA, using open standards for utilizing IoT sensors in a smart city scenario. In International Command and Control Research and Technology Symposium, ICCRTS, 2018. 29 Org website. Org N for Professionals 30-man, AS, Delay and Disruption Tolerant Networking. IAIE. 136, 8287, 2009. Org 101109, Mike 2009, 127. 31 MQTT.org, MQTT.org website. Org 32 1M2M Partners, 1M2M Published Specifications. 2M Org Technical Published Drafts. 33 1M2M Partners, 1M2M website. 2M Org 34 1M2M Partners Type 1, 1M2M Technical Specification TS0001, Functional Architecture V3120, 2018. 2M Org Technical Published Drafts. 35 OB-EJ, a techno-economic framework for satellite networks applied to low Earth orbit constellations, assessing OneWeb End. IEEE Access 9, 141,611-141625, 2021. Org 101109, Access 20213119634. 36 MCFT, a survey of applicability of military data model architectures for smart city data consumption aggregation. In IAIE Fourth World Forum on Internet of Things, 2018. 37 ZKC, the Constrained Application Protocol CoAP. Request for Comments RFC 7252 IATF 2014. 38 D Powers J Barron E Fox B L M, improving the cybersecurity of U.S. Air Force military systems throughout their life cycles. Tech Rep. RR1007AF, Rand Corporation, 2015. 39 NG C J Winkler RUR Hannah J L Watson S. Peer-to-peer communications for tactical environments, observations, requirements, and experiences. IAIE. Magazine 4810, 6069, 2010. Org 101109 MCOM2 01055946778. 40 United States Department of Defense, MIL STD 810G, Department of Defense Test Methods Standard for Environmental Engineering Considerations and Laboratory Tests. Army MIL Publications MIL 810G MIL 810G 2008. Access 19, 2021. 41 A. Dessous L. The Internet of Things, A Survey of Topics and Trends. Fronde. 17-2, 261-274, 2014. 42 D. Carter, W. Leveraging the Internet of Things for a More Efficient and Effective Military. Tech. Rep. Center for Strategic and International Studies, Washington, D.C., 2015. 43 D. Carter, W.A. Leveraging the Internet of Things for a More Efficient and Effective Military. And the 2015. 44 Z. J. P. Integrating some security and fault-tolerant techniques for military applications of Internet of Things. In 2016 IAAE Third World Forum on Internet of Things WFIoT. 117-122, 2016. Org 101109 WFIoT 20-167845507. 45 Alliance, Zigbee Alliance website. URL org46 Z-Wave Alliance, Z-Wave Alliance website. Z-Org accessed 10 Mar 2021. 4 Building blocks, sensing, actuating, and communicating. 4.1 Introduction. 4.2 Sensing Modalities Overview. 4.3 Actuation in C2 Systems. 4.4 Communications Technologies for Military Internet of Things, MIoT. 441 IoT Communications via LoRa. 442 Satellite Communications, SATCOM Solutions. 443 Janus. 444 5G and beyond. 445 Physical Layer Security through Directional Modulation. 4.5 Describing and Discovering IoT Assets and Services. 451 Describing IoT Assets. 452 Discovering Services. 4.6 Retrieving Sensor Data. 461 Pull API-based approaches. 462 Publish Subscribe approaches. 4.7 Conclusions. References. Keywords. 4.1 Introduction. Establish their fitness for use in specific operational settings. Establish their fitness for use in specific operational settings. Assess their capability to meet the needs of particular federated architectures. Assess their capability to meet the needs of particular federated architectures. Identify potential vulnerabilities to environmental adversary actions. Identify potential vulnerabilities to environmental adversary actions. This section provides an overview of IoT sensing, actuation, and communications technologies investigated in support of NATO IST 147 RTG activities. 4.2 Sensing Modalities Overview. Radio frequency RF sensing consists of direction finding of transmitters, intercepting and decoding transmissions, and radar processing for finding objects. As IoT edge processing increases, RF sensing, with its high processing requirements, becomes feasible. Common RF signals of interest for decoding include ADS-B for flight tracking and GPS for edge node location, and decoding RFID for military logistics and support operations. Table 4.1 Sensing Overview for the IoT Embedded Devices Sensor Domain Sensing Modes Types Processing Requirements Radio Frequency Spectrum Utilization. High Sample Rates Detection, Radar Finding Tracking, ADS-B, GPS Optical Object Detection, Image Recognition, High Sample Rates Detection, Computer Stereo Vision, Acoustic Speech Language, low to high sample rates detection, sonar finding environmental temperature. Low sample rates, humidity, pressure, medical, heart rate, low to medium sample rates, hearing aids, connected medical sensing overview for the IoT embedded devices. Sensor domain, sensing modes, types, processing requirements, radio frequency, spectrum utilization, high sample rates, object detection, radar, direction finding, flight tracking, ADS-B, GPS, optical, object detection, image recognition, high sample rates, distance detection, computer stereo vision, acoustic, speech language, low to high sample rates, object detection, sonar, direction finding, environmental, temperature, low sample rates, humidity, pressure, medical, heart rate, low to medium sample rates, connected hearing aids, other connected medical sensing. Optical sensing consists of object person detection and identification. In a military sense, this can be used in 1. A counter-UAV system for friendly or adversarial UAV recognition, or 2. Face recognition for security or entry verification. Optical sensing consists of object person detection and identification. In a military sense, this can be used in 1. A counter-UAV system for friendly or adversarial UAV recognition, or 2. Face recognition for security or entry verification. Acoustic sensing consists of direction finding, speaker recognition, language decoding, and sonar ultrasound for object detection. Many acoustic sensors are low cost and require significantly less processing capability than RF sensors to handle the common audio sample rates. In synthetic aperture applications, such as imaging of seabed mines from unmanned underwater vehicles, the data that need to be processed per processing cycle can be even higher, since multiple pings need to be combined to produce a single output. Acoustic sensing consists of direction finding, speaker recognition, language decoding, and sonar ultrasound for object detection. Many acoustic sensors are low cost and require significantly less processing capability than RF sensors to handle the common audio sample rates. In synthetic aperture applications, such as imaging of seabed mines from unmanned underwater vehicles, the data that need to be processed per processing cycle can be even higher, since multiple pings need to be combined to produce a single output. Environmental sensing consists of measuring temperature, humidity, and/or pressure. There are several low-cost sensors available capable of taking these measurements. From a military perspective, these readings may indicate localized regions of interest to investigate in the event of natural or man-made events. Environmental sensing consists of measuring temperature, humidity, and/or pressure. There are several low-cost sensors available capable of taking these measurements. From a military perspective, these readings may indicate localized regions of interest to investigate in the event of natural or man-made events. Medical sensing consists of human health devices. Examples of these devices include hearing aids and other medical monitoring devices worn or implanted. Typically, these devices require lower sampling rate devices when compared to radio frequency devices. Many civilian devices are connected to cellular phones and through the phones to the internet. From a military perspective, these readings, when combined from a large group, could indicate localized regions of interest to further investigate in the event of natural or man-made events. Medical sensing consists of human health devices. Examples of these devices include hearing aids and other medical monitoring devices worn or implanted. Typically, these devices require lower sampling rate devices when compared to radio frequency devices. Many civilian devices are connected to cellular phones and through the phones to the internet. From a military perspective, these readings, when combined from a large group, could indicate localized regions of interest to further investigate in the event of natural or man-made events. 4.3 Actuation in C2 systems. In parallel with advances in sensing technology, IoT-based actuators have seen continuous capability increases paired with cost reduction. Commercially available IoT actuators can vary significantly in capability and form factor, with many options available to address academic and industrial use cases. 28. A key advantage of IoT-based actuators over traditional variants lies in their potential to integrate with cyber-physical systems through appropriate network connectivity, enabling remote actuation coupled with features such as monitoring the state of actuators, conducting maintenance, and managing remote software updates. In the manufacturing and industry sector, the Industry 4 paradigm has advanced the concept of smart factories augmented with industrial IoT infrastructure. Under Industry 4, cyber-physical systems become a core component of the large-scale manufacturing process, automating and optimizing manufacturing and decision-making. 21. Actuator types, operation methods, and examples. Type of actuator. Operation method. Example: pneumatic actuators. Compressed air to generate. Smart pneumatic valves used in motion. Bottling industries. Hydraulic actuators. Liquid to generate motion. Hydraulic presses used in building. Aircraft. Electric actuators. External power source, such as a robots using linear actuator arms. Battery to generate motion. Thermal actuators. Heat source to generate motion. Overheating protection for opening flaps of HVAC systems. Single actuator systems, such as simple switches to turn on and off the lights at a smart base. Single actuator systems, such as simple switches to turn on and off the lights at a smart base. Multi-actuator systems, such as robot arms with multiple degrees of freedom to sort and load inventory at a logistics base. Multi-actuator systems, such as robot arms with multiple degrees of freedom to sort and load inventory at a logistics base. Composite systems with sensors and actuators, such as a land robot with a light detection and ranging LiDAR sensor surveying the environment and using electromechanical motors to drive around. Composite systems with sensors and actuators, such as a land robot with a light detection and ranging LiDAR sensor surveying the environment and using electromechanical motors to drive around. In addressing continued civilian IoT market growth, commercial manufacturers of IoT actuators have led the way in design improvement and cost reduction, as well as innovation of new capabilities and form factors. From a military perspective, commercial off-the-shelf COTS IoT actuators can address a variety of operational needs at a significantly lower cost than military-developed actuators. 40. By assessing particular mission needs, i.g., base perimeter defense and tactical operations support, militaries can selectively piggyback on COTS-based solutions and integrate them into their infrastructures. Assessing the usage of COTS IoT actuators in broader military infrastructures represents a key research objective in the emergent IoT-based Internet of Battlefield Things, IoBT, Paradigm 44. Below are a set of associated military use cases for IoT-based actuators. 1. Automating various tasks which typically require human intervention. Automating various tasks which typically require human intervention. 2. Reducing energy consumption. Reducing energy consumption. 3. Perimeter security and surveillance. Perimeter security and surveillance. 4. Rapid action and alerts in cases of attacks or mishaps. On-site rapid action and alerts in cases of attacks or mishaps on-site. To manage energy consumption, composite actuators equipped with weather and environment monitoring sensors and SOCs can help save energy by automatically turning on and off several devices, such as HVAC systems, using electromechanical actuators coupled with the sensing systems. In addition, smart electronic inverters can monitor energy usage at the base and switch between the electric grid and renewable sources deployed at the base, such as solar modules, to help keep electricity consumption from the grid down and even push electricity into the grid from solar farms. Similarly, for perimeter security and surveillance, COTS-based cameras running facial and object recognition algorithms can be integrated with automated gates to reduce the need for human intervention and attention at bases. In support of HADR operations, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR missions can be aided by COTS drones and land robots based on their capabilities in desired operational environments, e.g. cities and urban areas. As COTS-based robots become more popular and commercially accepted in the public domain, their associated costs have steadily decreased, while their capabilities have increased. Currently available COTS robots come with a growing variety of sensors and actuators, combined with increasingly powerful SOCs to handle computational requirements 9. Furthermore, commercial manufacturers are aligning on standards and conventions for the implementation and integration of drone hardware and software, allowing military forces to take advantage of these COTS capabilities and exploit them as systems, in cluster formations, or as complements to specialized military robots. Furthermore, COTS robots come with various connectivity and controller options that provide flexibility in both usage and deployment. With these design features, COTS robots can carry out missions in closed and compact environments to record video, radar, and LiDAR feeds, and transmit them back to the operations centers to support decision-making and planning. They can also deliver medical payloads and rations to injured people where conventional delivery methods do not work. An example of a COTS IoT drone conducting an ISR mission is presented in Chap. 1 Land-based systems, as featured in the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, Autonomous Land Vehicle ALV, Project 22 Land-based systems, as featured in the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, Autonomous Land Vehicle ALV, Project 22. 2 Air-based systems, including unmanned air vehicles, UAVs, such as Predator drones first introduced in the 1990s. 4 Air-based systems, including unmanned air vehicles, UAVs, such as Predator drones first introduced in the 1990s. 4. 3 Underwater systems, covering autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, first investigated by the University of New Hampshire Marine Systems Engineering Laboratory in the 1970s. 58 Underwater systems, covering autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, first investigated by the University of New Hampshire Marine Systems Engineering Laboratory in the 1970s. 58. Since their initial investigation in the 1970s, significant progress has been made in designing and operating autonomous vehicles in the military context. Technologies for automation have become cheaper and more accessible, enabling commercial IoT manufacturers to develop solutions for the autonomous vehicle domain based on IoT. COTS-based autonomous vehicles have previously demonstrated viability in supporting HADR operations, such as the UAVs and unmanned maritime vehicles, UMVs, deployed after the nuclear disaster 31. These autonomous platforms enabled surveillance and reporting on damaged reactor buildings, which were not possible to view through alternate means, such as satellites, and without putting human life in danger. By extension, such platforms would likely prove helpful for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear (CBRN) defense operations. UAV swarms have been increasingly used in both the civilian and military spheres. In particular, UAV swarms have drawn attention in the military domain. The use of UAV swarms with increased autonomy of its elements is of particular importance. It is expected that autonomous UAV swarms will become a key element of future military operations. Autonomous UAV swarms are crucial for future military operations and civilian applications. The obvious benefit of using UAV swarms is to increase the efficiency of operations, speed up their execution, and increase the probability of success. In the civilian sphere, UAV swarms most often perform tasks that include inspecting infrastructure, supporting site construction, all-SAR search and rescue type tasks, transporting goods, monitoring a designated area, supporting crops and agricultural areas, and countering and fighting the effects of natural disasters. Emerging new applications of UAV swarms include their involvement in the smart cities framework. Drones that are part of a swarm used as part of a smart city can perform various roles depending on the current situation and its needs. For example, it could be monitoring and reporting incidents on the road, including replacing police forces in some road control activities and supporting the infrastructure needed for a smart city. Drone swarms can also be used to build flying ad networks FANETs, which do not require ground infrastructure where the constructed network is to operate. This is a variant of mobile ad networks MANETs, which takes advantage of the characteristics of drones, particularly their mobility. A special type of UAV drone application supports search and rescue, or HADR operations. HADR operations are extremely challenging, and situational awareness is one of the most pressing requirements in the immediate aftermath of a disaster. UAV swarms equipped with sensors such as daylight and infrared cameras, infrared detectors, rangefinders, sensors for atmospheric conditions, contamination, etc. provide an essential platform for situational awareness. As part of rescue operations involving the military, drone swarms can indeed help in quickly obtaining situational awareness. They can also be used to establish ad networks over areas without dedicated infrastructure and in many other situations. Military applications include various types of reconnaissance and strike systems, search and rescue operations and med-type systems, systems for reconnaissance and interception of enemy drones in public spaces, and disruption of operating swarms with hostile intentions. Generally, a UAV swarm tasks are assigned to one of three categories: 8, organization in space, collective displacement, or collective action and decision-making. The tasks of the first group involve the swarm obtaining some spatial features. An example would be the desired distance between drones. Tasks in this category primarily include collection at a point, aggregation, dispersal, area coverage, and formation. The characteristic of these tasks is that the goal is to change the swarm itself. The collective displacement group includes all tasks involving avoiding obstacles or finding scattered objects. The most commonly considered tasks of this group in the literature are exploration, search, foraging, involving the collection of objects on the map, group navigation involving the formation and modification, if necessary, of an array heading in the direction chosen by the swarm, and group transportation involving the movement of objects, which requires the involvement of at least several UAVs for this purpose. The last group consists of tasks involving decision-making by swarm members regarding the entire swarm. Drones make decisions based on their perception of the environment and information obtained from other UAVs. Tasks in this category include consensus setting, involving an equal decision by the entire swarm, task assignment, involving assigning each drone in the swarm a certain sentence from a list of available sentences, determining the location of swarm elements, etc. Due to the nature and complexity of drone swarm systems, the design process is carried out in multiple stages, often through hierarchical functional decomposition at different levels of detail. 8. To increase its efficiency, it must be supported with computer tools. Strategies for cooperative control of multiple UAVs are usually divided into top-down and bottom-up. The top-down approach is mainly based on the hierarchical solution by decomposing the original problem into several and solving them through negotiation and cooperation between individual drones. The optimization algorithms used to solve include exact optimization algorithms and heuristic algorithms. Exact algorithms require huge computational resources and cannot be used dynamically during swarm operations. Several heuristic algorithms have recently been proposed that solve these problems with less effort. These algorithms reduce the computational effort, but are still computationally complex for online scheduling in dynamic environments with complex constraints. Because of the high computational workload and poor response time of top-down methods, bottom-up approaches 59 are most often used. In addition, the existing bottom-up approaches solve the problem of planning search and attack missions for a swarm UAV based on an intelligent, self-organized algorithm 59, by allowing consideration of such factors as 1. Limiting the maximum range of the UAV, and 2. Avoiding collisions between UAVs or between UAVs and obstacles. The proposed intelligent algorithms for the problem of planning search and attack missions using multiple UAVs take into account not only maneuverability limitations, collision avoidance limitations, and threat avoidance limitations, but also range limitations. Each UAV can detect the battlefield environment online and make decisions independently. Therefore, when a UAV joins or leaves the battlefield, existing UAVs can adjust their actions to realize the cooperation of multiple UAVs. 4.4 Communications Technologies for Military Internet of Things, MIoT. Range of various IoT communication technologies, based on 51. Classification of IoT communication technologies, based on 51. Deployment of IoT in more widespread areas, IG. In city or rural environments, also led to the development of two other categories of technologies based on cellular communications, e.g. in BIoT and long-term evolution machine-type communication, LTEM, and those based on specific modulation techniques that were designed for low power, low bandwidth, but long-range communications, Sigfox and long-range radio, LoRa. A good survey of the various communications, protocols, and options is provided in section IVB of 7. The IST-147 RTG had an opportunity to perform more extensive experimentation using LoRa as a communications technology for IoT devices. LoRa was selected as it was a protocol specifically designed to support IoT devices, and as such offered interesting properties in terms of long-range transmission and low power utilization. The group decided to investigate LoRa further as it seemed a promising technology that did not require pre-deployed infrastructure, such as LTEM and BIoT and Sigfox, and yet could be utilized for a variety of deployment scenarios such as large-scale sensor networks. A broader analysis of the applicability of fifth-generation cellular networks, 5G, technology to military scenarios involving IoT has been performed within the NATO STO IST RTG 187 on 5G technologies application to NATO Operations 61. 441 IoT communications via LoRa. LoRa is a physical layer protocol acquired by in 2012 in support of commercial IoT applications, with foundational research conducted in 2009 by TEN to address use cases, including automatic meter reading AMR. LoRa uses a spread spectrum modulation scheme, achieving long-range transmission with very low power. It is based on chirp spread spectrum CSS modulation, where the frequency increases or decreases with time, a technique also used in radar and sonar 56. The advantages of chirp modulation include a large link budget, resilience to interference, and resistance to effects. The LoRa modulation is patented and proprietary, though reverse engineering studies have been conducted. 2043. 4411 LoRa Basics. While LoRa transmission coverage in the range of 2.5 has been demonstrated in urban environments, 29 distances exceeding 10 have been achieved in open areas with established transmitter-to-receiver line of sight. To date, the longest established transmission range for LoRa was achieved in 2017 at 704 from a balloon at an altitude of 38.8, using a transmission power of 25 MW 14D49. LoRa radios are normally used in license-free industrial, scientific, medical ISM bands, which vary in frequency range according to region. At present, LoRa leverages the 868M and 433M bands in Europe, the 915M band in North America, and the 923M band in Asia. As a result, there can be a large variation in permitted frequencies and maximum transmission power among different countries. Bandwidth BW, corresponding to the width of the band occupied by the carrier signal. The chirp rate is defined in LoRa as equivalent to bandwidth, such that one chirp is transmitted per second per hertz. Bandwidth BW, corresponding to the width of the band occupied by the carrier signal. The chirp rate is defined in LoRa as equivalent to bandwidth, such that one chirp is transmitted per second per hertz. Spreading factor SF, defined as the base 2 logarithm of the number of chirps per symbol, such that each symbol is composed of 2 SF chirps. Higher SF values correspond to longer duration chirps, which are more robust to interference and can be transmitted at greater ranges. Table 4.3 provides a reference listing of SF values, associated chirps per symbol, and LoRa signal-to-noise ratio, SNR, thresholds. Lower value thresholds indicate greater robustness to interference. Table 4.3 LoRa spreading factor transmission properties. Spreading factor chirps, symbol LoRa demodulator SNR, 664 5 dB 712875 dB 82 5610 dB 9 51212 5 dB 101024 15 dB 11204817 5 dB 12409 dB low raw spreading factor transmission properties. Spreading factor. Chirp symbol. Low raw demodulator SNR. 64 5 dB 7 128 75 dB 8 256 10 dB 9 512 12 5 dB 10 1024 15 dB 11 2048 17 5 dB 12 4096 20 dB coding rate CR, which is applied toward forward error correction techniques used by LoRa to ensure transmission integrity. Coding rate CR, which is applied toward forward error correction techniques used by LoRa to ensure transmission integrity. Sample LoRa and corresponding transmission parameters. Bandwidth, nominal, K, spreading factor, coding rate, 7.8, 12, 4.5, 18, 10.4, 12, 4.5, 24, 15.6, 12, 4.5, 37, 20.8, 12, 4.5, 49, 31.2, 12, 4.5, 73, 41.7, 12, 4.5, 98, 62.5, 12, 4.5, 146, 125, 12, 4.5, 293, 250, 12, 4.5, 586, 500, 12, 4.5, 1172, 4412 LoRa networking protocols. LoRa defines the physical transmission layer, ready to be used for point-to-point communications or small star networks. More extensive networks can be built by combining LoRa with media access control, MAC layers. The most popular one is LoRaWAN, defined by LoRa Alliance 24, with other alternatives, including -7 from Haystack and SymphonyLink from LinkLab 623. While each LoRa networking protocol leverages LoRa at the Open Systems Interconnection, OSI, physical layer, they can differ significantly in higher layer implementations. These design variations can impact protocol properties such as latency, capacity, multi-hop network capability, and support for over-the-air firmware updates. The general drawback of using LoRa networking protocols is that they might limit the size of messages, the number of messages per day, available frequencies, or other capabilities. With LoRa, these are important considerations, as the total are very low. Hence, the user must compare different alternatives carefully and find the best solution for his or her specific needs. On the other hand, the benefit of using LoRa networking protocols is that they provide a standardized data format, and there are independent providers for products like sensor nodes and gateways. Using LoRa networking protocols makes it possible to connect many access points through a backbone network. Higher OSI layers supported over the networking protocol take care of the unique identification of clients, handover between different access points, any necessary changes in frequency, and cryptographic functions. Further, the client can change the access point depending on network traffic or when it is moving. If there is a regional or national third-party service provider, it is possible to use similar clients over a large geographic area. These services have a gateway from the LoRa network to the Internet, and standardized web interfaces can access the data. Existing telecommunications companies provide these services, and the community-based The Things network is also popular in many areas. 48. Typically, the maximum transmission time on one channel is limited, as indicated by the duty cycle limitation. The duty cycle is measured over 1 hour, can be 0.1%, 1%, or 10%, 3.6s, 36s, or 360s per hour, and varies between different areas and frequency bands. In some cases, radios with a listen before talk feature, to check channel availability before transmitting, can transmit for more extended periods of time on certain bands. However, the user must verify the rules for each country and frequency band. LoRa WAN system architecture. At the network edge, IoT devices use LoRa to directly send messages to one or more local gateways, which in turn are connected to a centralized network server. The result is a star-on-star network topology, where the network server and the gateways are the centers of the stars. The network server is responsible for handling duplicated packets coming from multiple gateways and selecting the best gateway through which to send packet acknowledgements and payloads to a specific end device whenever downlink communication is required. In addition, the network server performs security checks and can control some parameters of end devices, including data rate and transmission channel 25. In turn, application servers connect to the network server to send and receive payloads from end devices. LoRaWAN devices support up to 3 different classes of Operation 5. Class A is designed mainly for uplink transmissions, where devices remain in sleep mode until they have a packet to transmit and have a small downlink transmission window immediately after, achieving the greatest battery lifetime among classes of operation. Class B devices establish downlink reception windows by negotiating a ping interval for receivers to listen for incoming packets, providing a trade-off between battery efficiency and downlink packet delivery latency. Finally, Class C devices operate with their receivers always on, enabling gateways to perform downlink transmissions anytime except during uplink transmissions. The Class C operation mode is designed for devices directly connected to power supplies due to greater energy consumption by receiver operation. 4413 Developer Considerations. From the perspective of IoT infrastructure development, the benefits of using LoRa are simple structure, high payload efficiency, low protocol overhead, and high. Such features have resulted in the widespread adoption of LoRa in environments with varying degrees of local infrastructure development. For example, the WAZIUP EU Africa project has used LoRa to develop simple, low-cost IoT networks for deployment in African countries, addressing use cases that include environmental monitoring, agriculture management, and animal tracking. 54. Since 2012, has been marketing and licensing LoRa chipsets for use in commercial IoT devices. The core, which consists of 50K gates, can be easily integrated into existing radio devices. A standard serial peripheral interface, SPI 57, enables the transmission of data and control codes to and from these chips. Although first created the basic LoRa chipset implementation, they have licensed manufacturing to many other companies. Commercially available modules differ in details, such as the size of data buffers. The simple ones work on a single channel at a time, whereas the more expensive ones, intended for gateways, can operate on several channels simultaneously. The products made by HopeRF are popular for many inexpensive implementations and experimental projects. 16. It is easy to create simple single-channel gateways. However, real LoRaWAN gateways must always listen to a minimum of 8 channels simultaneously, as the protocol demands that they must be able to change channels during operation. To support software development with LoRa, several open-source C and C++ libraries have been created. 27, 39, which can be extended or modified as needed by a developer. 442 Satellite Communications, SATCOM solutions. Traditional SATCOM solutions have been bulky and designed for maritime use. However, with advances in error correction coding, signal processing, and transceiver design, newer SATCOM solutions have been produced that fit into smaller form factors for airborne platforms, including UAVs. With the advances commercializing the LEO satellite constellations, modern smartphones will soon be connected through satellites when out of range of cellular towers. There are several common commercial SATCOM systems used extensively today. The first group consists of satellite constellations in LEO. Iridium NEXT 32 is a low Earth orbit satellite system with a constellation of 66 satellites to provide full global coverage. Is a low Earth orbit satellite internet system with a significant number of operational satellites. Their satellite internet system has been used all over the world. The second group of commercial satellite constellations is in geosynchronous Earth orbit, GEO. Inmarsat is a geosynchronous orbit satellite system 12. However, because of its distance from Earth, it requires larger transceivers, and the latencies tend to be higher, making this a less desirable solution for UAVs. 2 is another satellite system in GEO, but with a smaller footprint coverage because it relies on a limited number of satellites. Satellite Internet Constellations Overview. Constellation. Number of. Transceiver. Name. Orbit. Satellites. Notes. Throughput. IST SpaceMobile. LEO. 1 experimental. Smartphone. 10. GIO. 1 operational. Compatible with transceivers. 26. 100. LEO. 25 operational. Transceiver ways. Low speed data. 7.6G, 0.27 Oz. Phone. Iridium NEXT. LEO. 76 operational. Transceiver weighs 30G up to 8. Global. LEO. 8 operational. Standard cellular phone. Low. 10 planned. Text messaging. O3B MPOWER. MEO. 6 operational. Large radome. Multiple. 11 planned. 1 web. LEO. 634 operational. 11.8. Nearly 200. OJ2. LEO. 12 operational. Size of credit card. Project. LEO. 3,236 planned. Portable antenna will be. Planned. 7 inches square and weigh 1. Up to 400. MEO. 640 planned. No details found. LEO. 4,500 launched. 2.9 6.4. 50 to 200. Without the included kickstand. 2. GIO. 1 operational. 23.2 51.3. 260. AST SpaceMobile has a direct-to-cellular phone satellite constellation in LEO, consisting of the BlueWalker 3 test satellite with plans to expand to a full constellation of Bluebird satellites. Transceivers for their satellite constellation are fully compatible with modern cellular smartphones from major vendors. AST SpaceMobile plans at least 20 operational satellites for their Bluebird constellation to cover the most attractive market areas. Entered the broadband internet service with its recent successful launch in 2023. Their service is expected to use 37.542 5G for the space to Earth downlink and 47.251 4G for the Earth to space uplink. In 2019, announced that will pair with equipment in the aircraft. Further analysis of transceivers will be presented in the subsection. Constellation consists of 25 LEO satellites for phone and low-speed data communications with coverage over land. A transmitter for low data asset tracking can weigh as little as 6G or 0.21 Oz. Their low data SD150M transmitter specifications list a low data rate device that weighs 7.6G or 0.27 Oz. The most promising transceiver on the market today is the Link, made by Thales. Dimensions are 32.11, 19.76, 6.07, with a payload weight of 3.2705479 pounds, making it small enough to fit in common UAV payload areas and below the weight limit for midsize UAVs. The vendor claims that his transceiver supports Iridium rates of 176 data and voice, and 708 download and 352 upload as of today. According to the vendor, the small transceivers from NAL Research are limited to 2.4 on Iridium Next. Provides transceivers that support Iridium for maritime platforms, but did not respond to a request for information on transceivers for UAVs. Cambridge consultants were reported to have developed the actual transceiver module that is used by Thales to achieve the Iridium data rates. This is not an end-user product, but could be a potential path to a lower size, weight, and power SWaP solution for a UAV. Recently, Iridium has announced the introduction of Iridium Messaging Transport, IMT, a two-way service optimized for small to moderate-sized messages sent over Iridium, and designed to make it easier to add satellite connections to IoT Systems 55. Global Constellation is currently the only proven and commercially licensed satellite direct-to-standard phone service supported by what they are calling satellite cell towers. Their constellation consists of 6 satellites with a plan for 10 in LEO. A standard cellular phone is the transceiver. A commercial iPhone 12 weighs 164 g or 5.78 Oz. O3b MPOWER is a satellite constellation in medium Earth orbit, MEO. It currently consists of 6 operational satellites launched between December 16, 2022 and November 12, 2023, with many more future launches planned. The MEO transceivers will be larger to achieve similar signal-to-noise ratio, SNR, as a LEO system. This is due to a larger power amplifier and receiver dish. OneWeb satellite constellation consists of 634 satellites as of May 20, 2023 in LEO. The first user-portable terminal was introduced around September 11, 2023. The Foldsat LEO transceiver is manufactured by Group and weighs 11.8. OG2 consists of 12 operational satellites out of a total of 18 launched satellites, with 5 retired and 1 failure in LEO. OG2 is the world-first commercial satellite network dedicated to IoT transceivers, have a footprint the size of a credit card. PDF OG2 OG ISAT satellite modems. Project is run by Systems LLC, which is a subsidiary of Amazon established in 2019. The first 2 prototype satellites were launched on October 6, 2023. The planned constellation includes 3,236 satellites in low Earth orbit LEO. As of March 2024, the project receivers feature a square antenna that is less than 11 inches in size and weighs less than 5 pounds. A portable antenna will be 7 inches square and weigh 1 pound with speeds maxing out at 100. The constellation, Sphere in English, is a Russian Federation effort to create an alternative to OneWeb and approximately 640 satellites are planned to be launched in the span of 6 years, from 2022 through 2028. Demo D satellite, constellation first internet satellite, launched into medium Earth orbit MEO at around 8,070 above Earth in October 2022. No details on size and weight were found on the D transceivers. The constellation consists of over 4,500 operational satellites operating in low Earth orbit, LEO. The standard transceiver consists of an electronic phased array weighing 2.9, 6.4 without the included kickstand or 3.2, 7 with the included kickstand. Additional transceivers use similar electronic phased array antenna technology, with the newer models having a slightly larger size or footprint. The smallest mini receiver was reported to be 11.4 inches by 9.8 inches, while the larger transceiver was reported to be 22.4 inches by 14.7 inches. The one constellation consists of 1 satellite in GEO. The 2 constellation consists of 1 satellite in GEO. Both constellations operate in the Ka band. The transceivers for this band have considerable weight and size to achieve a high throughput with the GEO satellites. For example, the GAT5510 terminal weighs 23.2, 51.3. Newer Inmarsat transceivers, which support global GX17 data rates, must support the Ka-band to achieve this higher capacity throughput compared to legacy transceivers, which operate on the L-band 60. The GX network consists of 3 satellite terminals in geosynchronous orbit. In addition, airborne terminals are available from JetWave. However, the JetWave terminal appears to exceed the common UAV payload weight limits and size dimensions. Concerning airborne tests, Boeing has proven GX data rates of 30 in a SATCOM-equipped helicopter. Although Inmarsat has the advantage of higher data rates, its significant size and weight are prohibitive for installation on most small and medium-sized UAVs. There are some concerns with rain fade on the Ka-band. Inmarsat addresses this with backup via the L-band and additional processing to handle fading in their modems. Inmarsat offers Switch Broadband SB with lower data rate services 200. The Aviator UAV 200 terminal supports the 200 data rate. This terminal weighs 1.45 with dimensions of 24/16/6. This is a viable solution for common UAVs, but achieves lower data rates than the Iridium system from Thales. In general, GEO and MEO satellite transceivers are substantially larger than LEO due to the additional distance and its impact on SNR. The throughput tends to be reported to be less for mobile platforms than for fixed platforms. A common trade-off in transceiver design is to use the processing or coding gained to address lower SNR when reducing the physical size. Additional processing increases power requirements and may limit a flight time before recharging. There is ongoing testing with Iridium next for UAVs with a terminal within the size and weight restrictions of common UAVs. Supporting the Inmarsat GX terminals would require a larger UAV to support heavier and larger satellite terminal equipment. There is an Inmarsat SB terminal within the size and weight restrictions of the common UAVs that supports data rates up to 200. First, testing the Thales Link terminal using Iridium is recommended to see if it meets desired UAV requirements and to verify the stated performance. A second option is to test the Aviator UAV 200 terminal on Inmarsat to see if it meets the desired UAV requirements and the stated performance. OG2 transceivers are the size of a credit card and market their service as an IoT service. A further comparison between their transceiver and generic smartphones is needed to determine the advantages or disadvantages of using either transceiver for UAVC2. Significant investments, satellite launches, and testing have been ongoing to address the direct-to-smartphone market from companies such as Global and AST SpaceMobile. Additionally, gained much media exposure, as their internet service was deployed in several active war areas where local infrastructure was repeatedly down. 443 Janus. Janus SDANA G4748 is the first open standard for underwater digital acoustic communications, developed by NATO 15. Janus can be used for a wide range of applications such as distressed submarine DISSUB, underwater automatic identification system AIS, or simple chat short message service SMS communication 62. Within the European Defence Agency, EDA Smart Adaptive Long and Short Range Acoustic Network SALSA project, the Netherlands Navy, Norway, Germany, Sweden, Finland, and several industrial partners jointly developed a common protocol stack for underwater acoustic communication and networking based on Janus. A network node with SALSA communication stack, installed on a ship, can communicate with different platforms like UAVs, buoys, and bottom nodes. Different military scenarios include anti-submarine warfare, ASW, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR, mine countermeasures, MCM, or rapid environmental assessment, REA. 444 5G and beyond. Unlike earlier mobile networks where IoT solutions such as NB-IoT were designed as add-ons, 5G networks are designed to be a key IoT enabler. 51. The three main use cases of 5G, IA. Enhanced Mobile Broadband, EMBB, Massive Machine Type Communications, MMTC, and Ultra-Reliable Low Latency Communications, URLLC, involve IoT scenarios. EMBB supports such IoT nodes as augmented and virtual reality devices and drones. MMTC supports IoT scenarios with a massive number of nodes sending small volumes of data to the private or public cloud. URLLC may be used to support mission-critical and industrial IoT applications. Mission-critical IoT may involve a smaller number of nodes that exchange larger volumes of data, often requiring real-time communications, e.g. for autonomous vehicles, robots, or critical infrastructure control. Industrial IoT can be used to support smart manufacturing and industrial processes, often involving the use of digital twins and allowing optimization of various post-production processes, such as supply chain management and maintenance. 445 Physical layer security through directional modulation. Have been accidentally or intentionally moved from their intended location and could thus influence their host IoT network with non-pertinent or malicious data. Or have been accidentally or intentionally moved from their intended location and could thus influence their host IoT network with non-pertinent or malicious data. Or are deliberately transmitting from hostile locations in order to inject wrong harmful information into the general awareness available to the command levels. Are deliberately transmitting from hostile locations in order to inject wrong harmful information into the general awareness available to the command levels. 4.5 Describing and discovering IoT assets and services. The pervasive network of sensors and IoT devices that permeate smart cities can prove to be critically advantageous by allowing rescuers to rapidly acquire situational awareness in highly unstable and dynamic environments, greatly simplifying the planning, organization, and decision-making phases. However, reaching that goal calls for IoT asset and service discovery solutions. Despite the impressive results achieved by some outstanding initiatives, such as the one led by Forum. In Helsinki, the lack of standardization in this area is widely recognized as a significant obstacle to the realization of IoT-based smart city applications. A uniform approach to describing and discovering sensor assets is needed to facilitate interoperability, including the discovery and ingestion of useful data sources. 451 Describing IoT assets. The challenges identified in civilian use of IoT are interoperability, complexity, and scalability problems. Recent international standardization and research and development initiatives aim to address these challenges. In particular, these challenges are the same as those we have identified for military applications of IoT in IST 147. Ontologies, that is, the formal definition of concepts in a domain of interest and the relationships between them, represent one of the most promising approaches to facilitate interoperability of IoT ontologies, allow one to build a knowledge base that contains accurate descriptions of characteristics and semantics of IoT assets, and is well suited for consumption by automated and high-level reasoning tasks. We have surveyed the scientific and technical literature in this research area, describing several hundreds of ontologies, and identified the following 7 as relevant for civilian IoT applications. 19. Semantic Sensor Network, SSN, Ontology 14. Semantic Sensor Network, SSN, Ontology 14. 1M2 M-Base, Ontology 1. 1M2 M-Base, Ontology 1. Smart Appliances, SAREF, Ontology 2. Smart Appliances, SAREF, Ontology 2. IoTO 45. IoTO 45. Spitfire 38. Spitfire 38. IoT Ontology 3. IoT Ontology 3. IoT Lite 3. IoT Lite 3. For the use and purpose of the NATO group during its working tenure, we carefully evaluated IoT Lite, IoT Ontology, and IoTO for their ability to facilitate federation and interoperability between the NATO partner countries. More specifically, we used them as guidance to identify a topic structure for publish-subscribe communications based on the derived classes and ontology classification described in the ontology specifications. The resulting topic structure was designed to categorize IoT assets and data, sensors, actuators, and computing platforms in the NATO domain. The experiment discussed in Sect. 852 provides more details on this topic. In general, when evaluating IoT ontologies in the context of IST 147, we found that despite some ontologies, especially SSN, which claim to cater to Web Application Developers 14, most seem focused on the definition of a formal relationship model between sensors, sampling, unit types, etc. In addition, their designs appear to focus on allowing high-level reasoning development, with a relatively smaller amount of attention dedicated to interoperability in terms of, for example, Service Application Programming Interface (API) descriptions. We believe that an IoT asset-centric perspective, although at the cost of a less strict formal definition, represents a more promising approach to facilitate system integration. In this context, we had some level of success in describing sensors using 36, an earlier XML-based standard developed by the Open Geospatial Consortium, OGC, within its Sensor Web Enablement (SWE) initiative. The original motivation behind SensorML was to provide a means of processing observations without a knowledge of the sensor or processor characteristics, thereby helping to avoid stovepipe systems when processing sensor data within different communities. Example of sensor description using SensorML. Example of sensor, observation, sample, and actuator SOSA, SSN sensor. Example of SOSA, SSN observation. We hope that this analysis might be helpful in future studies on military IoT interoperability. However, it will eventually be up to NATO as a community to decide which ontology, if any, should be used, and if so, exactly how it should be applied. Note that new proposals for ontologies that address specific aspects, such as Interoperability 47 or Data Stream Modeling 11, are still being investigated and proposed. Therefore, an extensive reevaluation of the state of methodologies and tools and ontologies for IoT applications will likely be needed in the near future. 452 Discovering Services. Being able to discover IoT assets, IG. Services that provide sensor information in runtime is essential. Because sensors can break, run out of power, etc. It is important to be able to find the sensors that are actually available when one wants to consume data from them. Many service discovery protocols exist, with benefits and drawbacks for each. The Technology, Information, Decision, and Execution Tied community has promoted the Multicast Domain Name System, MDNS, and DNS Service Discovery, DNSSD approach. NATO Allied Command Transformation, ACT Tied has developed several specifications on how to use MDNS for service discovery, along with approaches to tunnel information over wide area networks and integrate it with other service discovery approaches such as Universal Description, Discovery, and Integration, UDDI. These specifications are available on 50 to registered users. However, it is unrealistic to expect that NATO forces will be able to work in relatively controlled environments where all assets and services systematically adopt MDNS. Therefore, middleware solutions for IoT asset discovery that implement multiple discovery protocols should be adopted to maximize the chance of identifying all available assets is of the utmost importance in HADR and CIMIC operations. Viable solutions should also allow for contextual or localized asset discovery and support coalition-oriented information sharing. In addition, they should implement solutions to reduce the often relatively high latency intrinsically involved in discovery operations. 4.6 Retrieving sensor data. Two fundamentally different communication paradigms may be employed to share sensor data. A pull approach, typically implemented as the request-response pattern in which the client initiates a request to a server, and a push approach, typically implemented as a publish-subscribe pattern, in which the client sets up a subscription and data are later pushed according to the active subscriptions. These paradigms are described in sects 461 and 462, respectively. 461 Pull API-based approaches. It is essential to use open standards as a precursor to exploiting IoT information from a smart city, since the interoperability between data sources and consumers is necessary. The formats required depend on the type of sensor and whether it provides discrete or streaming data. Sensors offering streaming data need different formats from those delivering discrete data. For example, a sensor capable of video streaming, IG, A surveillance camera could use H.264 coding, a standard for efficient video coding. With IoT, discrete sensors are often exposed as web APIs, web services. Examples of open data formats are JavaScript Object Notation, JSON, typically used with representational state transfer, REST, web services, and XML, typically the foundation of Simple Object Access Protocol SOAP web services. JSON is currently widely used to provide smart city data from sensors that present discrete data through a REST API. Furthermore, several specification formats can describe such APIs. The Open API Specifications, OAS 35, RAS API Modeling Language RAML 42, API Blueprint 1, Web Application Description Language WADL 52, Open Data Protocol OData 34, and Web Service Description Language WSDL 53. The latter, WSDL, is mainly focused on SOAP web services, as it was designed as an XML-based standard for describing a request for comments RFC, Service API implemented in SOAP. The others may all be used with a REST web service approach, although OAS is gaining ground these days and is often used for describing REST APIs. In our opinion, the single most important tool today is the Swagger framework, which implements OAS and provides a metadata API to describe the assets made available through the framework. This combination can be found in many smart cities. For example, the Finnish Transport Agency uses OAS to describe API 13. This API provides access to sensors deployed throughout Finland. Sensors can be found based on their type: weather stations, traffic cameras, road surface condition sensors, visibility meters, precipitation meters, wind sensors, etc. Geographical location, current status, and other parameters, using the metadata provided. Describing smart city sensor assets. 462 Publish-Subscribe approaches. Publish-Subscribe information flow. Information is generated by producers, classified by topic, disseminated by brokers, and delivered to consumers. There are several Publish-Subscribe standards. Three of the most well-known ones are Advanced Message Queuing Protocol AMQP 41, Message Queuing Telemetry Transport MQTT 30, and Web Services Notification WS Notification 33. AMQP is a communication protocol developed by Chase in the early 2000s to manage communication between software components in the banking institution information technology (IT) systems. Initially designed for enterprise environments, with version 1, the protocol underwent a major restyling that made it suitable for adoption in IoT applications. AMQP was designed as a flexible and relatively lightweight solution that implements broker-based message queue communications with different semantics. Direct exchange and headers exchange, implementing a forwarding mechanism driven by message attributes such as routing key and headers, and aimed at supporting round-robin load balancing tasks. Exchange, implementing one-to-many message forwarding designed for notifications, and topic exchange, implementing publish-subscribe communications, the most interesting semantics for IoT applications. MQTT is an extremely lightweight publish-subscribe messaging transport protocol designed for constrained environments. It is suitable for applications with a small code footprint, limited network bandwidth, low power usage, minimized data packets, and efficient data distribution to one or many receivers. It also supports multiple quality of service policies to transport messages in various bandwidth requirement scenarios. MQTT uses topics for disseminating information between data publishers and subscribers. Topics are typically string-based keywords attached to the information as metadata, so brokers needing to forward the information only need to inspect the metadata rather than parse the entire message. Unfortunately, MQTT does not support the discovery of topics available from a broker. Consequently, for a client to be able to make a meaningful subscription, information about the available topics must be either known in advance or shared out of band. An MQTT messaging broker enables secure message transfers and the establishment of secure network connection endpoints. Confidentiality and integrity protection can be implemented using Transport Layer Security (TLS), thus supporting the security requirements of the military domain. MQTT has already been used in many industrial applications and has a well-proven usage. WS notification is the standard developed within the Web Services Protocol family designed to support publish-subscribe communications. WS notification heavily leverages XML at both the protocol message format and data encoding levels, and is therefore more resource-intensive at both the bandwidth and the computation levels than AMQP and MQTT. Consequently, WS notification is less suitable for adoption in IoT applications. Therefore, it would be best to pursue interoperability with systems using WS notification by implementing a dedicated bridging gateway when required. We have evaluated all three standards in the context of several experiments described in SECT 8521. The results show that MQTT seems to represent the most promising publish-subscribe communication solution for NATO purposes. IoT nodes can be deployed at virtually any location. A major limitation for designers of IoT systems that use pub/sub solutions is the limited capabilities of sensor nodes, especially in terms of computing power, power supply, and transmission range. These limitations can be addressed using communication solutions such as TCP-based MQTT based on TCP/2 and MQTT for sensor networks MQTT-SN based on UDP-46 to organize data exchange between IoT nodes. Each of these protocols offers its own specific security solution, but they can all use TLS in different modes. A way of integrating the MQTT and MQTT-SN services. Sensor nodes constrained devices operate in the MQTT-SN domain, which uses UDP. The MQTT-SN broker plays a role of gateway between the MQTT-SN and MQTT domains. The gateway acts as a publisher-subscriber in the MQTT domain. A constrained device that has permanent access to a power source can play the gateway role. The MQTT domain uses the TCP protocol, and it is possible to use commonly available security mechanisms to generate and renew cryptographic keys, authentication, security management, etc. In particular, it is possible to use the Certification Authority, CA. The MQTT protocol offers several mechanisms to increase the security level of transmitted data. These include the S mechanism, username and password-protected connections. This security, when used alone, is weak. The security of data exchange using TLS and the use of certificates. Data exchange between federated systems. In the example given in Fig. 4.1, two independent systems, System 1 and System 2, are initially operating. At this point, the communication channels marked in the figure as backup pub/sub connection are unavailable for the clients of each system. In System 1, one MQTT bridge link is already used. After setting up the communication channel, marked in the figure as Federated MQTT Bridge, the brokers of both systems have the opportunity to inform their selected, i.e., not necessarily all, clients about the possibility of subscribing to topics published in the newly connected system and building backup links to the broker from outside their system. A positive effect of this approach will be to increase the reliability of the entire federated system. In the event of failure of one of the federalized brokers, data exchange between systems will still be possible. 4.7 Conclusions. This chapter provided background information on key building blocks that will likely be part of military applications and solutions for IoT in particular. The focus was on communications technologies and on IoT-specific technologies such as LoRa, which could be beneficial to military applications. In particular, LoRa offers an interesting combination of low-cost, low-power, and long-range transmission capabilities that could be very useful for certain types of military IoT devices. While LoRa is low bandwidth, it is still well suited for many military sensing applications that just require either periodic reporting, e.g., fuel levels or detections, i.g., radiation, movement, intrusion, etc. These types of messages often require very little bandwidth and are well suited for LoRa or technologies similar to LoRa. LoRa is also adequate for position reporting, for example, for blue forces or other assets. In fact, unless the sensor is using some specific modalities that are bandwidth intensive, e.g., Audio, video, and RF, the capacity offered by LoRa is sufficient, and when combined with the other alternatives, makes it a promising technology. This chapter also provided an overview of other communications modalities, including SATCOM. From the perspective of SATCOM, some of the more interesting technologies are low Earth orbiting systems, such as OneWeb. On the terrestrial side, 4G technologies including NB-IoT and LTE-M are promising, although the group did not have a chance to experiment with these specific capabilities. 5G, on the other hand, also provides interesting capabilities, especially from a high bandwidth and low latency perspective, and would be good for many IoT applications including autonomous vehicles and teleoperation. However, all of the cellular technologies require infrastructure, which could be provided by commercial operators or by custom military-owned network base stations. From an underwater perspective, an interesting development has been the creation of the Janus SDANAG for underwater communications. While bandwidth and range remain a challenge, standardization is important and will encourage interoperability. Unfortunately, standardization is one thing that does not exist when it comes to commercial deployment of IoT devices and services, for example, in smart city environments. Commercial interests so far have led to different closed systems that do not implement any specific standard, which is a challenge both from the perspective of discovering these IoT devices and services and also to be able to access and utilize the data from them. From a military perspective, COTS IoT sensors, actuators, and communications technologies can address a variety of operational needs at a significantly lower cost than military-developed equivalents 40. By assessing particular mission needs, militaries can selectively piggyback on COTS-based solutions and integrate them into their infrastructures. Assessing the usage of COTS IoT technologies in broader military infrastructures represents a key research objective in the emergent IoT-based IoBT Paradigm 44. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License. END 4.0, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1. API Blueprint, API Blueprint Specification. 2. Banks A. Briggs E. K. Gupta R. Oasis MQTT version 5. Tech Rep. Organization for the Advancement of Structured Information Standards, 2019. 3. Edo M. T. P. Taylor K. IoT Lite, a lightweight semantic model for the Internet of Things. In 2016, IEEE conferences on ubiquitous intelligence computing, advanced and trusted computing, scalable computing and communications, cloud and big data computing, Internet of People, and Smart World Congress, UIC-ATC Com IOP Smart World. 9097, 2016. UIC-ATC Com IOP Smart World. 20160035. 4. JD Unmanned Aerial Systems, A Historical Perspective. 45. Combat Studies Institute Press, Washington, 2010. 5. MU LoRa Transmission Parameter Selection. In 2017 13th International Conference on Distributed Computing and Sensor Systems, DCOSS. 2734. IEEE Piscataway 2017. 6. Burns P. LoRaWAN versus Haystack 2016. Viz Haystack. 7. LR, a comprehensive survey on Internet of Things IoT toward 5G wireless systems. IAIE Internet Things J71, 1632, 2020. JIOT 201929488888. 8PZ, UAV swarms behavior modeling using tracking reactive systems. Sensors 212-2021. 21020622. 142482220212622. 9 Dolphin LCHE, low-cost robots in the Internet of Things, hardware, software, and communication aspects. In Proceedings of the 2017 International Conference on Embedded Wireless Systems and Networks, EWSN 17. 284-289. Junction Publishing, New York, 2017. 10 Design and Reuse unveils its first innovative semiconductor IP bringing unprecedented range to wireless data transmission, 2009. Reuse 21552 Semiconductor 11TSR Acton SD v Edo M IoT Stream, a lightweight ontology for Internet of Things data streams and its use with data analytics and event detection services. Sensors 24-953 2020. 200-40953. 12J Satellite Systems for Personal Communications. Prague IAIE 867, 1325-1341, 1998. 5681367. 13 Finnish Transport Agency, Road Metadata API. 1. 14 A. K. Cox S.J. Oys M. Taylor K. D. J. Castro R.R.C. The Modular SSN Ontology, a joint W3C and OGC standard specifying the semantics of sensors, observations, sampling, and actuation. Web 10.1 932 2018. 15 Hamilton A. J. Hobbs A.M. K. R. I. D. Towards secure and interoperable underwater acoustic communications. Current activities in NATO IST 174 Research Task Group. Prague 205 167 178 2022. 2022090018. S18770509220088833. 2022 International Conference on Military Communication and Information Systems, ICMCIS. 16 Hope RF, RFM 95 96 97 98W, Low Power Long Range Transceiver Module V10, 2013. RFM 95 96 97 98W. 17A, The Future of Next Generation Satellite Broadband Communications Services, an Operator View. In IAT Seminar on Beyond Ka-band, Meeting the Communication Bandwidth Requirements of the Future. 110-2011. 101049. 201102223. 18 ITUT, Advanced Video Coding for Generic Audiovisual Services. ITUT Recommendation H264, 2003. 19 FT TH MR Lund K DA, Using Open Standards for Utilizing IoT Sensors in a Smart City Scenario. In International Command and Control Research and Technology Symposium, ICCRTS, 2018. 20 Night M, Reversing LoRa, Exploring Next Generation Wireless. Night 20160-520, Reversing LoRa Night. 2016. Access 22, 2018. 21 Lay J. B. H. A, Cyberphysical Systems Architecture for Industry 4-Based Manufacturing Systems. Manuf. 3-1823, 2015. 22 RD, DARPA Autonomous Land Vehicle ALV Summary. Tech. Rep. Army Engineer Topographic Labs, Fort VA 1986. 23 Link Labs, Symphony Link, a revolutionary wireless system for wide-area IoT networks. Labs. 24 LoRa Alliance, LoRa Alliance. Alliance. Access 22, 2018. 25 LoRa Alliance Technical Committee, LoRaWAN 1.1 Specification. Tech. Rep. LoRa Alliance 3855 SW 153rd Drive, Beaverton, or 2017. Accessed 6 Mar 2023. 26 LoRa Alliance Technical Marketing Workgroup 1. LoRaWAN, what is it? A technical overview of LoRa and LoRaWAN. Tech. Rep. LoRa Alliance 2400, SAN, CA 2015. Accessed 6 Mar 2023. 27 M. Radiohead Packet Radio Library for Embedded Microprocessors. Radiohead. Access 22, 2018. 28 SAC. Internet of Things Aware Process Modeling, integrating IoT devices as business process resources. In International Conference on Advanced Information Systems Engineering. 8498. Springer, Berlin, 2013. 29 JAA James D. N. Leveraging LoRaWAN to support IoBT in urban environments. In 2019 IAEE 5th World Forum on Internet of Things, WFIoT. 207-212. IAEA Piscataway 2019. 30 MQTT.org, MQTT.org website. 31 Murphy, RR, International Cooperation in Deploying Robots for Disasters, Lessons for the Future from the Great East Japan Earthquake. J. Robot. Social. 32-2, 104-109, 2014. 32 PSS, ADSB via Iridium NEXT satellites. In 2011 Tyrrhenian International Workshop on Digital Communications, Enhanced Surveillance of Aircraft and Vehicles. 213-218, 2011. 33 Oasis, WSN specifications. Open. 34 OData, OData the best way to rest. 35 Open API Initiative, homepage. 36 Open Geospatial Consortium, OGC, Sensor Model Language SensorML. 37 VFRGVR, cryptographically secure radios based on directional modulation. In 2018 IEEE, ICASSB 2014. 18 2014. 38 DKDORCHAMMMM Passant A. Richardson R. Spitfire, Toward a Semantic Web of Things. IAIE. MAG. 4911 4048 2011. 20116069708. 39C, a DIY low-cost LoRa gateway. LoRa. Access 22, 2018. 40 MGFND, approach towards application of commercial off-the-shelf Internet of Things devices in the military domain. In Internet of Things WFIoT, 2016 IEEE 3rd World Forum on 245-250. IAEA Piscataway 2016. 41 Rabbit MQ, AMQP091 Protocol Specification. 42 RAML Workgroup, RAML, the simplest way to design APIs. 43 Rev Space, Decoding LoRa. Decoding LoRa. 44 STN, Multi-Domain Effects and the Internet of Battlefield Things. In MILCOM 2019-2, 019 IAEE Military Communications Conference, MILCOM. 724-730. IAEA Piscataway 2019. 45 NKNT, IOTO, a core domain IoT ontology to represent connected devices networks. In IPFF, Knowledge Engineering and Knowledge Management. 561-576. Springer International Publishing, CAM 2016. 46 Clark A. HL, MQTT for Sensor Networks, MQTTSN. Protocol Specification V12. Tech. Rep. International Business Machines Corporation, 2013. Open. 47 VMR, a comprehensive ontology for Internet of Things (co-IoT). In 2019's Second International Conference on Advanced Computational and Communication Paradigms, ICACCP. 16-2019. /48 The Things Network, Building a Global Internet of Things Network Together. Access 23-2018. 49 The Things Network, Groundbreaking World Record. LoRaWAN packet received at 702, 436 miles distance 2017. Access 23-2018. 50 Tide Community, Tide Specifications on MDNS. 51 MASR MMDP, Cellular Wide Area and Non-Terrestrial IoT, a survey on 5G advances and the road towards 6G IEEE. Tutor 24-2-11-17-1174, 2022. COMSD 20223151028. 52 W3C, Web Application Description Language. 3 Submission. 53 W3C, Web Services Description Language, WSDL version 2 Part 1, Core Language. 3 TR. 54 Open Innovation Platform for IoT and Big Data in Sub-Saharan Africa. Access 23-2018. 55A Iridium introduces its Gen Satellite IoT Data Service, 2022. 2022-1222 introduces its Satellite Data Service. 56 Chirp. Chirp. 57 Serial Peripheral Interface. Serial Peripheral Interface. 58 Win RB VA BOS TP BJ DP BJ HA KJ J Parsons DR EJ Darby SC RM Hunt JE Autonomous Underwater Vehicles AUVs, their past, present, and future contributions to the advancement of marine geoscience. MAR 352, 451, 468, 2014. 59 Exing CG, Cooperative Search Attack Mission Planning for Multi-UAV Based on Intelligent Self-Organized Algorithm. Technol 76 402 411, 2018. 201801035. S12709638117301736. 60 QC, Research on Inmarsat based on Ka-band and applications. In 2017 Fourth International Conference on Information, Cybernetics and Computational Social Systems, ICCSS. 127-129, 2017. /ICCSS 2017809138. DP-MA JM, Naval Use Cases of 5G Technology. Transnav, J Marine Navigation Safety Sea Transport. 17-3-595-6-3, 2023. 62 C, Interoperable and Standardized Underwater Communication. In Proceedings of the Undersea Defense Technology, UDT, 2020. 2M, Base Ontology. Group. IoT Ontology. 5. Middleware Prototypes. 5.1 Introduction. 5.2 Multi-Domain Gateway of Things MARGOT. 5.2.1 Federating Margot Instances. 5.3 SBF Platform. 5.3.1 Value of Information. 5.3.2 AIV Model. 5.4 Use of COTS Computing Platforms. 5.5 Conclusions. References. Keywords. 5.1 Introduction. Chapter 3 presented an overview of some common architecture, such as 1M2M, ETSI, and IEEE P2413. Chapter 3 also discussed some specific challenges that must be addressed when deploying IoT in the military domain. This chapter discusses some prototype middleware implementations that target the military domain. realizing an ecosystem of smart city applications, such as those described in CHAP. 2 presents many specific challenges. The first challenge is to implement asset and service discovery. In addition, there has to be an interoperability layer between the civilian and military systems. Information processing and dissemination platforms also need to be federated to allow secure information sharing between the IT systems used by police, civil protection, and military forces. Last but not least, the challenge of taming the formidable deluge of data generated by smart city services and IoT assets is to provide actionable knowledge through accurate and low-latency analytics. Although some of these research topics have received considerable attention in the scientific literature and industrial commercial efforts, it should be noted that military applications introduce a significant number of additional challenges. 25. This is especially evident if we consider humanitarian assistance and disaster relief (HADR) operations, which require coordinated actions of different actors to alleviate and prevent human casualties and damage to assets in areas afflicted by large-scale disasters. The disaster recovery and mitigation process generally begins with the participation of state and non-governmental local authorities such as police, fire and emergency medical services, EMS, organizations, the Red Cross, amateur radio operators, and other volunteers. However, when disasters overwhelm local authorities, specific branches of federal agencies such as the Coast Guard and National Reserves can participate in the relief operation and assist civilian forces by bringing assets and expertise generally available only to armed forces. Military units are well prepared to work in challenging environments and can provide adequate command and control (C2) and logistics assets to support relief activities in affected territories. In civil-military cooperation (CIMIC) operations, conditions that affect the city network during and after a disaster can limit access to a smart city sensing network. For example, large-scale disasters can cause link failure, network congestion, and variable latency, resulting in fragmentation of the network into a set of quasi or completely disjointed network segments with limited capabilities. 8. The composition of these segments cannot be predicted before a disaster, which requires the ability to discover and exploit the available assets on site and on demand. Moreover, the sensing network environment after a disaster is extremely dynamic. Organizations can deploy new resources during an operation, and military forces can define militarized subnetworks within the public network, adding additional resources. It should be noted that rescuers, who are usually not tied to the infrastructure of the city network, operate with limited knowledge of the IoT assets they can exploit to acquire situational awareness. This raises the issue of interoperability in data representation formats and communication protocols, and more fundamentally, with respect to asset discovery and access to available data sources. Effective information sharing between units and other nodes in a tactical network (TN) is essential for the success of missions. However, the complexity of information sharing is higher in a multi-domain context, where different organizations must share data securely with selected parties over common links, relay nodes, and other network resources, without risking information leaks to unauthorized entities. Furthermore, unsupervised information sharing between locations and agencies can result in inefficient use of scarce network resources, which can congest communication links and negatively affect the situational awareness acquisition process. Additionally, balancing network resources to prioritize emergency traffic over regular information exchange requires network monitoring and information management. The coexistence and co-deployment of military systems, civilian infrastructure, and commercial IoT solutions further exacerbate the issues of federation, interoperability, and trustworthiness. 28. The required integration, which is critical in HADR scenarios, introduces significant technical and organizational security and compatibility challenges. Taming the IoT data deluge to build situational awareness (SA) is another challenge that requires a rethinking of information processing methodologies and tools. Traditional analytic solutions based on transferring all data to the cloud, processing them using big data methodologies and tools, and returning the results to interested users are too slow for applications with strict latency constraints and too burdensome for the network infrastructure. Due to network fragmentation and the multi-partnered nature of the operations, centralized and cloud-based IoT platforms may not effectively respond to Rescuers 23. The distributed processing approach adopted by fog computing is particularly well suited for taming the deluge of information provided by IoT and crowdsourcing 4. However, implementing big data applications in fog computing environments presents several problems. The most important one is arguably resource scarcity within the environment. Developers of fog services cannot assume to have enough resources to analyze all the incoming data using the full-fledged, sophisticated, fine-grained analytic techniques developed for cloud environments. Therefore, there has to be a trade-off. Either services discard some data or they big data analytics so that when they run in the fog, they decrease their computational requirements, perhaps switching to coarser-grained but less computationally demanding algorithms. In turn, this requires novel computational and resource management models. At the same time, some HADR scenarios might have a relatively low amount of computational resources at the fog level. In these cases, it is necessary to adapt applications to the available resource pool. Fortunately, toward that goal, two key factors can significantly speed up the deployment of specific IT infrastructure and services to support HADR Operations 7. First, the ubiquitous presence of as-facto orchestrator, both at the cloud and at the fog level, means that responders could leverage a standard orchestration API to quickly deploy dedicated IT assets on a wide range of platforms. Second, the increasing adoption of infrastructure as code C practices within NATO and military forces operated by the NATO nations allows the development and exploitation of customized and predefined deployment playbooks to quickly deploy dedicated IT assets on federated and coalition-based platforms. However, the efficient deployment of applications within a wide range of situations from the resource availability perspective, and in conditions that are fully reactive and do not allow any planning in advance, requires the adoption of adaptive architectures and programming models at the application level. Finally, processing and dissemination have to consider information assurance aspects. Leveraging information from commercially deployed IoT systems in smart cities and other unknown and/or uncontrolled IT infrastructures raises potential information distortion issues in the gathered data. While that information might be very valuable from an SA perspective, it should not be treated as entirely reliable, and decision makers should be explicitly informed about its possibly untrustworthy nature. Moreover, including new interfaces for data acquisition could increase the attack surface of the IT systems responsible for situational awareness. Therefore, appropriate security measures, such as data sanitization and content inspection, need to be implemented to prevent malicious use of these new interfaces by an adversary. To address these challenges, purposely developed smart city middleware is needed to simplify the integration of external military authorities by rapidly providing access to city resources 30. More specifically, middleware should provide properly designed proactive discovery procedures that can autonomously locate and register surviving segments of the IoT infrastructure and provide that information and means of access to rescuers. Finally, middleware should provide new service and resource management models suited for rapid SA acquisition in dynamic and resource-scarce environments such as HADR. In the remaining sections of this chapter, we briefly introduce some of the middleware prototypes developed for the military domain and also offering interesting potential for civilian applications, e.g. in smart city environments. 5.2 Multi-Domain Gateway of Things, MARGOT. Multi-Domain Gateway of Things, MARGOT, is a platform designed to enable the discovery of IoT resources in highly dynamic and disrupted networking environments, such as those commonly found in HADR Operations 5.6. Leveraging a distributed and federated architecture and concurrently running multiple discovery mechanisms, MARGOT permits the identification of available IoT assets across separate domains and network segments. It also supports context-aware applications by providing them with a query interface that accepts parameters to refine the search criteria. The MARGOT architecture. Based on 5, a MARGOT instance is responsible for the discovery of assets within a domain. The knowledge of all discovered IoT resources is then distributed across all MARGOT instances in the system, which exchange information via federation services. Federation is a key aspect of MARGOT and is covered in detail in the following subsection. DAs are components that implement a single resource discovery solution and store information about the discovered assets in the local Margit database. DA implementations rely on specific protocols commonly used for IoT applications, such as CoAP and MQTT, and the corresponding discovery procedures to detect and identify IoT assets within the local network or domain in MARGOT terminology. For example, a CoAP DA periodically broadcasts a request to the CoAP predefined URI well-known core to obtain information from devices equipped with an active CoAP server. Alternatively, DAs can integrate with official and centralized smart city IoT resource lookup services, such as the 511 Traveler Information System, 511NY, 511.org, and to browse the list of assets advertised by these services. DAs can perform the discovery process in either of two ways: proactively when the process is executed periodically or the implemented protocol supports some form of proactive discovery, or when specific events trigger discovery, such as a request issued by a client or coming from a federated MARGOT instance. Generally speaking, proactive behavior trades query latency for freshness of the information. Depending on the rate of user requests and the cost of the discovery process, proactive discovery could lead to a decrease or an increase in bandwidth consumption. To address this problem and provide more efficient proactive discovery strategies, DAs should allow MARGOT to tune parameters that control the discovery process, for example, the frequency of the process. Protocols that naturally support proactive discovery, such as CoAP and MQTT, can increase the efficiency of detecting new assets. However, they still require some form of periodic probing to ensure that previously discovered things are still alive and reachable. IP takes care of processing the data received from DAs, normalizing them, and storing them in the local database. During this process, IP also collects statistics that characterize domain and user requests, including the variability of the discovered IoT assets and frequently requested resources, and merges them with the statistics received from federated MARGOT instances. Lastly, IP manages the data exchange via federation services. It decides which IoT resources to publish in the MARGOT federation, forwards user queries if necessary, responds to queries received from remote MARGOT instances, and shares updated domain statistics. Finally, the RaySD API provides a coherent and comprehensive interface for the discovery of IoT assets for external applications. 521 Federating Margit instances. MARGOT instances rely on Federation Services 13 to exchange data. Federation Services provide an information management systems bridge interface, which implements distributed publish-subscribe communications infrastructure that supports and simplifies information exchange in multi-domain scenarios. Topics control the routing of data over the Federation Services network. Topics are named abstractions, i.e., identified by unique strings that can be thought of as independent communication channels over the network. Some topics are typically predefined via configuration files, but federates can also create new ones dynamically at runtime. New messages published within a topic are delivered to all federates subscribed to that topic, who will receive the message directly from the publisher or another. Clients can join or leave these channels at any time. Each instance can specify policies that determine what information it can share with all other instances. This enables one domain's administrators to define local rules that implement that domain's security and data sharing policies without coordinating with other domains' administrators. Sharing policies can be enforced using a security system based on attribute-based encryption, ABE, which allows the combination of different security layers per message 19 and ensures that only clients possessing the correct keys can access the messages. Federates can use attribute-based encryption, ABE, to encrypt the payload and metadata of messages before publication, but information related to the topic of publication will not be encrypted to guarantee correct routing. Federation services support other useful features for distributed multi-domain environments. Distributed queries allow federates to send and run queries on all or a subset of instances to retrieve published messages that match the client's criteria. Distributed queries take advantage of the metadata information during publication to select relevant messages. Smart synchronization enables two instances to exchange updated messages after a disconnection period, for example, caused by network problems or other issues. Depending on the nature of the messages, all or only the most recent updates will be exchanged. MARGOT leverages the capabilities of Federation services for all distributed actions, including the discovery of new instances, proactive querying and IoT data replication on federated instances, remote query execution, and the exchange of control information and usage and domain statistics. This enables users and clients to discover resources available across multiple IoT domains and allows the platform to adapt its behavior, for example, concerning caching and query forwarding under certain circumstances. Finally, MARGOT leverages Federation services, policy-based data sharing, and ABE security to control access to IoT assets information. Federated MARGOT instances. Based on 5.3 SPF platform. The approach pursued by the authors while developing the Sieve, Process, and Forward SPF platform takes advantage of the value of information concept to address some of the problems faced by IoT applications in Smart City Environments 29. SPF adopts an innovative approach which advocates the adoption of an acceptable perspective to realize FOG services. Leveraging I-based prioritization, SPF enables the development of FOG services capable of automatically scaling their resource requirements to their current execution context while preserving high quality of experience levels, even in resource-scarce environments. Adoption of SPF in a mixed civilian-military scenario. The SPF architecture. 5.3.1 Value of information. The I concept measures the utility of information from a subjective and consumer-centric perspective. This concept can be traced back to seminal work that attempted to extend Shannon's information theory to consider both the probabilistic nature of the uncertainties surrounding us and the economic impact that these uncertainties will have on us. 11. The investigation of the utility that each discrete element of information provides to its consumer has been an active research topic in economic and decision-making theories for the past 50 years. It continues to receive considerable attention 24 and holds interesting promises for several IoT application scenarios discussed in Chap. 2. Classifying information according to the value it provides to its recipients represents an effective criterion for pruning the share of data whose processing is not allowed by the limited availability of FOG resources. For example, sensing data that do not add significant value to the knowledge already built from the analysis of previous sensor readings would be characterized by a low and rapidly decreasing I. Thus, those data would have a very low probability of being selected for processing in the very likely case of resource shortages. Therefore, the classification of services and service components, according to the total ITI they provide to end users, represents a natural and effective approach to implement self-adaptive services for FOG computing applications. 5.3.2 AIV Model. SPF service components adopt the Adaptive, Information-Centric, and Value-Based Model, AIV, 20, to promote the adoption of the I concept and facilitate the composition of content-based services. AIV proposes an information maturity model that divides the data and information processing stages into 3 phases. The first processing phase refers to raw data, input feeds of typically sensing data collected from WSNs, smartphones, wearable devices, and other IoT devices in general, represented as the orange arrow at the left in Fig. 2. According to the AIV model, raw data are analyzed by generic lower-level processing functions to produce higher-order data constructs called information objects IOs, represented as red arrows in Fig. 2. In particular, IOs are generated by fusing multiple aggregated and/or distilled raw data to obtain more valuable information. Finally, the last processing phase uses IOs to generate consumption-ready information objects, CRIOs, which represent the information in its final stage, ready to be consumed by users who requested them. This final phase is depicted as yellow arrows in Fig. 2. Note that the generation of an I/O could require many raw data objects, and a CRI/O can result from the aggregation of multiple I/Os provided by many different services. On top of the AIV model, each component of the service will calculate the total amount of I specifically. The I associated with each I/O is calculated as a function of 5 factors. Priority of service, estimated number of recipients of I/O, decline in timeliness relevance, a factor taking into account the decrease in value for time-sensitive I/Os by applying an estimated delivery time penalty. Proximity relevance decay, a factor taking into account the decrease in value for location-aware I/Os by applying an estimated delivery location penalty, and a service-specific I calculation function, which every service implementation is supposed to provide. Of course, an I/O has many potential recipients, and therefore, from the theoretical perspective, each user-specific copy of an I/O should be assigned different I metadata. However, modeling each user and his set of interests in the system would be extremely difficult. To constrain complexity, many I solutions assume that, in practice, users can be grouped into homogeneous groups, e.g., according to their interest or role. As a result, I models can be defined for a given information type, user role 7. For example, I/Os that contain video frames from traffic cameras will have different I models according to the role of consumers. At the same time, I is context-specific, and it is conceivable that I/Os could have a highly fluctuating I during their lifetime, especially for longer-lived I/Os. So far, researchers have focused mainly on quasi-static or short-term scenarios and proposed I estimation solutions leveraging machine learning-based classifiers 24 or analytic hierarchy process 9. It would be desirable to further develop these solutions to specifically consider long-term scenarios. Using TI as a resource assignment criterion enables the SPF resource management function to naturally and seamlessly prioritize resource allocation to services that provide the highest value to their end users, either because they serve a considerable number of users or because they provide highly valuable I/Os. 5.4 Use of COTS computing platforms. A high-level system architecture investigated by the Information Systems Technology IST 147 group. 5.5 Conclusions. The solutions discussed above often use models that represent a significant paradigm change with respect to the approaches currently practiced. As a result, there is still much work to be done to validate them as building blocks for the next generation of smart security applications. Performing some of this work is one of the objectives of NATO IST 176 Research Task Group, RTG, which is based on the results obtained by the IST 147 group. One of the main tasks of the group is to examine existing civilian and military standards and identify potential gaps that must be addressed to ensure interoperability in CBRN scenarios in smart environments. The results of this study were also presented to the NATO FMN community to be considered for incorporation into the FMN architecture and the future FMN spirals. Another important objective of the group is to propose a set of methods that allow secure and trusted fusion of data from various sources of information. The aim is to demonstrate and validate these methods through proof-of-concept trials in the context of HADR. The developed solutions are currently being deployed on a distributed testbed with several physical locations for experimentation purposes. More specifically, we are in the process of realizing IoT infrastructures to host CIMIC applications in several cities, including Warsaw, Poland, The Hague, the Netherlands, Pensacola, FL, USA, and Ferrara, Italy. This will allow us to experiment with IoT applications that leverage a heterogeneous set of sensing and computing platforms and interact with a broad range of smart city services. The widespread adoption of IoT and the increasing availability of smart city environments present compelling opportunities to increase public safety and security. However, their realization poses several challenges at various levels, including, but not limited to, IT service design, architecture, and integration. Groups in industry, academia, and the military are currently investigating these opportunities and challenges. 26. We envision that adopting IoT in the military will lead to a new era of dual-use IoT solutions and the emergence of innovative and sophisticated civil-military cyber-physical systems. In particular, several ongoing initiatives target CIMIC in the context of HADR, counterterrorism, and public safety and security scenarios. These initiatives are increasingly looking toward IoT as an extremely valuable, although not entirely reliable, source of information for situational awareness purposes. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1 FJA R Arthur J P Imam N Y P Nam GJ B Beeks M B JB R Risk WP Jackson B DS True North Design and Tool Flow of a 65 MW 1 million neuron programmable chip. IEIE Trans Aided Circuits 3410 1537 1557 2015. Org 101109 TCAD 2 01524744396. 2 Amazon Web Services AWS Cloud Computing Services. Oz Amazon Com Access 3 Mar 2023. 3 Team Access 3 Mar 2023. 4 RSN Fog and Edge Computing, Principles and Paradigms. John & Sons, Hoboken, 2019. 5LRFMMCN, Margit, Dynamic IoT Resource Discovery for HADR Environments. In MILCOM 2019 IEEE Military Communications Conference, MILCOM. 809-814, 2019. 6L Fontana N, A, N, M. A federated platform to support IoT discovery in smart cities and HADR scenarios. In 2020 15th Conference on Computer Science and Information Systems, Fed CSIS. 511-519, 2020. Org 1015439202-0F48. 7 LFCN, K. Enabling civil-military collaboration for disaster relief operations in smart city environments. 139, 180, 1195, 2023. Org 101016J Future 202209020. Com Science Article S01677739X2 2003041. 8 SMFCU SU SYYB Joint Progressive Network and Recovery After Large-Scale Disasters. IEIE Trans Service 17.3.15.011514 2020. 9 T Zainella A.O.M. A Framework to Assess Value of Information in Future Vehicular Networks. In Proceedings of the First ACM Workshop on Technologies, Modals and Protocols for Cooperative Connected Cars, 19. ACM New York, 2019. Org 10114533310543331551. 10 Google Coral. Coral accessed 3 Mar 2023. 11 RA Information Value Theory. IEIE Trans. Cyber 21-2226, 1966. 12 Intel Neural Compute SDK Documentation. I.O. Access 3 Mar 2023. 13 RGEN A Watson S. J. Interconnecting Tactical Service-Oriented Infrastructures with Federation Services. In MILCOM 2013 IEIE Military Communications Conference 692-697 2013 Org 101109 MILCOM 2-013123 14. The Smart Sensor Platform to Develop IoT Projects. Com Products Accessed 3 Mar 2023. 15. LoRa Alliance, LoRa Alliance. LoRa Alliance Org Accessed 22, 2018. 16. Azure Cloud Computing Services. Azure Common Accessed 3 Mar 2023. 17. NVIDIA Embedded Systems Developer Kits and Modules from NVIDIA. ComNS Autonomous Machines Embedded Systems Accessed 3 Mar 2023. 18. The Board Org Accessed 3 Mar 2023. 19. FLRANM Secure Multi-Domain Information Sharing in Tactical Networks. In MILCOM 2018 IEEE Military Communications Conference, MILCOM 16 2018. Org 101109 MILCOM 2-0188599693. 20. FCNM A Simulation-Based Approach for the Evaluation of Value-Based Fog Services. In IAIE International Workshop on Computer-Aided Modeling and Design Communication Links and Networks, CAMAD 2018. 21. Next Generation Internet of Things Platform. I/O Accessed 3 Mar 2023. 22. Raspberry Pi Foundation. Teach, Learn, and Make with the Raspberry Pi Foundation. Org Accessed 3 Mar 2023. 23. GMCNM Leveraging Civilian IoT Infrastructures to Support Activities in Urban Environments. In 2018 IAIE 4th World Forum on Internet of Things WFIoT. 118-123, 2018. 24. NGRMCL Exploring Value of Information-Based Approaches to Support Effective Communications in Tactical Networks. IAIE MAG 5310-3945 2015. 25. NMJPGSC Winkler R. Analyzing the Applicability of Internet of Things to the Battlefield Environment. In 2016 International Conference on Military Communications and Information Systems, ICMCIS. 18. IAIE Piscataway 2016. 26. NZMCMKJDB Street MVGACEM Exploiting Smart City IoT for Disaster Recovery Operations. In Proceedings of the IIIE World Forum Internet Things, WFIoT 2018. 458-463, 2018. 27. TensorFlow Community, TensorFlow. Org Accessed 3 Mar 2023. 28. MAMJNCS Leveraging Internet of Things within the Military Network Environment Challenges and Solutions. In 2016 IAAE Third World Forum on Internet of Things WFIoT. 111-116, 2016. 29. MMAGCN Taming the IoT Data Deluge, an innovative information-centric service model for fog computing applications. Future 93 888 2 2019. 30. KM Marks MN Leveraging and Fusing Civil and Military Sensors to Support Disaster Relief Operations in Smart Environments. In MILCOM 2019 IEEE Military Communications Conference, MILCOM 797-97, 2019. 31. Zigbee Alliance, Zigbee Alliance website. Org 6. Security Considerations. 6.1 Introduction. 6.2 Risks in Military Applications of IoT. 6.2.1 Situational Awareness. 6.2.2 Logistics. 6.2.3 Medical Care. 6.2.4 Smart Equipment. 6.3 IoT as a new attack surface. 6.3.1 Attacker Model. 6.3.2 Vulnerabilities and Threats. 633 Privacy. 634 Security of commercial IoT solutions. 6.4 IoT as a security enabler. 6.5 Security requirements for military applications of IoT. 651 Confidentiality. 652 Integrity. 653 Availability. 654 Trust. 655 Safety and Security. 656 Data Provenance. 657 Cryptographic Mechanisms. 6.6 Security Measures. 661 Physical Layer Mechanisms. 662 Establishing Trust. 663 Confidentiality and Integrity Protection. 664 Sensor Monitoring and Detection of Sensor Tampering. 6.7 Object Level Protection. 671 OLP Dimensions. 672 Applying OLP to IoT. 6.8 Data-Centric Security Architecture for IoT. 6.9 Security in Publish Subscribe Services. 6.1 Related Work and Open Issues. 6.11 Conclusion. References. Keywords. 6.1 Introduction. Security is one of the biggest challenges related to the widespread deployment of IoT. As a result, IoT security has been the subject of intensive research and development activities in recent years. In particular, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, has formed the Cybersecurity for IoT program that has been producing a set of guidance documents considering various aspects of the security of commercial IoT solutions. 15. This program has been accompanied by several joint activities with the NIST industrial partners performed by the National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, E53. One of these joint projects has recently released an initial guidance document on Trusted IoT Device Network Layer Onboarding and Management 19. Similarly, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, ENISA, 18, has been developing IoT security practices and has proposed recommendations to operators, manufacturers, and decision-makers, focusing on different facets of the IoT ecosystem, including devices, network, and software development life cycle. 17. Several specialized research and development projects related to IoT security have also been implemented under various funding programs of the European Commission. A list of these projects is maintained by the European Research Cluster on the Internet of Things. 34. Furthermore, considerable technological progress has occurred in recent decades in IoT technology, including the introduction of software-defined technologies, cloud platforms, and miniaturized single-board computers. This has resulted in many commercial off-the-shelf COTS components offering the functionality required in the military environment, thus reducing from a functional perspective the need for custom solutions. Using commercial IoT technology in the military environment offers an attractive and cost-effective alternative to developing custom sensing and monitoring solutions. Typically, such custom solutions are more expensive, take more time to deploy, and introduce increased implementation risk. However, they also offer fit-to-measure functionality and a higher level of security. In this chapter, we provide a military perspective on the security of IoT applications and show how the proposed OLP 77 and Data-Centric Security DCS 73 paradigms can support IoT applications for future military operations. 6.2 Risks in military applications of IoT. There are several high-impact use cases for the deployment of IoT in a military environment. We briefly discuss some of the most important of these in the following. A more detailed discussion of the applicability of IoT to military operations can be found in 83. The threat environment will depend on the exact nature of the operation, the function the IoT technology will perform, and its location within an operational area. A primary concern includes protecting sensor data against both interception and modification, particularly because IoT sensor information often triggers an action. The specific focus is to ensure the confidentiality and integrity of the data in the time frames relevant to the tactical environment, that is, in the range of hours or days rather than years or decades. Another important threat, particularly common in contested environments and military operations, is the jamming of wireless communication channels. Particularly common attacks consist of jamming or spoofing of GPS or other satellite navigation signals. 621 Situational awareness. One of the most critical aspects of any military operation is proper situational awareness. Most armed forces already use a wide range of sensors and unmanned vehicles to gather intelligence. Incorporating civilian IoT solutions into military IT systems could improve a commander's available operational picture and provide substantially augmented overall situational awareness. However, achieving the positive effect of this increase depends on ensuring adequate availability and integrity of the information delivered by IoT systems. Therefore, COTS IoT systems must be carefully evaluated before being integrated with Cyber Situational Awareness (CSA) capability as reliable and trusted sensors. 622 Logistics. Using IoT, including sensors and RFID, is fundamental for improving the efficiency and effectiveness of logistics operations. This includes interoperability with third-party logistics systems, as many of the supplies required during military operations consist not only of military equipment, but also of subsistence and medical materials for the forces. Using IoT systems could also contribute to the increased safety of logistics operations. Examples include preventing joint transportation of goods, such as chemical components, which could result in dangerous chemical reactions, or joint transportation of cryptographic equipment parts to prevent interception by an adversary 72. However, it has been shown that the improper integration of RFID tracking solutions with the back-end system could lead to new attack paths in Enterprise Information Systems 66. Moreover, a lack of adequate confidentiality protection could enable an adversary to perform better targeted attacks on delivery convoys, or use the information as a side channel for reasoning about planned military operations. Similarly, inadequate integrity and availability protection could be exploited by an adversary to severely impact the logistics operation, for example, by maliciously rerouting the goods. All of these risks should be considered when designing IoT-enabled logistics applications for the military. 623 Medical care. Assistance in the treatment of medical conditions and injuries during combat operations is one of the most discussed applications of wearable and stationary IoT systems in the military environment. However, in addition to the high potential to improve the speed and accuracy of delivering, often life-saving, medical treatment to soldiers, smart medical care systems can also introduce some new risks. Modern medical and health monitoring systems are typically equipped with wireless functionality, enabling devices to communicate with each other and medical back-end systems. However, these wearable or implantable medical systems can have serious security vulnerabilities, as demonstrated by AL. 29s 30 and 45. Moreover, it has recently emerged that some prominent public personalities were aware of the issues and were sufficiently concerned to disable remote connectivity in their implanted medical devices 44. 624 Smart equipment. IoT can be applied to various types of military equipment, including vehicles, supplies, and weapons systems. However, many significant security flaws and vulnerabilities have been demonstrated in such network-enabled objects. In particular, several serious vulnerabilities have been identified in cars 10, 49, 52, 68, leading to massive recalls of vehicles. There are also known examples of the enemy exploiting weaknesses in the security of military cyberphysical systems 48. Similarly, researchers have recently identified important security vulnerabilities in commercially available smart rifles 28. 6.3 IoT as a new attack surface. IoT devices, i.e. sensors and actuators. IoT devices, i.e. sensors and actuators. Communication channels between the devices, as well as between the devices and the back-end system. Communication channels between the devices, as well as between the devices and the back-end system. IoT-specific back-end applications. IoT-specific back-end applications. Back-end data storage. Back-end data storage. The emergence of IoT and the proliferation of devices able to connect to military networks greatly expand the potential attack surface. Furthermore, IoT devices that are not properly managed and maintained after their initial deployment introduce a particular risk. Avoiding such risks requires an effective combination of technical and procedural capabilities. This is especially important because the of IoT hosting platforms, such as military ships, land vehicles, and airplanes, is counted in decades, whereas IoT components, in terms of both hardware and software, become quickly obsolete due to the rapid pace of innovation. Enabling secure continuous development and evolution of military CIS causes increasing difficulties, for example, in the context of traditional defense procurement and security accreditation processes. However, this is crucial to maintaining information superiority and technological advantage over adversaries. In the long term, due to its scale and heterogeneity, the proliferation of IoT components could lead to the presence of vulnerable or outdated devices, underscoring the increasing importance of defense in depth and novel security concepts, such as Zero Trust Architecture 67. From an enterprise perspective, implementing the BYOD concept introduces new security challenges related to personal IoT devices. Although most of the current work on BYOD security policies and mechanisms focuses on relatively powerful traditional mobile devices, such as laptops and smartphones, employees also bring a large number of smart devices to the workplace, with all their related security risks and opportunities. How this situation could be exploited to increase enterprise security by taking advantage of additional sensing capabilities, rather than only opening new attack vectors for the enterprise system, is still an open question. Therefore, an ongoing challenge is to manage potentially complex security policies applicable to IoT BYOD. In this respect, formal approaches may offer an interesting solution. 631 Attacker Model. IoT systems used in military environments can be subjected to determined attackers with varying technical capabilities. Although some of the adversaries faced by NATO and NATO nations in their past operations are not technically sophisticated, this situation has recently changed rapidly. The ability of insurgents in Iraq to access unencrypted surveillance streams from American drones is a good example of a risk introduced by underestimating the capabilities of an adversary. In addition, many historically unsophisticated enemies have substantial financial resources and control large parts of the population. These assets allow them to acquire the required expertise externally through purchase or coercion. Depending on the IoT use case, the attacker may be more likely, e.g. in the case of ground seismic sensors, or less likely, e.g. in the case of unmanned vehicles, to have physical access to a device. However, it is reasonable to assume that the physical integrity of the device cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, devices should be equipped with an embedded secure element and a trusted execution environment 27 to protect cryptographic material and provide the ability to be wiped remotely. One must also assume that the attacker has access to a wireless communication channel between IoT devices, as well as between IoT devices and the gateway to the back-end system. Therefore, these communication channels must be authenticated and protected against eavesdropping, and to the extent possible, against jamming. The attacker's access to the IoT back-end system, typically located in a cloud, may vary depending on the exact location of the back-end system. For example, existing network defenses may reduce accessibility in the case of systems located within the private NATO cloud. However, systems hosted by third-party providers may use a public cloud or expose their interfaces to the public internet. Therefore, it is essential that the proper vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, including scenarios involving compromised IoT end devices, are performed regularly on the back-end system. 632 Vulnerabilities and Threats. A recent study 7 of 50 smart home devices found that none enforced strong passwords, used mutual authentication, or protected accounts against brute force attacks. Finally, almost 2 out of 10 mobile apps used to control the tested IoT devices did not use TLS to encrypt communications to the cloud. Furthermore, the tested IoT technology also contained many common vulnerabilities. In particular, some of the web portals used to control IoT devices had severe vulnerabilities that allowed unauthorized access to back-end systems. 1. Weak guessable or passwords. Weak guessable or passwords. 2. Insecure network services. Insecure network services. 3. Insecure ecosystem interfaces. Insecure ecosystem interfaces. 4. Lack of secure update mechanism. Lack of secure update mechanism. 5. Use of insecure or outdated components. Use of insecure or outdated components. 6. Insufficient privacy protection. Insufficient privacy protection. 7. Insecure data transfer and storage. Insecure data transfer and storage. 8. Lack of device management. Lack of device management. 9. Insecure default settings. Insecure default settings. 10. Lack of physical hardening. Lack of physical hardening. Location confidentiality. Detection of equipment or personnel location that may lead to compromise or destruction by an adversary. IoT devices, by definition, are detectable objects whose signals an adversary present in the radio perimeter could pick up. Location confidentiality. Detection of equipment or personnel location that may lead to compromise or destruction by an adversary. IoT devices, by definition, are detectable objects whose signals an adversary present in the radio perimeter could pick up. Availability. The risk of interference by an adversary with wireless channels used by IoT devices or with the devices themselves. Availability. The risk of interference by an adversary with wireless channels used by IoT devices or with the devices themselves. Data confidentiality. The risk of information interception by an adversary. Data confidentiality. The risk of information interception by an adversary. Data integrity. The risk of information alteration by an adversary. The information emitted by the connected objects may be changed or. Data integrity. The risk of information alteration by an adversary. The information emitted by the connected objects may be changed or. Although these threats also exist in the civilian world, they are rarely systematically taken into account. The pace of product development, simplicity of installation and use, low computational and communications overhead, and low cost often take precedence over the security by design requirements. Attacks on secondary functions such as power supply and clocks. Attacks on secondary functions such as power supply and clocks. Side-channel attacks based on electromagnetic radiation, leading to localization, a confidentiality breach, or a compromise in the integrity of the results. Side-channel attacks based on electromagnetic radiation, leading to localization, a confidentiality breach, or a compromise in the integrity of the results. Cryptanalysis of authentication and encryption protocols, weakened through optimizations required for implementation and operation on constrained devices. Cryptanalysis of authentication and encryption protocols, weakened through optimizations required for implementation and operation on constrained devices. Unauthorized modification of hardware components on devices operated in remote areas and in the absence of physical protection. Unauthorized modification of hardware components on devices operated in remote areas and in the absence of physical protection. Ability to authenticate the device and to attest integrity of its specific configuration. Ability to authenticate the device and to attest integrity of its specific configuration. Ability to timely update IoT devices, also remotely. Ability to timely update IoT devices, also remotely. Logging of events and incidents suitable for forensic investigations. Logging of events and incidents suitable for forensic investigations. Software certification and validation with integrity and digital signature checks. Software certification and validation with integrity and digital signature checks. Minimum functional configuration of IoT devices defined by the specific use case. Minimum functional configuration of IoT devices defined by the specific use case. 633 Privacy. The privacy implications of IoT have been a topic of research and public interest in Europe 74 and the USA 47. Although privacy is not a primary concern during military operations, NATO and NATO nations must comply with the national privacy regulations applicable to deployed personnel. For example, national concerns and laws prevented biometrics from being used to authenticate national and NATO personnel during NATO operations in Afghanistan, where in the end the biometric systems were only used to authenticate the Afghan workers allowed on base. Therefore, it is crucial that the implemented IoT solutions do not unnecessarily infringe the privacy of personnel, and that all personal information collected is adequately protected during transit and storage. 634 Security of commercial IoT solutions. Despite significant technological progress, security considerations with respect to COTS solutions are still relevant. Some security challenges have even been aggravated by the same technologies that have enabled the implementation of richer and more flexible functionality. For example, using IoT platforms offered by public cloud providers, e.g., Amazon Web Services IoT and Azure IoT, provides an opportunity for a quick and low-investment implementation of data collection and fusion applications. Indeed, the availability protection provided by such large-scale public clouds is often superior, and in most cases, much more cost-effective than what is obtainable in custom-implemented closed military systems. However, the confidentiality and integrity protections offered by such public platforms are typically much lower than the protection offered by military systems. In particular, using public cloud services significantly increases the risk of disclosing potentially sensitive information to unauthorized parties and the risk that an adversary could maliciously modify information. There are several reasons why COTS products and services can provide security measures that are not sufficient to meet military requirements. An essential consideration in a commercial environment, which is of less importance in a military environment, is the usability of security measures by a non-expert user and the cost of a secure operation. Many currently offered commercial IoT solutions are designed with ease of use and straightforward configuration in mind rather than stringent security controls. This focus makes sense in the commercial world, where usability must be balanced with security to gain wide acceptance among users. In contrast, military personnel can be explicitly trained in the correct operation of secure solutions and typically have a considerable incentive to follow the defined procedures adequately. Related to usability is the cost issue of a secure deployment and operation. In particular, many commercial solutions tend to avoid or oversimplify key management procedures, often compromising the whole system's security, for example, by reusing a single key or small subset of keys or using an insufficient source of randomness for key generation. However, the military uses key management systems extensively. Although they always introduce substantial additional operational costs and therefore need to be optimized, they constitute a well-understood and integrated element of military operations. Commercial IoT devices typically provide a very constrained computational environment that might not be suitable for implementing more complex and sophisticated security measures or even standard measures used in the Internet. IoT nodes are very often mobile and use wireless communication links with low bandwidth and a short range. Such nodes usually have limited resources, particularly a small random access memory RAM with a size of several dozen KB and low computing power. In addition, a permanent power supply source, i.e., from the power grid, is rare. Most often, it is batteries or accumulators that supply such nodes. The available energy resources are often inversely proportional to the bandwidth and range of the wireless link. In addition, the size of the energy resource can have a decisive impact on the size of installed RAM, the choice of processor, or the number and type of sensors. 23. Implementing a security mechanism in such constrained devices often requires some specific optimizations and trade-offs that, if not analyzed carefully, can introduce new vulnerabilities and weaken overall system security. Another important security drawback inherent to public services is that they share some of the underlying infrastructure with other users and lack complete control over this infrastructure or the management of services. Although the level of sharing and lack of control may differ depending on the provider and acquired services, it cannot be fully eliminated when using public services. At the same time, due to cost considerations, the underlying technology and the processes implemented rarely offer high assurance of separation between different customers. 6.4 IoT as a security enabler. Despite the security and privacy risks introduced by IoT systems, the IoT can also provide security-relevant information and thus enable context-aware security mechanisms and support defense-in-depth principles. For example, context information received from IoT systems could be used as input to authentication mechanisms, i.e., using behavioral biometrics or dynamically adapting the level of deployed security measures based on the perceived threat level and operational picture. Our recent results on behavioral biometric authentication are promising. 9. Although our implementation was limited to the standard sensors included in a typical smartphone, the same approach could be applied to distributed scenarios, in which the user's behavior pattern is collected from multiple IoT devices, if sufficient trustworthiness of this information can be guaranteed. 6.5 Security requirements for military applications of IoT. The basic security requirements concerning confidentiality, integrity, and availability (CIA) for military applications of IoT systems do not differ substantially from the security requirements for any other IT systems deployed in the military environment. However, there are some additional requirements related to the distributed character of IoT, including authentication, non-repudiation, accountability, anti-tampering, and the need to track data provenance. In addition, the typically small memory resources of the sensor nodes, their limited energy resources, and their computational limitations also influence the security of IoT. We should also note that IoT elements are often mobile. Therefore, the requirements for confidentiality, integrity, and availability (CIA) should extend to communication links. In particular, transmitted data portions should be encrypted and provided with control sequences to verify the integrity of the data. Authentication. Before providing it with any system resources, every element of the system must be subjected to an identity confirmation procedure. Identity confirmation is the basis for the authorization and implementation of a data access system, which is a crucial element in ensuring confidentiality. Authentication. Before providing it with any system resources, every element of the system must be subjected to an identity confirmation procedure. Identity confirmation is the basis for the authorization and implementation of a data access system, which is a crucial element in ensuring confidentiality. Non-repudiation. It refers to ensuring that the party to the contract or communication cannot deny the authenticity of its signature on the document or the message it originates from. Non-repudiation. It refers to ensuring that the party to the contract or communication cannot deny the authenticity of its signature on the document or the message it originates from. Accountability, responsibility for the operations performed. Accountability, responsibility for the operations performed. Traffic flow analysis, TFA. Traffic flow analysis aims to analyze the statistics of the observed traffic flows in order to deduce some sensitive information. TFA can be considered an important threat for military applications of IoT in particular, if an adversary can establish which IoT nodes are most active before some activities, the adversary can prepare for certain events. For example, if wireless links associated with UAV control become very active, the adversary may deduce the need to take immediate cover. Therefore, protection against analysis of our IoT traffic and behavioral patterns should be taken into account in IoT traffic flow analysis, TFA. Traffic flow analysis aims to analyze the statistics of the observed traffic flows in order to deduce some sensitive information. TFA can be considered an important threat for military applications of IoT in particular, if an adversary can establish which IoT nodes are most active before some activities, the adversary can prepare for certain events. For example, if wireless links associated with UAV control become very active, the adversary may deduce the need to take immediate cover. Therefore, protection against analysis of our IoT traffic and behavioral patterns should be taken into account in IoT 651 confidentiality. Confidentiality is an essential aspect of any military operation. In the case of IoT systems, confidentiality protection is required for all communication channels and data stored and processed both at the end nodes and in the back-end system. For example, in the case of wireless sensor networks or unmanned vehicles, compromising confidentiality may endanger both the forces and an operation's goals by giving clues about the military's plans and unintended support to the enemy by providing data streams and increased situational awareness. A real-life example of such a threat was observed in December 2009 when militants in Iraq obtained access to the downlink transmission used by the United States, U.S. Drones 48. 652 Integrity. Ensuring data integrity is critical, as erroneous data can reduce or negate information superiority and cause an operation to fail. Adequate security assurance requires a fine-grained risk analysis specific to the use case. This may lead to trade-offs between the amount of potentially useful data that can be collected and ingested into military command and control (CIS) and the achievable level of security, reliability, and trustworthiness. It is also vital to put the data produced, collected, stored, and processed in context by preserving rich metadata on their provenance, trustworthiness, and meaning. Integrity is crucial to many aspects of MIoT systems. It is vital that the information delivered to the C2 Center by SmartThings has not been modified and that the trustworthiness of its source can be accurately evaluated so that the data can be incorporated into the operational picture with an appropriate confidence level and used for command decisions or ignored. However, it is equally important that the command and situational information provided to smart objects is of appropriate integrity. For example, it is stipulated that in December 2011, Iran successfully brought down a U.S. reconnaissance RQ-170 Sentinel UAV by spoofing the GPS signals it received to navigate back to its launch point. Integrity is not only a feature of information, but also a system, where it refers to ensuring the preservation of a secure system state and configuration. Therefore, violating the integrity of the system can have a catastrophic impact on the CIA of the data processed by this system. An example of such an attack was observed in September 2011, when a virus-infected military system was used for keylogging C2 of a U.S. UAV fleet at Air Force Base in Nevada 31. Consequently, these events led to the development of the DARPA research program in high-assurance cyber military systems 2163. 653 Availability. The full potential of IoT in military environments will not be achieved if the required availability of information delivered by sensors and devices cannot be ensured. Availability can be ensured in several ways. Ensuring high availability of individual devices and data links is one measure. Another measure is redundancy, which involves both duplication, deploying additional similar devices, and diversity, using devices with different heterogeneous technologies to provide equivalent information. Similarly, C2 information must be available to actuators and smart devices when required. The sleep deprivation attack is a particular aspect of availability related to IoT. This type of attack targets specifically battery-powered devices, which are common among SmartThings, by preventing them from entering an energy-saving mode. This leads to depletion of battery power, and replenishing batteries may be difficult, if not impossible, in combat situations. Thus, zero-power technology and energy scavenging may be essential for the survival of IoT systems. These are the subjects of recent large DARPA research programs 14. 654 Trust. Trust in IoT devices is crucial to providing value to military users. Trust is broader than security. Although sensor security is a prerequisite for establishing trust in the data it provides, it is not the sufficient condition. A sensor can be fully secure, but the information it provides may still not be trustworthy. It can be an unreliable sensor or simply of bad quality. Similarly, the algorithms used to process the data, such as AI, may not provide trustworthy results even though they are secure. It is also unlikely that the entire IoT infrastructure of nodes, communication links, and gateways will have the required level of security that allows complete trust. This is particularly true for IoT devices that are not owned or operated by the military, but by civilian entities, such as municipalities and individual users. Consequently, if military forces use IoT devices to enhance situational awareness, there is a risk that hostile forces will disable, disrupt, or deceive the network. The latter is the most serious case, as a hostile force could manipulate the information reported by the IoT network to maliciously guide commanders' actions. 655 Safety and Security. Although cybersecurity often supports operational safety, sometimes these requirements can conflict. For example, when an adequate cybersecurity response to an event would mean the immediate disconnection of a compromised or vulnerable but safety-critical system component. The balance between operational safety and cybersecurity requirements varies depending on the specific application and use case. Cybersecurity may be the most important factor when considering the interconnection of existing classified military CIS with new sensing and actuation capabilities offered by the IoT. Thus, a more balanced approach might be required, for example, in military base or vehicle automation scenarios. However, operational safety may be the most important when integrating complex systems or critical infrastructure hierarchies. 656 Data Provenance. An essential attribute determining the usefulness of the data is its provenance. If the data come from a reliable source, they are more useful than data from an unknown source. The evaluation of the credibility of the source should be associated with the authentication procedures of the data source. If the data source is a single sensor node, the identity of this node must be confirmed. However, sensor nodes can also be organized into clusters. In this case, it is enough to authenticate the cluster or a cluster representative, which provides data from the nodes making up the cluster to confirm the origin of the data. It is possible to build a cluster in which each member is pre-authenticated before it can start its regular operation, using the local trust structure created on each sensor node, equipped with a Trusted Platform Module (TPM). In this situation, the data from the sensor nodes within the cluster will be reliable. In addition, a node in the cluster can be selected to play a gateway role to transfer data from the cluster to other clusters. With local trust structures, it is possible to build a trust relationship between nodes acting as a gateway in different clusters, which means building a trust relationship between different clusters. 657 Cryptographic Mechanisms. As discussed above, although commercial solutions often provide a sufficient level of availability protection, in most cases additional suitable cryptographic mechanisms must be in place to provide an appropriate level of protection for integrity and confidentiality, as well as authentication of the data origin. According to the NATO In-Depth Cyber Defense Principles, all layers of the system should have such protection measures implemented. However, when using public cloud infrastructure, it is imperative to provide end-to-end security at the application layer. To protect the confidentiality and integrity of the information must be encrypted at the point of origin, that is, the sensor node itself or a sync gateway node owned by NATO, and stored and transported in this form as long as possible. This protection could also include using homomorphic encryption mechanisms that enable the processing of encrypted data. However, this particular aspect is beyond the scope of our current work and is for future research endeavors. In addition, traditional measures such as various types of digital signatures can provide authentication of the data source, although these techniques are also beyond the scope of our current investigation. It is unrealistic to apply military-grade security, including COMSEC, InfoSec, and COMPUSEC, to IoT devices due to their low cost, low power, limited connectivity, and limited computational power. Moreover, many IoT scenarios use a decentralized trust model, where trust does not rely on a single entity or artifact. Instead, nodes can compare their values against those around them to see if their neighbors have been compromised. The analysis of data provided by IoT sensors can do the same. However, a consensus is needed before taking action rather than trusting all inputs. 6.6 Security Measures. As discussed in SECT. 6.1 Several open and proprietary mechanisms for securing IoT have been proposed by both academic researchers and industry. In the following, we discuss some of the security measures that have been implemented and validated during the demonstrations and experiments described in CHAP. Item 661 Physical Layer Mechanisms. The network is made inherently resilient to malicious signals sent by an attacker or rogue sensor located outside the intended service area. The network is made inherently resilient to malicious signals sent by an attacker or rogue sensor located outside the intended service area. Physical node tampering activities are made more difficult. Nodes that are removed from their assigned location, for example, to be reconfigured or hacked, disappear from the network. If they are subsequently returned to their original locations, they can be marked as untrusted by the upper OSI layers based on their blackout time statistics. Physical node tampering activities are made more difficult. Nodes that are removed from their assigned location, for example, to be reconfigured or hacked, disappear from the network. If they are subsequently returned to their original locations, they can be marked as untrusted by the upper OSI layers based on their blackout time statistics. Digital node tampering requires an attacker to physically enter the target service area to access the network. Digital node tampering requires an attacker to physically enter the target service area to access the network. Using physically functions, PUFs, is a possible solution to the security of low-cost physical devices, employing the physical characteristics of simple semiconductors to provide elements of security functions. Although not computationally complex, such functions are difficult to replicate and add a level of security that is not achievable using conventional security techniques on low-cost hardware. Another way to protect IoT nodes against unauthorized interference is to use the Platform Configuration Registers, PCR, offered by the TPM in each node. 662 Establishing Trust. In traditional Internet, the trust structure is usually based on the use of Public Key Infrastructure, PKI, and Certification Authority, CA. However, in the case of IoT nodes with relatively limited resources, such an approach is not always appropriate. A more suitable approach focuses on creating local trust structures for several dozens of IoT nodes, i.e., a cluster based on TPM. If all IoT nodes are equipped with TPM, the local trust structure can be based on trust in the Certified Asymmetric Endorsement Key, EK, of each TPM. This key is part of each TPM and is signed by the TPM manufacturer's private key and is accompanied by the appropriate certificate. Based on this trust structure, asymmetric keys can be generated, which can then be used to build a trust relationship between individual IoT nodes and to build a secure distribution system for symmetric keys inside the cluster. Symmetric keys, together with the use of hash functions and the hash-based message authentication code, HMAC function, support storing sensitive data in TPM, storing secure data outside the module, and the exchange of data between cluster nodes. The cost of using TPM is the increase in energy expenditure necessary for TPM. However, TPM power consumption is relatively low, and the module offers significant security benefits. An example of a solution that implements the described mechanisms is presented in 24.25. In the context of military IoT applications, it is recommended to use TPM modules in version 2, which provides the possibility of using Advanced Encryption Standard AES, Elliptic Curve Cryptography ECC, and Secure Hash Algorithm 256-bit SHA-256 algorithms that are compliant with NIST guidance for the strength of cryptographic algorithms. On the other hand, TPM version 1.2 has lower requirements for the node's RAM resources, capacity, and energy demand. Therefore, one must consider whether it is worth using TPM v12 for nodes that are merely a source of simple sensor data, at the expense of a slight deviation from the NIST requirements, but with the benefit of the node's power supply. 663 Confidentiality and Integrity Protection. Ensuring confidentiality concerns data stored in the sensor nodes and data sent via communication links. Symmetric cryptography is commonly used for this purpose. When using cryptography, it is necessary to apply secure procedures for generating and securely storing cryptographic keys. Furthermore, if cryptography is to be used to protect transmitted data, a secure key distribution procedure is required between the parties exchanging data. These requirements can be met using the built-in random number generator of the TPM and the internal non-volatile random access memory, NVRAM memory protected by TPM. Thus, using asymmetric cryptography offered by TPM, it is possible to develop a secure procedure to distribute symmetric keys. Although ensuring integrity usually relates to the integrity of data stored in the sensor node resources and data transmitted to other nodes, integrity should also apply to the hardware and software components of the node. Data integrity is often validated using hash functions, and the TPM offers hardware support for example, secure hash algorithm 256-bit SHA-256 and HMAC computation. 664 Sensor monitoring and detection of sensor tampering. Sensor nodes are often located in an environment where it is challenging to organize the physical protection of such nodes. Therefore, each node is exposed to unauthorized tampering of the hardware and software configuration. The PCR registers of TPM can be used to detect unauthorized modifications to the node hardware and software. These registers contain hashes of metrics representing the system and hardware configuration, software components, or other sensitive data stored inside the TPM or in the sensor node resources. One can read these registers without authorization, but the modification of these registers is not straightforward. While it is possible to modify a particular register, the modification is not a simple overwriting of its previous value, but a combination of the current value of the register and the new value. Consequently, each PCR change affects the future values of the registry. This is one of the safeguards that prevents unauthorized modification of the hardware or software configuration, circumventing TPM's detection. Upon detecting tampering with the sensor node, various actions are possible, for example, informing other nodes about the situation, blocking sensor node operation, resetting sensitive data stored in the node's memory, or even physically destroying the node. Remote attestation is relatively easy to implement when sensor nodes cooperate within a secure cluster. If each sensor node is TPM equipped, then, using the local trust structures created based on these modules, it is possible to build a secure domain of sensor nodes. Each node of this domain undergoes a pre-registration procedure, during which it is authenticated and equipped with the appropriate cryptographic material necessary for further secure data exchange within the domain. In addition, protected data exchange between clusters can be configured using similar mechanisms. Within a cluster of sensor nodes, the safety of individual nodes and the entire cluster should be continuously monitored. For this purpose, system diagnosis procedures that rely on diagnostic communications can be used. These diagnostic communications may focus not only on the security of sensor nodes, but also on assessing the quality and correctness of the operation of individual nodes. 6.7 Object-level protection. One protection is applied to individual data objects or portions thereof, rather than a collection of data objects and systems. Protection is applied to individual data objects or portions thereof, rather than a collection of data objects and systems. Two metadata are bound to data objects and are used by protection enforcement mechanisms to determine the protection requirements for a data object. Metadata are bound to data objects and are used by protection enforcement mechanisms to determine the protection requirements for a data object. OLP also complements the cyber defense component of a cybersecurity architecture by supporting data leakage prevention and defense in depth. In particular, OLP capability strengthens resilience to unforeseen threats because if perimeter protection turns out to be insufficient, then there is a second layer of protection at the object level, especially when cryptographic access control (CAC) is deployed. 57. 671 OLP dimensions. 1. Detail of content description, the level of detail in the description, i.e., metadata of the content of an information object. Detail of content description, the level of detail in the description, i.e., metadata of the content of an information object. 2. Granularity of access control, the granularity of the information about the actor, i.e., a human user or automated process that requests access to a data object, and the environment that the protection policy enforcement capability can support. Granularity of access control, the granularity of the information about the actor, i.e., a human user or automated process that requests access to a data object, and the environment that the protection policy enforcement capability can support. 3. Level of object protection, the extent to which it is possible to protect an object regardless of location and time. Level of object protection, the extent to which it is possible to protect an object regardless of location and time. There may be multiple ways to implement mechanisms. Therefore, we discuss the individual dimensions in more detail in the following. 6711 Detail of content description. Example of a metadata card compliant with NATO Core Metadata Specification, STANAG 563654. Three-dimensional space of object-level protection. In the state none, protection mechanisms do not rely on any metadata. Instead, a protection policy is enforced at the system or network level and applied to all data objects, e.g., as in the system high approach. There is no protection at the object level in this state, so it is not part of the OLP space. However, none is included in the discussion to clearly establish the distinguishing characteristics of OLP clearly. In the state sensitivity markings, the metadata comprises a sensitivity marking. A sensitivity marking does not provide information on the contents of a data object. It is an expression of the protection requirements and release conditions that apply to a data object. In the state content properties, the metadata describes the content represented by the data object. Contrary to sensitivity markings, content properties do not express protection requirements and release conditions. The correspondence between protection requirements, release conditions, and content properties is recorded and managed in separate protection and release policies for 6712, the granularity of access control. 1. The simple security property. A subject at a given security level may not read an object at a higher security level, no read-up. The simple security property. A subject at a given security level may not read an object at a higher security level, no read-up. 2. The property or confinement property. A subject at a given security level must not write to any object at a lower security level, no write-down. The property or confinement property. A subject at a given security level must not write to any object at a lower security level, no write-down. In Role-Based Access Control, RBAC 20, the clearance level of an actor is expanded with the concept of roles, enabling a more fine-grained expression of the authorizations of an actor. Role-Based Access Control, RBAC, policies control access depending on the roles users have within the system and on rules stating what accesses are allowed to users in given roles. RBAC is currently the most commonly used access control model for commercial applications. RBAC policies can be mapped to MAC policies. For example, 56 proposes a method to check whether an RBAC policy has an equivalent information flow policy in MAC, and if this policy is consistent with the security model. In RBAC, a role determines a set of permissions that can include both complex operations, such as an e-commerce transaction, and simple actions, such as read or write. The process of defining roles is based on a careful analysis of how an organization operates. RBAC decisions are based on the roles that individual users have as part of an organization. Implementing fine-grained authorization can lead to explosive growth of number of roles. Implementing fine-grained authorization can lead to explosive growth of number of roles. Role design and engineering are difficult and expensive. Role design and engineering are difficult and expensive. Adjustment based on local global situational factors is difficult. Adjustment based on local global situational factors is difficult. 6713 Level of object protection. As mentioned above, enforcing a protection policy at the data object level requires the ability to apply a protection policy to an individual data object regardless of its location and time. The extent to which this can be achieved is called level of object protection, for which three general states are distinguished. The state information domain separation takes its name from the enforcement of a protection policy at the level of the information domain, where all the systems that make up the information domain inherit the policy. In this state, a data object is protected based on its information domain membership, and therefore must not be transferred to an information domain under a different i.e. less stringent protection policy. Currently, prevention is commonly accomplished by separating systems or networks, where systems or networks contain information and form an information domain. As mentioned above, there is no protection at the object level in this state, so it is not part of the OLP space. However, the state is included here to clearly distinguish the characteristics of OLP and the OLP space. The state deny or grant access, DOGA, introduces protection mechanisms that can enforce a protection policy at the object level. The enforcement can be coarse-grained, that is, access control is enforced on the data object as a whole, or fine-grained in the sense that it is possible to enforce a protection policy on portions of a data object. Therefore, if an actor is allowed to access a data object, access is granted by releasing the data object to that actor, i.e. the data object is transferred from its information domain to the actor's information domain. An example is the release of data objects from one domain to another through the use of a cross-domain guard, such as NATO Medium Assurance MA XML Labeling Guard XLG 78, which makes release decisions for portions of data objects. In the State Cryptographic Access Control CAC 37, the protection policy is not enforced according to the DOGA principle but by encrypting data objects or portions thereof. Using CAC increases the level of object protection because an encrypted data object is protected regardless of location. In contrast, in the case of DOGA, once the data object has been released, the protection policy of the originating information domain cannot be enforced. When CAC is used, the access control decision is not enforced directly in response to a request for a data object. Instead, the data objects are encrypted, and the access control decision is delayed until an actor makes a decryption attempt. When the actor successfully decrypts the data object, this implies the usage of the correct key material, and it is concluded that the actor is authorized to access the data object. When decryption fails, this implies that the actor is not authorized. Note that the decision to release decryption key material to an actor depends on whether the actor has authorization. However, when using CAC, the request for key material can, in principle, be made independently of the attempt to decrypt, i.e. access the data object. 672 Applying OLP to IoT OLP with CAC provides an attractive solution for protecting data in MIoT systems. The advantage of using cryptographic access control at the information object level instead of network layer confidentiality mechanisms is that objects can be protected end-to-end, including during possible interim storage. The disadvantage of CAC is the need for an efficient and scalable key management mechanism that can support a potentially very large number of individual encryption keys involved. Furthermore, the fine-grained access control offered for OLP facilitates the sharing of information generated by the IoT systems with external partners, such as local civilian authorities, non-governmental organizations, the International Committee of the Red Cross (ICRC), and the United Nations (UN). Implementing a flexible information sharing capability within IoT from the beginning is crucial because IoT systems can generate a large amount of data, which would be impossible to analyze and release using the classical manual process. In public key encryption schemes, every entity holds both a private and a public key according to predetermined global parameters. To securely transmit a message to a recipient, a sender first encrypts it using the recipient's public key. The recipient can then decrypt the message using his private key. Public keys are usually distributed through public key certificates that contain a copy of a public key, some owner identity information, and a signature on the certificate provided by the central authority for the public key infrastructure. Identity-based encryption is a variant of public key encryption that does not use public key certificates. Instead, the public key for a recipient can be determined directly from the global parameters of the scheme and the public identifier associated with a recipient. Unlike regular public key infrastructure cases in which every entity can generate its private key, the central authority typically generates and distributes private keys in identity-based encryption schemes. Attribute-based encryption, ABE, is an extension of identity-based encryption, in which decryption can be enabled based on the result of a predicate evaluation on several attribute values associated with the recipient. This is accomplished by assigning a number of private keys corresponding to these attributes. Attribute-based encryption, ABE, allows fine-grained control of the decryption capability for a message. The sender does not necessarily need to know the recipient's precise identities, but can instead define an attribute-based policy for the recipients. Attribute-based encryption, ABE, can be further abstracted into predicate encryption and functional encryption. Hidden index predicate encryption schemes are useful when the access policy or individual attributes consist of sensitive information and therefore should also remain hidden from unauthorized parties. ABE and predicate encryption are special cases of a higher-level functionality called functional encryption. Functional encryption schemes allow messages to be encrypted so that decryption of the resulting ciphertext produces an evaluation of the message with respect to a key-dependent function. We have investigated the use of ABE schemes for object-level protection 57. These schemes can be combined with classical symmetric encryption schemes, similar to the approach commonly used with traditional public key cryptography to construct a hybrid encryption scheme. This hybrid encryption scheme limits the performance overhead introduced by using ABE. Several researchers have investigated the use of ABE in the context of IoT, for example, 3281. A recent survey of ABE schemes suitable for IoT can be found in 64. 6.8 Data-Centric Security Architecture for IoT Security Mechanisms implemented within Information Systems Technology, IST 147 Proof of Concept Demonstrator. Where possible, trusted computing environments can be leveraged to ensure the integrity and authentication of IoT devices, including purposely deployed sensors, edge devices, and end-user terminals used to access situational awareness systems. The wireless links between sensors and devices are secured with technology-specific cryptographic mechanisms, suitable for use on computationally constrained platforms and over bandwidth-restricted wireless communication channels. The trusted edge devices perform authentication of the sensor devices and verify the integrity and confidentiality of data received from these devices. Finally, edge devices apply OLP to the information obtained from the sensors. That is, each data object is individually labeled and encrypted, enabling end-to-end confidentiality and integrity protection of its content at the application level. The hybrid encryption scheme used for OLP combines several state-of-the-art cryptographic mechanisms. First, ABE is used to enforce CAC based on ABAC policies. Employing ABAC policies can enforce fine-grained control of access to the data, taking into account the attributes of an object or subject and the context of access, such as location or time. In addition, a simple secret sharing scheme ensures that authorized users can access the data only when using an authorized terminal. For example, while an authorized user can access some of the data from any device, including a smartphone, more sensitive data can require access from a secure terminal located in a command center. Finally, using partially or fully homomorphic encryption enables secure processing of the encrypted data, reducing the need for trust into processing infrastructure and thus supporting new use cases, such as processing of the data in a public cloud. The existing fully homomorphic encryption schemes are still rather computationally inefficient 46. However, some partially homomorphic schemes, such as Encryption 60, can effectively calculate simple statistical measures on sensor data, such as average or total value. A separate class of encryption schemes can be used for data where the main objective of processing is to perform a search, enabling efficient queries on encrypted data stored in a public cloud 62. A carefully planned coordination between military and civilian organizations might allow one to implement a federation of identity and access management, enabling emergency response teams to leverage smart city services and assets when needed according to a predefined security policy. An approach to meeting legal requirements and facilitating public acceptance is partial data and/or perturbation to preserve the privacy of citizens 26. Alternatively, or in complement, smart city platforms could be designed to support a breaking glass policy and enter an emergency mode when needed. Breaking glass security policies are designed to handle dire emergency situations and enable a controlled override of standard security measures. When operating in a breaking glass mode, smart city platforms should enforce strict auditing and logging measures, enabling an analysis of operations performed during emergencies and their attribution, consequently ensuring appropriate accountability and enforcement of responsibility. Our approach is to apply the data-centric security (DCS) paradigm to the IoT environment. DCS has recently been proposed for use within military systems and is the subject of an ongoing investigation within the ACT-TIDE community. The core concept behind DCS is that protection is provided at the level of the data object, as opposed to the lower layers, such as the network or session, and that the type of protected data determines the applied security measures. We aim to experiment with a flexible DCS architecture for IoT devices. In our architecture, low-cost and low-energy sensors based on commercial technology collect relevant information, e.g., movement data, temperature, and seismic activity from their vicinity. These sensors then communicate their information to a local gateway sync node, which relays it to a commercial cloud storage service. The sync node can be static or mobile, as described in the proposed use cases. The concept of content-based protection and release, CPR, developed at the NATO Communications and Information Agency, NCIA 5, offers a specific instantiation of DCS. The CPR policies are a special case of ABAC policies. In particular, CPR defines two ABAC policies: a release policy, determining who can access the content, and a protection policy, prescribing how the content needs to be protected, for example, specifying the minimum security requirements on devices used to process and transport the content. An example of a naive release policy formulated in plain English would be a policy stating that a logistics officer involved in the Resolute support mission has access to information about the movement and temperature of containers with supplies at the Kandahar Airfield Base. In this case, the user's attributes are rank Officer, Discipline Logistics, and Assignment Operation Resolute Support. Possible content attributes are type of content, food supplies, precision containers, and type of metadata, location, and temperature. Accordingly, a naive protection policy could state that the above information can only be processed on a terminal with particular attributes, for example, equipped with hard drive encryption and biometric authentication. In our initial architectural pattern, the sensors use only symmetric encryption to communicate the detected information to the gateway securely. The gateway then re-encrypts the information in a way that provides support for CAC enforcement. Several design patterns are possible here to ensure the appropriate integration of CAC. First, a fully symmetric key-based solution can be implemented, as proposed, for example, in 1 or 13. Second, a traditional hybrid solution could be used, employing a symmetric algorithm for content encryption and public key cryptography for key distribution. This design pattern has the advantage of relying on well-known and currently deployed technologies at the cost of potentially cumbersome key management required to enforce the DCS access control policies. Finally, attribute-based or functional encryption could be used to enforce access control policies directly within the encryption process, thus simplifying the required key management processes. These design patterns align with the OLP integration levels, as defined in 58. Our initial solution does not remove the need to pre-distribute the symmetric keys to the sensing nodes. This is due to a resource limitation of the nodes used in our current prototype and could be reconsidered in the future when some of the functionality currently implemented in the sync node could be moved to the more performant individual sensor nodes. Nevertheless, the issue of symmetric key pre-distribution is limited in our scenario to the local sensor network formed by the sensor nodes and the sync node. A survey of possible solutions to this problem is provided in 70, 80, 82. Finally, note that our solution does remove the need to pre-distribute symmetric keys to the information consumers. This offers an advantage, as the population of the information customers is potentially highly heterogeneous and dynamic. 6.9 Security in Publish-Subscribe Services. Publish-Subscribe approaches applicable to IoT systems have been introduced and discussed in detail in SECT 462. In this section, we discuss various approaches for securing publish-subscribe services in federated environments. In the context of DCS architecture introduced in SECT 6.8, an interesting security approach based on policy attribute-based encryption, CPABA, is proposed in Secure MQTT 71. This solution can be used in both the MQTT and MQTT-SN environments. It is attractive from the point of view of DCS, as it allows the sensor node to perform an encryption procedure once based on a set of attributes that accompany the encrypted data. Data secured in this way can be transmitted over the network unchanged and decrypted by multiple recipients, but only by those who meet the requirements in the attributes of the encrypted data. The shortcomings of this solution are that it uses the MQTT frame of the 0 type, the use of which the MQTT protocol specification does not describe, and additionally that the MQTT broker has a cryptographic key generator function. As a consequence, the standard MQTT software available in the market might not support this solution. Furthermore, such a solution is burdened with the problem of compromised keys, a feature of ciphertext policy attribute-based encryption, CPABA. There are indeed solutions in which a time parameter, validity time, is added to the list of protected data attributes. However, this approach only partially solves the problem because there is no practical possibility of revoking the key before the validity time expires. Shortening the validity time, in turn, causes a large transmission overhead after setting a new validity time and generating new keys. The structure of key generating and renewing KGR system. Clients in the KGR system can be sensor nodes or other nodes that require secure data exchange with sensor nodes. The key server K's node acts as a cryptographic key generator. It is responsible for authenticating the nodes that request key generation or renewal and distributing the generated keys to the nodes. The K's node stores the generated keys only until the distribution of these keys is completed. The security mechanisms of the TPM v2 protect all procedures related to the operation of the K's node and nodes. The Authorization Center, AC, node is responsible for preparing the credentials for the nodes using the KGR system. The system also uses another node that acts as an MQTT broker. However, this node is only an intermediary for data exchange between other system nodes and therefore does not require access to the generated keys and the meaning of the topics used in the KGR system. As the topics used during individual phases of the system's operation have random values, the approach is suitable for sensor nodes operating in the IoT environment with high confidentiality requirements. 6.1 Related work and open issues. There is a wide choice of middleware solutions proposed for IoT and earlier wireless sensor network, applications 65. Nevertheless, most of these solutions are proprietary and either do not use commercially available components or do not account for NATO's multitude of security requirements 76. In addition, only a handful of solutions have been designed with end-to-end security in mind. For example, an approach similar to ours, offering end-to-end security using ABE for Constrained Application Protocol, CoAP-based IoT applications, was presented in 12. However, this solution utilized ABE to wrap the symmetric keys used for exchanging CoAP messages between IoT nodes. In contrast, we use ABE to cryptographically enforce access control policies for consumers of the data gathered from the sensing nodes. More generally, the performance impact of enforcing ABAC policies on IoT applications was investigated in 43. An interesting aspect of using public cloud services for security-sensitive applications is the potential to process encrypted content. Several cryptographic mechanisms have been proposed that provide the capability for some form of encrypted data processing without the need for decryption. For a recent survey of these mechanisms, see, for example, 41. In general, these schemes decrease in efficiency, with increasing richness of the processing functions supported by a scheme. Our future plans include investigating various lightweight methods for aggregating encrypted content at the gateway layer and using more robust processing of encrypted data in the public cloud, including support for verifiable computation. The performance of symmetric encryption on a platform was investigated in 8 for AES block cipher and in 36 for Cipher 4 RC4 stream cipher. These results confirmed that state-of-the-art symmetric algorithms can be implemented effectively in. Similar results for Raspberry Pi were presented in 69 and 6. In addition, the use of bilinear pairing on the Raspberry Pi platform was investigated in 11, in the context of Lin Signature Scheme (BLS), and in 38, in the context of non-interactive zero-knowledge proofs, indicating some performance limitations of single-board computers in the context of implementation of these more advanced cryptographic primitives. Few recent publications focus on evaluating the performance of ABE schemes. In 40, a performance evaluation of ABE was attempted in the context of IoT applications. However, performance measurements were made in a relatively powerful virtual machine environment. The results of a comparative analysis of CPABE and key policy attribute-based encryption, KPABE, in the context of IoT were presented in 75, and similar results were obtained for an Android-based implementation of ABE in 3. An essential objective of DCS is to enforce information-specific security policies at all IT system layers, including the application and network layers 79, and with respect to all security dimensions, that is, CIA 50. Our future work aims to address these cross-layer objectives. 6.11 Conclusion. We have discussed several use cases and related threats applicable to the use of IoT systems in military applications. Furthermore, we presented various aspects of IT network security in military applications, the places to apply hardware TPM to build security mechanisms, and how to use services based on the pub/sub mechanism. Moreover, we paid particular attention to the MQTT service, which can enable secure data exchange between the IoT network and federated C2 systems. Finally, we presented the concepts of object-level protection, OLP, and cryptographic access control, which are currently considered possible security models for future NATO operations. We concluded that OLP and CAC can be applied to IoT to provide end-to-end data protection in transit and storage. The deployment of CAC in IoT introduces several challenges, including key management and implementation of cryptographic algorithms in constrained environments. The computational overhead introduced by many modern cryptographic mechanisms is too cumbersome for many of today's IoT devices. However, experience has shown that device performance improves much faster than expected, and that devices can, in a short time, improve sufficiently to perform even complex cryptographic algorithms. Although there will always be a market space for low-end IoT devices, for example, the majority of IoT devices will be powerful enough to support state-of-the-art encryption mechanisms, such as ABE, before the regular life cycle of military systems results in the widespread adoption of IoT technology. An interesting open research question concerns the extent to which data can be kept encrypted throughout its entire life cycle, that is, not only in storage and transit, but also during processing 42. Our work aimed to investigate the feasibility of implementing DCS mechanisms for MIoT applications, while relying on commercially or openly available software and hardware components and services to the greatest extent possible. Our proof of concept is a first step toward building a working prototype of a secure IoT system based on commercial components, which could be used for larger-scale experimentation and as a use case for the validation of NATO DCS concept. The initial evaluation of available hardware and software libraries and public cloud services shows that existing commercial and open-source components offer sufficient functionality to implement a wide variety of MIoT applications at a lower cost compared to fully customized solutions. In addition, the reduced reliability and environmental resistance of the components could be mitigated by using redundant devices and services. Finally, the architectures relying on commonly used IoT components and platforms can enable better civil-military cooperation, CIMIC, and the reuse of civilian IoT resources available in the conflict area for military purposes. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1. S.G. Taylor, P.D., Cryptographic Solution to a Problem of Access Control in a Hierarchy. ACM Trans. 13-239-248, 1983. 2. IJM, The Internet of Nanothings. IAIE. 17-6-5863, 2013. 3. MMT, On the Feasibility of Attribute-Based Encryption on Smartphone Devices. In Proceedings of IoT System. 4954, 2015. 4. AMSSK, Content-Based Information Protection and Release in NATO Operations. In Proceedings of the 18th ACM Symposium on Access Control Models and Technologies, SACMAT, p. 261-264. Amsterdam, the Netherlands, 2013. 5. ASSK, Formal Modeling of Content-Based Protection and Release for Access Control in NATO Operations. In Proceedings of the Foundation of Practical Security. 8352. 227-244, 2013. 6. SDTUA, Secure Sensor Node with Raspberry Pi. In Proceedings of the International Conference on Multimedia Signal Processing and Communication Technologies, Impact. 2630, 2013. 7. MBC, Insecurity in the Internet of Things. 2015. 8. KSV Wu XW. Sing K, Performance Evaluation of Block Ciphers for Wireless Sensor Networks. In Advanced Computing and Communication Technologies. 452. 443, 452. Springer, Berlin, 2016. 9. B. Dell F.K., Smartphone User Authentication Based on Touch Typing Biometrics. In New Trends in Image Analysis and Processing, ICIAP 2015 Workshops. 2734. Springer, Berlin, 2015. 10. S. McCoy D. B. Anderson D. H. Savage S. K. A. F. T. Comprehensive Experimental Analyses of Automotive Attack Surfaces. In SEC 11 Proceedings of the 20th USENIX Conference on Security, 2011. 11. BC, IVV, Sensing Service Architecture for Smart Cities Using Social Network Platforms. Soft. 2116, 4513 4522, 2017. 12. JNY Park C. S. H. H. Secure IoT Framework and 2D Architecture for End-to-End Security. J. 2I 115, 2016. 13. J. Practical and Efficient Cryptographic Enforcement of Interval-Based Access Control Policies. ACM Trans. 14-1-130, 2011. 14. DARPA Technology Office. N0 envisions, asleep yet aware, electronics that could revolutionize remote wireless sensors. DARPA 13, 2015. DARPA MilNews 2015N0, Aware Electronics. Access 28 Sept 2025. 15. Division NITLAC, NIST Cybersecurity for IoT Program. NIST Applied Cybersecurity NIST Cybersecurity Program. Accessed 1 July 2023. 16. AH, a NNEC-compliant approach for a future mission network. in Proceedings of the Military Communications Conference, MILCOM, 2012. 17 ENISA, Good Practices for Security of IoT, Secure Software Development. Technical Report, November, ENISA, 2019. Europa. 18 INISA, Internet of Things, IoT. Europa Topics and Smart Infrastructures, Accessed 1, July 2023. 19 MJP MBSD Barker W. Richardson M. Trusted Internet of Things IoT Device Network Layer Onboarding and Management. Special Publication December NIST 2022. 20 DFRSDRR Proposed NIST Standard for Role-Based Access Control. ACM Trans. 43 224 274 2001. 21 Fisher K. HACMS, High Assurance Cyber Military Systems. In HILT 12 Proceedings of the ACM Annual Conference on High Integrity Language Technology, 2012. 22 J. Cryptographic Keys Generating and Renewing System for IoT Network Nodes, a Concept. Sensors 2017, 5012, 2020. 23 J. Security Techniques for the WSN Link Layer within Military IoT in Proceedings of the WFIoT. 233 238, 2016. 24 J. A Framework for Constructing a Secure Domain of Sensor Nodes. Sensors 1912, 2797, 2019. 25 J. Procedures for Sensor Nodes Operation in the Secured Domain. Concurrency. 3213, E5183, 2020. 26 Esabo JMC, Understanding Database Reconstruction Attacks on Public Data. ACM 623, 4653, 2019. 27 Global Platform. Global Platform Device Technology T Internal API Specification, version 1. Technical Report Global Platform 2011. 28A Hackers can disable a sniper rifle or change its target. Wired Magazine 2015. WiredCom 201507 Hackers can disable sniper change target 29. D. Benjamin T.S. K. T. W.H. Security and Privacy for Implantable Medical Devices. IAIE Pervasive. 71-3039 2008. 30D Benjamin T. B. Clark SS Defend B. Morgan W. K. T. W.H. Pacemakers and Implantable Cardiac Defibrillators, Software Radio Attacks and Zero Power Defenses. In Symposium on Security and Privacy, 2008. 31 K.C. The Vulnerability of UAVs to Cyber Attacks and Approach to the Risk Assessment. In 5th International Conference on Cyber Conflict, CON 2013. 123 2013. 32 JJM.A. Preserving Smart Objects Privacy Through Anonymous and Accountable Access Control for M2M-Enabled Internet of Things. Sensors 157, 15611 2015. 33 VC, AR, AJ, MM, K, R, D, A, K Miller R. Guide to Attribute-Based Access Control, ABAC Definition and Considerations Draft. Technical Report, National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, 2013. 34 IARC, European Research Cluster on the Internet of Things. Internet of Things Research Index. Accessed 1 July 2023. 35 GIN X R R, a unified attribute-based access control model covering DAC, MAC, and RBAC. In 12 Data and Application Security and Privacy XXVI No. 7371 in LNCS. 4155 2012. 36A FM MA LA HQ, a study of secured wireless sensor networks with XB and in 2nd International Conference on Systems and Informatics, ICSAI. 492-496, 2014. 37 M, Towards Pervasive Cryptographic Access Control Models. In SCCRYPT, 2012. 38 PEGT Tong VVT, privacy-preserving reputation mechanism, a usable solution handling negative ratings. In IFIP, Advances in Information and Communication Technology. 454. 1329. Springer, Berlin, 2015. 39 Law L.J. Bell D.E. Secure Computer Systems, Mathematical Foundations. Technical Report, MITRE Technical Report 2547. II 1973. 40 Lee D. Z. Williams J. A. P3. Privacy Preservation Protocol for Automatic Appliance Control Application in Smart Grid. IAEA Internet Things J15, 414 429, 2014. 41 Lay S. J. Security and Privacy for Big Data. In SS. Big Data Concepts, Theories and Applications. 280 1313. Springer, Berlin, 2016. 42 MCOCB. Ramifications of DARPA's Programming Computation on Encrypted Data Program. Technical Report, RAND National Defense Research Institute, 2014. 43 LPDSTA. Enhancing Context Data Distribution for the Internet of Things using C-awareness and attribute-based access control. 7134, 121 132, 2016. 44 R. Dick feared assassination by shock to implanted heart defibrillator. The Guardian 1019, 2013. ComWorld 20 1319 Dick heart assassination fear. Access 28 Sept 2025. 45 WHT. Improving the security and privacy of implantable medical devices. N. J. Med. 36213. 1164 1166, 2010. 46 CVMR FHP N. Survey on Fully Homomorphic Encryption Theory and Applications. Proc. IAIE 11010, 1572 1609, 2022. Org 10 1109 202 2320 5665. 47 E. Tracking and Hacking. Security and privacy gaps put American drivers at risk. Technical Report, U.S. Senator for Massachusetts, 2015. 48 Marty, J.A., Vulnerability Analysis of the Protocol. D. Thesis, Air Force Institute of Technology, Wright Air Force Base, Ohio, 2014. 49 McCarthy, C. K. Carter, A. Characterization of Potential Security Threats in Modern Automobiles, a Composite Modeling Approach. Technical Report, October, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Washington, 2014. 50 JKTRNL, Labeling for Integrity and Availability. In Proceedings of the International Conference on Military Communication and Information Systems, ICMCIS, 2016. 51D, Securing the Internet of Things, Mapping Attack Surface Areas using the OWASP IoT Top 10. In RSA Conference, 2015. 52 Miller C.C., A Survey of Remote Automotive Attack Surfaces. Technical Report, 2014. 53 National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence E, Internet of Things, IoT. NIST. Accessed 1 July 2023. 54 NATO Standardization Office, NATO Core Metadata Specification. NATO Standardization Agreement, SDANAG 5636, NATO Standardization Office 2019. 55 OASIS, E-Access Control Markup Language, XACML version 3. Standard OASIS 2013. 56 SRQ, Configuring Role-Based Access Control to Enforce Mandatory and Discretionary Access Control Policies. In ACM Transactions on Information and System Security, TISSEC. 85-106-2000. 57 SK, Cryptographic Access Control in Support of Object-Level Protection. In Proceedings of the Military Communications and Information Systems Conference, MCC. 2013. 58 SK, A Common Approach to the Integration of Object-Level Protection in NATO. In Proceedings of the SDO Symposium on Cybersecurity Science and Engineering, Tallinn 2014. 59 OWASP IoT Top 10 2018. Org Archive OWASP IoT Top 10 2018 Final. 60 P Public Key based on composite degree classes. In 223 238 1999. 61 VFRGVR cryptographically secure radios based on directional modulation. In 2018 IEIA ICASSB 2014. 18 2014. 62 HJM Survey on Secure Search over Encrypted Data on the Cloud. Concurrency 3117 E5284 2019. Org 1010025284, ComAbs 1010025284. E52845284. 63 Pike L. Hickey P. J. T. E. T. Building a High-Assurance Unpiloted Air Vehicle. In MEMOCODE 1311th ACMIAE International Conference on Formal Methods and Models for 2013. 64 M. Mana MLPG. A survey on attribute-based encryption schemes suitable for the Internet of Things. IIIE Internet Things J911, 82698290, 2022. Org 101109 JIOT2, 0223154039. 65 MAMAS, Middleware for Internet of Things. IIIE Internet Things J31, 7095, 2016. 66 MBA, is your cat infected with a computer virus? In Proceedings of the 4th Annual IAIE International Conference on Pervasive Computing and Communications, PERCOM. 169-179. Washington, D.C., 2006. 67 Rose S. O. Mitchell S.S., Zero Trust Architecture. Special Publication 80207, NIST, 2020. 68 I. Miller R. H. Taylor T. O. S. Su W. M. W. I. Security and Privacy Vulnerabilities of In-Car Wireless Networks, a Tire Pressure Monitoring System Case Study. In Proceedings of the 19th USENIX Conference on Security, 2010. 69 Shaw DK VA VJ S. End-to-End Encryption-Based Biometric SaaS, using Raspberry Pi as a remote authentication node. In Proceedings of First International Conference on Computing, Communication, Control and Automation ICCUBEA. 5259, 2015. 70 MA PS CBTC, a survey on key management mechanisms for distributed wireless sensor networks. 5415, 25912612, 2010. 71 Singh MVP, Secure MQTT for Internet of Things IoT. In 5th International Conference on Communication Systems and Network Technologies. 746, 751. IIIE Piscataway 2015. 72 ALK, Secure and Trusted in Network Data Processing in Wireless Sensor Networks, a survey. J. 24 191 207 2007. 73 Transformation, NAC, Data-Centric Security Vision and Strategy for the Alliance Federation, including the NATO Enterprise. Technical Report NATO 2019. 74 Van den Berg M. PPOT, Mass Surveillance Part 2, Technology Foresight. Report European Parliament 2015. 75 XJ Schooler EMINM, Performance Evaluation of Attribute-Based Encryption, Toward Data Privacy in the IoT in Proceedings of the IEEE ICC. 725 730, 2014. 76K Securing the Internet of Things, a Military Perspective. In Proceedings of the IAAE World Forum on Internet of Things, WFIoT. 502 507, 2015. 77K-S, Content-Based Protection and Release Architecture for Future NATO Networks. In Military Communications Conference, MILCOM, SAN, CA 2013. 78K-SG, Designing Medium Assurance XML Labeling Guards for NATO. In Proceedings of the Military Communications Conference, MILCOM. 1794-1799. IAIA SAN 2010. 79 KS Content-Based Security and Protected Core Networking with Software-Defined Networks. IAIE. MAG. 5410-2016. 80 YVK Sun B X F Galloway M. A Survey of Key Management Schemes in Wireless Sensor Networks. 3011-12, 2314-234-1, 2007. 81 Yao X Z Y. A lightweight attribute-based encryption scheme for the Internet of Things. Future. 49 104-112, 2015. 82 J V. Wireless Sensor Network Key Management Survey and Taxonomy. J. 33-2, 6375, 2010. 83 D. Carter W. Leveraging the Internet of Things for a more efficient and effective military. Technical Report, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Washington, D.C., 2015. 7. Reliability and Fault Tolerance. 7.1 Introduction. 7.2 Characteristics of the MIoT and Reliability Challenges. 7.2.1 Categories of the Military Applications. 7.2.2 Failure Scenarios. 7.2.3 The Fault Model. 7.2.4 Reliability Challenges for MIoT. 7.3 Fault-Tolerant Techniques for the MIoT. 7.3.1 Fault Masking Techniques. 7.3.2 Fault Detection and Diagnosis. 7.4 Integrating Fault Tolerance and Security Techniques in the MIoT. 7.4.1 Reliability of the Security Mechanisms. 7.4.2 Security of the Reliability Mechanisms. 7.5 Conclusions. References. Keywords. 7.1 Introduction. The Adaptation of the Internet of Things Paradigm in the Military Domain, IG. Internet of Battlefield Things, IOBT 23, emphasizes the connectivity of military things objects, e.g. military vehicles, weapons, materials, plenty of military sensors, soldier devices, and plenty of embedded, tiny, in many cases even invisible, low-energy consumption devices. These things objects can exchange information and take contextually dependent actions decisions even without human soldiers. Participation 21-23. Thus the MIoT is the interconnection of uniquely identifiable objects within the existing military communication infrastructure. Such a large number and variety of objects devices will significantly impact the reliability of services in the MIoT system. The MIoT deploys a multitude of network-aware devices in a dynamic, error-prone, and unpredictable environment and is expected to run for a long time during all military missions without failure. To commission such a system and to keep it operational, it is therefore essential that the system's design is reliable. Furthermore, a harsh or even hostile physical environment, for example, radiation, fire on the battlefield, or falling of hard objects on sensor hardware, can also completely damage some devices. Hence, faults and failures should be treated as normal facts in the MIoT system. In short, the MIoT system has to deal with faults arising from unreliable hardware, limited energy, connectivity interruption, and harsh or hostile physical environments. These findings highlight the need to consider several factors necessary to ensure the reliability and security of MIoT services. Therefore, the main goal is to achieve robustness of the MIoT system against attacks and resilience against failures. Building a highly reliable computing system has always been an essential requirement for the military. Undoubtedly, when designing a MIoT system, one must consider its basic requirement, that is, safety-critical real-time applications. Therefore, systems used in critical military applications must be highly reliable. An Internet of Things IoT system's dependability, reliability, generally means certainty of the operation of the system, which allows users to have reasonable confidence in the results of services processing provided by this system. Reliability refers to the probability that a system provides its services as required throughout the period. Along with reliability, other closely related quality attributes include availability, safety, and performability. 18. Informally, availability is the fraction of time a system can be used for its intended purpose, i.e., operational to the user within a period. Note that availability is also one of the essential security attributes. Safety refers to the probability that a system does not fail in such a manner to cause significant damage to its own and/or allied side. Performability refers to the performance level of the MIoT system in the presence of failures. In this chapter, we will focus on reliability and availability, as without them, it is impossible to meet other objectives, such as safety or performability. It is important to stress that reliability and availability objectives are closely related to security requirements. This is particularly true in military systems that are, by design, exposed to a high risk of malicious interference by highly skilled and motivated threat actors. Assuming that the system is binary in terms of the reliability state, fit up or unsuitable unfit down, is the failure probability density function, continuous random variable, and T denotes the time for the system to fail. We can formally define the reliability of a system as the probability that the system will not fail until time t19. It can be expressed as tt1, whereas the failure function, tt0. Similarly to the reliability measure, the average system uptime, the mean time to failure MTTF for the system is the expected value of the failure density function 0, which can be ultimately represented as 0. Availability means the ratio of the time during which the system is fit for the range 0t to the length of this range. Availability at time t apt is the probability that the system is fit for the moment t. The long-term availability this measure is used in recovery repair systems. Knowing the MTTF and mean time to repair MTTR values, we can express the availability as MTTF plus MTTR. 1. It is possible to design a highly available MIoT system, even with components with relatively small MTTF, which is common in the case of using some COTS sensors and systems. It is possible to design a highly available MIoT system, even with components with relatively small MTTF, which is common in the case of using some COTS sensors and systems. 2. It becomes quite interesting for the MIoT system to adopt the recovery-oriented computing ROC 17 paradigm. It becomes quite interesting for the MIoT system to adopt the recovery-oriented computing ROC 17 paradigm. Relationships between basic security and dependability attributes. 7.2 Characteristics of the MIoT and reliability challenges. The MIoT architecture depends on a variety of military application scenarios and, in general, should synthesize the characteristics and requirements of all of them. In particular, it should describe the general services of IoT and a structured representation of the function, behavior, and role of entities. In 22, a 5-layer architecture of IoT for military purposes was proposed, which included the following layers: sense, access, network, service, and application. We will use the concept of a layered MIoT architecture presented in Chap. 3. To identify the main reliability challenges and robustness. We believe that the perception and actuation and communication layers are where key reliability issues in the MIoT can occur. Furthermore, the perception layer is more vulnerable to an external attack, such as an external attack against a battery of WSNs, which can also influence MIoT reliability. Therefore, establishing lightweight and effective intrusion detection and recovery mechanisms to improve system robustness is another important security problem. Meanwhile, establishing a trust and reputation model to evaluate suspicious node behavior can significantly reduce the influence of malicious nodes. Conventional intrusion detection methods need to be modified and improved for application to the IoT due to certain limitations, including resource-constrained devices, the limited memory and battery capacity of nodes, and specific protocol stacks. For example, a lightweight IDS for anomaly detection in the IoT proposed in 7 aimed at detecting a common type of DDoS attack. This work proposed a lightweight attack detection strategy that uses a supervised machine learning-based SVM to detect an adversary that tries to inject unnecessary data into the IoT network. The proposed IDS focused on two prominent issues: the attribute of the receiving data to classify the signal and the machine learning-based classifier. An SVM-based classifier was used for classification purposes, with input as 2 or 3 simple features. 7.2.1 Categories of the military applications. 1. Mission-critical applications, no failure tolerance. This includes MIoT systems placed in a mission-critical scenario, particularly during health care and evacuation of wounded soldiers from an area at risk during a military operation. Another vital mission-critical scenario is building a precise image map of threats on the battlefield to develop commanders' decisions on the rapid impact and destruction of targets. In these cases, any network-aware devices monitoring the soldiers' health or system components recognizing threats that interact with a middleware platform do not tolerate any failure during their mission time, i.e., when they are actively working. Mission-critical applications, no failure tolerance. This includes MIoT systems placed in a mission-critical scenario, particularly during health care and evacuation of wounded soldiers from an area at risk during a military operation. Another vital mission-critical scenario is building a precise image map of threats on the battlefield to develop commanders' decisions on the rapid impact and destruction of targets. In these cases, any network-aware devices monitoring the soldiers' health or system components recognizing threats that interact with a middleware platform do not tolerate any failure during their mission time, i.e., when they are actively working. 2. Recoverable. In this category, it is acceptable from the end user's point of view to recover the fitness of applications after a system or its component failure while meeting the MTTR requirements. For example, a MIoT system for logistics supply chains with components embedded in vehicles can afford to restart if the embedded component fails. Recoverable. In this category, it is acceptable from the end user's point of view to recover the fitness of applications after a system or its component failure while meeting the MTTR requirements. For example, a MIoT system for logistics supply chains with components embedded in vehicles can afford to restart if the embedded component fails. 3. Error-tolerant acceptance of some errors. Erroneous behavior of some system parts can be tolerated within the safety limits defined by the end user as long as the malfunctioning parts return to correct functioning within a predefined time. For example, an unmanned reconnaissance system that provides routine information about CBRN threats in a given area in real time can afford to send bad, incorrect video data before correcting it. Error-tolerant acceptance of some errors. Erroneous behavior of some system parts can be tolerated within the safety limits defined by the end user as long as the malfunctioning parts return to correct functioning within a predefined time. For example, an unmanned reconnaissance system that provides routine information about CBRN threats in a given area in real time can afford to send bad, incorrect video data before correcting it. 7.2.2 Failure scenarios. Employing a vast number of smart objects, some of which will be civilian devices with relatively low reliability, e.g., from COTS and their dependencies on wireless communication technologies, makes MIoT more vulnerable to faults. These faults may pose daunting challenges to experts as managing the participating MIoT components becomes increasingly important. By the term fault defect, we mean the root cause of an error. Note that defects can arise due to design and implementation errors, material defects, physical damage, etc. An error is a case of incorrect system operation that causes an unwanted change in the system state, for example, a data transmission error or arithmetic operation error, which can result in a system failure. Failure is the system's or its components' visible inability to perform the required function within limits. A fault or failure can be a hardware defect or software programming error, bug. In contrast, an error is a manifestation of fault failure bug 11. Hardware faults can be classified according to several aspects. With respect to their duration, hardware faults can be classified as permanent, transient, or intermittent. A permanent fault reflects the permanent going out of commission of a component. A transient fault causes a component to malfunction for some time, but the fault disappears after that time, and the functionality of the component is fully restored. An intermittent fault never disappears entirely, it oscillates between dormant and active. Hardware faults can also be classified as benign or malicious. A fault that causes a unit to fail silent is called benign. Such faults are the easiest to manage. Far more tricky are the faults that cause a unit to produce a reasonable but incorrect output or make a component act maliciously and send, for example, differently valued output to different receivers. These are called malicious or Byzantine faults 11. Many researchers and practitioners have extensively studied various faults and remedial actions to keep a system operational in mission-critical scenario systems. In general, these faults are categorized 19 as 1 development faults, 2 infrastructure faults, and 3 interaction faults. Development faults are caused by incorrect software or hardware design and implementation, whereas unanticipated hardware faults cause infrastructure faults. Interaction faults occur due to interaction with other software modules, components, or incorrect data format. In addition, the external environment can provide unexpected input to IoT entities, resulting in a computation failure in the MIoT devices. The cluster of networked devices in a MIoT-based system is expected to operate in unanticipated scenarios. However, some of these scenarios can lead to infrastructure failures. For example, 1. In a given IoT military application scenario, network-enabled devices are embedded in a specific environment, e.g., an unmanned vehicle, to gather and process the data stream. These devices can fail due to their physical condition, e.g., radiation exposure and interference with the environment in which they operate. In a given IoT military application scenario, network-enabled devices are embedded in a specific environment, e.g., an unmanned vehicle, to gather and process the data stream. These devices can fail due to their physical condition, e.g., radiation exposure and interference with the environment in which they operate. 2. The processors of IoT sensor nodes, usually with limited computational and communication resources, have been designed considering a small form factor rather than making them highly reliable. This applies in particular to a sensing unit and significantly impacts the reliability of the entire sensor node. As a result, the IoT sensor nodes can be much more fault-prone than ordinary computers. 20. The processors of IoT sensor nodes, usually with limited computational and communication resources, have been designed considering a small form factor rather than making them highly reliable. This applies in particular to a sensing unit and significantly impacts the reliability of the entire sensor node. As a result, the IoT sensor nodes can be much more fault-prone than ordinary computers. 20. 3. Many MIoT devices run on batteries, which can severely limit their computing time and can cause unexpected termination of a computation. Many MIoT devices run on batteries, which can severely limit their computing time and can cause unexpected termination of a computation. 4. Faults in the network communication layer, FIG. 315, where the entire network or the communication components can fail. Faults in the network communication layer, FIG. 315, where the entire network or the communication components can fail. Consider the architecture reference model shown in Fig. 315, where the service platform acts as the base of the data management and intelligent service layers. The platform will be built from different third-party components and integrate many third-party products. Even if we assume that this middleware has been thoroughly tested for its functionality, many transient faults can occur in individual components. In some cases, the reliability of third-party components can be questionable and can often cause a main system failure. Furthermore, external systems connected to the IoT application middleware can fail or provide incorrect data, resulting in middleware failure. We treat these failures caused by platforms built with various third-party components as infrastructure errors. 1. Interoperability errors of heterogeneous devices, the causes of which may lie in the irregularities, misunderstanding, or misinterpretation of the protocols and data formats used. Interoperability errors of heterogeneous devices, the causes of which may lie in the irregularities, misunderstanding, or misinterpretation of the protocols and data formats used. 2. Interaction faults caused by unexpected workload coming from various MIoT components, which different suppliers often produce. Interaction faults caused by unexpected workload coming from various MIoT components, which different suppliers often produce. 723. The fault model. The fault model should define the behavior of IoT units' components when they become unfit. Failure can lead to various consequences for which system failure classes are determined: fail stop, fail crash, omission fault, time stop fault, incorrect computation, and Byzantine malicious fault. The set of allowable types of fault determines a fault model. At each level of abstraction of the MIoT, we can distinguish different types of faults. In general, system faults can be grouped into several categories: sensor faults, actuator faults, processor faults, communication links faults, and system faults caused by software or hardware faults. In the sensing layer of MIoT, the components of the nodes can be divided into two groups. The first group consists of nodes with a processor, storage subsystem, and power supply infrastructure. The second group includes sensors and actuators. All components of the first group are much more reliable than those of the second group, which means that they have a much lower failure rate 3. However, we cannot exclude the possible simultaneous occurrence of microprocessor and sensor faults. Some examples of sensor faults to consider might include 12, systematic calibration error, random noise error, and complete malfunctioning. Systematic errors could be addressed through time redundancy, whereas complete malfunctioning faults should be resolved using hardware redundancy. Faulty nodes and their sensors should be diagnosed and isolated from the system. At the network layer of MIoT, we assume communication links faults and communication node failures, base station, gateway faults, etc. 724. Reliability challenges for MIoT. To guarantee the quality of service and performance of IoT applications, it is essential to detect faults and perform something akin to healing and recovery from events that might cause faults or node misbehavior in the network. Moreover, some military applications are used in real-time mode or near real-time and require high reliability and data processing efficiency throughout a mission. Consequently, in the design phase of an MIoT application, several factors that influence reliability must be seriously considered, including self-organization, self-diagnosis, fault tolerance, and security. Most MIoT applications aim to provide an immersive service experience through a tightly coupled human-device interaction in real time. Therefore, the user's perspective is crucial when judging the system's availability. This is known as User-Perceived Availability 5, where perceived availability is about providing the service to the user, not just surviving through failure. The IoT service platform has an essential role to play in improving user perception of availability by ensuring that user service requests always receive a response, even in extreme circumstances. It is quite likely that an MIoT system will have a set of devices that can dynamically enter and join the system. In such a case, ensuring serviceability without disrupting ongoing activities is more difficult in the case of IoT devices. In a traditional high-availability system, the nodes and software running on them go through scheduled maintenance when the software and patches are updated to prevent any impending failure. However, this traditional type of maintenance may not be feasible for an IoT system. The MIoT networks are not only mostly heterogeneous, but can also be unmanaged, e.g. logistic applications. This implies that the network must be able to configure itself as environmental conditions or components in the network itself change, so that information can always be transmitted reliably from one application to another. Moreover, there can be additional complexities when using sensor devices. The links utilized in most sensor networks today use completely unregulated frequency bands. As a result, signals from one sensor device can very easily interfere with those from another, making the links unreliable. For example, if a newly deployed IoT sensor network starts to use the same channel as someone's existing WLAN access point, interference can disable critical sensor data reporting. Links in sensor networks are often more unreliable than the internet because of a lack of regulation. Even when the network is reliable, there are scenarios in which the applications running on these devices may generate poor quality data, making the entire computation unreliable. For example, consider a scenario where a device needs to gather images from the physical world where it is embedded. Due to environmental conditions, the quality of the captured images can be below the acceptable level. As a result, the associated inferences drawn from the captured images become unreliable. For sensor devices, the environmental condition can result in bit error. 7.3 Fault-tolerant techniques for the MIoT. The foundation of all fault tolerance techniques, FTT, is redundancy, hardware information, or time. Classical Fault Tolerance 11 considers three main types of concern: fault models, fault detection and diagnosis, and resilience mechanisms, fault recovery. As mentioned previously, the set of allowable types of faults determines a fault model. In addition, each level of abstraction has its types of faults. Fault detection is a phase that recognizes that an unexpected event has occurred. For MIoT applications, online detection is the most crucial to identify fault in real time and is performed simultaneously during normal network operation. Fault tolerance in distributed systems, also in WSNs, has been the subject of active research in recent decades. In 2012, a framework was designed to create highly autonomous fault-tolerant distributed sensor networks with plug-and-play capabilities to diagnose faulty sensors and reconfigure the manufacturing process control systems network. Dependability techniques in MIoT fault prevention implies that faults are prevented from occurring in the runtime system. Fault prevention is achievable by applying appropriate quality assurance techniques when designing and implementing a MIoT system or forecasting, and removing the part of the system that can potentially fail or replacing parts with suitable spares. Applying appropriate quality assurance techniques during the design process and implementation usually means decomposing and dividing the system into components modules to reduce the likelihood of making a mistake. In the case of the MIoT-based application, prevention becomes quite difficult, especially in the data perception layer, as there are many unanticipated external and transient faults due to the harsh or even hostile environment, often beyond our control. Another approach to preventing failures in high-availability systems is to perform scheduled maintenance and timely software updates. However, such a technique is not always applicable to MIoT devices. The use of natural redundancy of the distributed MIoT system and the ability of processing units with communication capabilities, i.g. processors to test other networked units. The use of natural redundancy of the distributed MIoT system and the ability of processing units with communication capabilities, i.g. processors to test other networked units. Application of self-diagnostic IoT devices, e.g. built-in self-test BISD circuits, watchdog monitors. Application of self-diagnostic IoT devices, e.g. built-in self-test BISD circuits, watchdog monitors. The use of other monitoring mechanisms such as checkpoints, watchdog processors, etc. The use of other monitoring mechanisms such as checkpoints, watchdog processors, etc. 7.3.1 Fault masking techniques. Fault masking is typically based on various redundancy methods, such as NMR or active-active-active standby. These methods improve the reliability of a system by relying on a spare component of the system equivalent to the one used to provide service and using it as a replacement in the event of a failure. An active-active solution typically comprises at least two nodes actively running the same kind of service simultaneously. In turn, an active-passive cluster also consists of at least two nodes. However, not all nodes are going to be active. For example, in the case of two nodes, if the first node is already active, the second node must be on standby. The standby node will become active in the event of failure detection in the active node. These methods ensure correct service delivery within the limits, i.g. up to a predetermined number of tolerated errors. However, they have the disadvantage of being very expensive. For example, NMR usually requires more than 300% overhead in resources. This significant overhead is often due to the need to implement a reliable distributed consensus mechanism to avoid a single point of failure. For example, to mask erroneous data captured by sensor nodes in the perception and actuation layer PAL, CHAP. 3. The sensor nodes send their data to the voting system, which, based on an appropriate consensus protocol, IG, according to the majority rule, agrees on common values of sensory data considered correct. The consensus should be achieved in near real time to support the time-critical applications of MIoT. We believe that building this type of system in a higher layer of the MIoT CHAP. 3. II. Data Management Layer DML, Intelligent Service Layer ISL, functioning in the cloud environment will be more appropriate due to the flexibility and effectiveness of such a solution in the cloud environment. However, the deployment of these solutions in PAL, mainly applicable to WSN, would be significantly less effective. First, it would cause greater energy consumption for communication between sensor nodes to obtain consensus, which in turn can accelerate the occurrence of faults due to battery depletion. Second, it could result in longer delays in reaching a consensus. However, applying redundancy would be viable when using cheap COTS devices in PAL. This solution requires the use of cross-layer masking techniques in PAL and higher layers, DML, ISL. Moreover, leveraging the temporal and spatial dependence of the data gathered in PAL could compensate for PAL's limited energy and computational and storage capacity. Providing high availability for MIoT services requires multiple monitoring and diagnosis functions for infrastructure and applications. However, most architectures proposed in the FTT field of cloud computing have implemented another detection method in their fault detection phase. It is essential to note that all the architectures studied so far are reactive or proactive. However, the architecture described in 4 is hybrid, termed virtualization and fault tolerance (VFT). The VFT architecture uses self-healing, preemptive migration, and replication policies. The highest efficiency of the fault tolerance architecture is obtained through hybrid architectures. However, among all the investigated architectures, the VFT architecture is the only hybrid one, so the lack of a hybrid architecture is widely felt in this scope. The highest efficiency of the fault tolerance architecture is obtained through hybrid architectures. However, among all the investigated architectures, the VFT architecture is the only hybrid one, so the lack of a hybrid architecture is widely felt in this scope. VFT architecture enjoys integrative and proactive policies. However, it has only used the replication method among reactive policies and has not utilized all the methods. Thus, it cannot have maximum reliability. VFT architecture enjoys integrative and proactive policies. However, it has only used the replication method among reactive policies and has not utilized all the methods. Thus, it cannot have maximum reliability. The VFT architecture uses a different fault detection method, considered average among the detection methods. The VFT architecture uses a different fault detection method, considered average among the detection methods. The fault recovery method of the VFT architecture has been the only previous hybrid architecture at the system level where fault refinement has not occurred at the level of the virtual machines, VMs. Moreover, the fault masking method has not enjoyed this method in the fault recovery phase of architecture. The fault recovery method of the VFT architecture has been the only previous hybrid architecture at the system level where fault refinement has not occurred at the level of the virtual machines, VMs. Moreover, the fault masking method has not enjoyed this method in the fault recovery phase of architecture. 732 Fault Detection and Diagnosis. 732.1 Fault Monitoring. The two main approaches to fault monitoring in MIoT are device and network fault monitoring, which can be combined for better results. Regarding device fault monitoring, traditional methods to detect the failure of any node in the real-time IoT system are based on the use of heartbeats and Watchdogs 11. A watchdog often implemented on the hardware detects errors by monitoring the behavior of a particular component. It performs concurrent system-level error detection by monitoring the system buses that connect the processor and memory. This monitoring focuses primarily on control flow checking, ensuring that the main processor executes the correct code blocks in the correct order. Such monitoring can detect hardware and software faults, bugs, that cause either an erroneous instruction S to be executed or a wrong program path. Watchdog timers can provide fault monitoring for both individual devices and services located in higher layers, for example, DML and ISL. The recovery procedure can 1. Restart the process or the system from its checkpointed state, and 2. Invoke an appropriate recovery routine. In a heartbeat approach, which mainly applies to CL, a network node periodically sends a heartbeat message to indicate that it is functioning. A properly designed monitoring scheme for objects and services using watchdogs and heartbeats could also be used for many other purposes, for example, security. On the other hand, network fault monitoring involves monitoring for faults in communication links and nodes in CL. It is often based on the agent manager model involving distributed intelligent agent, DIA, monitoring network flow in separate diagnostic domains, consisting of a set of DIAs and a network management station, NMS. Each DIA monitors the reliability and availability status of the assigned nodes and communication links. DIA relies on a local database of collected monitoring information and a local decision module, which the NMS could update. DIA should be lightweight enough to be installed on edge nodes with moderate communication and computing capabilities. DIAs can perform periodic tests of assigned nodes using a polling-based protocol to improve the diagnostic efficiency of unobservable faults. Individual DIA and NMS exchange notifications about the discovered symptoms of a potential failure. 7322 Fault detection and diagnosis at the perception layer. We distinguish between fault detection and diagnosis activities. Fault detection aims to determine whether a given node or a subset of nodes is suitable. Detection approaches can utilize different techniques, such as error detection codes, time redundancy, fault monitoring, or self-testing. In contrast, fault diagnosis consists of determining the state of components, that is, determining which components are suitable for purpose and which are not. Usually, external testers or self-diagnosing tests perform the diagnosis. MIoT should also have self-healing properties. Therefore, we focus on self-detection and self-diagnosing techniques. Diagnosis is a stage in which the exact occurrence of a fault is attributed to a specific atomic piece of the IoT subsystem, which will usually be a node or a subset of nodes. Most devices in the perception layer of the MIoT system are power and process-constrained infrastructures that incorporate sensors, actuators, processors, controllers, memory storage facilities, and communication units, all embedded in a sensor actuator node SN or a collect sensor node CSN. These MIoT devices are used mostly for information acquisition and monitoring or surveillance to build precise situational awareness in different military scenarios. However, the greatest challenge is to identify faulty sensor nodes that generate erroneous data, which can break the global situational awareness picture of the MIoT subsystem. Thus, we should have mechanisms that prevent erroneous data transmission to the higher levels of data processing where data fusion is performed, fusion centers, or we should have mechanisms in the data fusion nodes that will detect incorrect data obtained from damaged sensors and reject them. The potential for simultaneous sensor and microprocessor fault occurrences can be assumed, and diagnosis should be performed during two phases. At the processing nodes phase, where the reliability state of the processing elements is diagnosed, and at the subsystem level, where the health of all sensors actuators is determined. Recently, fault tolerance and management in WSNs have attracted the attention of researchers. Some proposed approaches include energy-efficient detection schemes and algorithms for the detection of failures and identification of faulty sensors 2, 8, 9, 12. The mutual testing method was adopted at the processor level, where each processing element sensor node can test its neighbors 3. In addition, several approaches for interconnected processors have been developed to diagnose faulty processors among themselves. The method, a major approach first proposed by N15, performs the diagnosis by sending the same input to pairs of processors and comparing their responses. Based on the collective results of the comparisons, one may be able to claim the fault-free status of the processors in the system. Diagnosing faulty sensors in a centralized manner may be too expensive for the base station, and fault detection should be conducted in a real-time mode with low latency and high throughput. Diagnosing faulty sensors in a centralized manner may be too expensive for the base station, and fault detection should be conducted in a real-time mode with low latency and high throughput. Potential substantial excess comparison tests lead to unnecessary energy consumption in sensor networks. Potential substantial excess comparison tests lead to unnecessary energy consumption in sensor networks. 7323 Fault diagnosis at the communication layer. A diagnosis of communication nodes and communication links must be made at the communication layer. At the system level, we propose communication link fault diagnosis and communication node fault diagnosis based on DIA similar to SNMP agents. The MIoT network is divided into hierarchical clusters, which constitute diagnostic domains. Each diagnostic domain has some DIAs and NMS, network management station. A DIA is responsible for determining the reliability status of the assigned nodes, gateways, base station, etc. And communication links. A process on the Simple Network Management Protocol, SNMP, agent internally generates periodic tests using a pole-based protocol. Distributed diagnostic agents, DDAs, send diagnostic information to the NMS station. In the proposed solution, we can integrate the system-level diagnostics method based on mutual testing between DIAs within the diagnostic domain and the method based on the monitoring of the network flow by an agent. DIAs also collect diagnostic information from the base station, fault detection status, within a given cluster of sensors. One of the possible ways to achieve fault tolerance is to reconfigure the network into a smaller system after diagnosing the fault. The new IA degraded network continues its work after reassigning resources and under the condition that it meets special requirements. One must first select a fault model. 2. The chosen system must be able to detect each fault in the model and isolate each fault from the functioning portion of the system to prevent the spread of the faulty behavior. The chosen system must be able to detect each fault in the model and isolate each fault from the functioning portion of the system to prevent the spread of the faulty behavior. 3. As a fault detection mechanism can detect more than one possible fault, the system must also address the fault diagnosis process, or localization, which narrows the set of possible faults and allows more efficient fault isolation techniques to be employed. As a fault detection mechanism can detect more than one possible fault, the system must also address the fault diagnosis process, or localization, which narrows the set of possible faults and allows more efficient fault isolation techniques to be employed. 7.4 Integrating fault tolerance and security techniques in the MIoT 741 reliability of the security mechanisms. Security mechanisms also ensure the availability of services, and their failure can significantly reduce the reliability of the system. Therefore, security mechanisms must be reliable and resilient. For example, where possible, they should be designed to avoid a single point of failure and support distributed and federated modes of operation. Distributed ledgers are an example of a recent paradigm that, after a period of initial hype, has evolved into a practical approach to implementing reliable distributed trust management and authorization infrastructure, supporting a dynamic federation of mission participants and operational redundancy. In the context of MIoT, permissioned distributed ledger solutions such as Fabric One are especially interesting. Distributed ledger technology could bring multiple benefits with respect to reliability. For example, it could enable the implementation of immutable security logs, decentralized key generation and access control, as well as more complex security functions in the form of programmable transactions, so-called smart contracts. Cyber resilience offers a life cycle approach to ensuring system security and reliability based on 4 phases: Plan, Absorb, Recover, and Adapt 14. The concept of resilience recognizes that although preparation is vital, ensuring that the system remains fit for purpose during mission execution also requires the ability to deal with impactful attacks. MIOT must provide the ability to absorb ongoing attacks without compromising minimum military operational requirements, and must be able to recover from the impact of an attack efficiently and effectively. Finally, all layers of MIOT must provide the flexibility required to adapt to new threats and attack vectors, and support any reconfiguration required to maintain sufficient resistance in the face of evolving threats and attack vectors. Such flexibility can be achieved by increasing the use of software-defined components, including software-defined radio, storage, and local and wide area networks, as well as virtualized and software-defined computing infrastructure, including, when appropriate, the cloud. 742 Security of the reliability mechanisms. Reliability mechanisms must be integrated by design with the appropriate security measures to provide adequately resilient and trustworthy reliability mechanisms in an environment exposed to adversarial attacks. It is critical to preserve the integrity of fault monitoring and diagnostic information and appropriately authenticate these information sources. Otherwise, fault tolerance techniques designed to improve the system's reliability could open a new attack surface on the system's availability, enabling the attacker to inject fake error reports and control information. Strong authentication and message authentication codes are crucial for communication between all nodes and system components. Although the confidentiality of fault diagnostic information is not critical from the perspective of operating a fault tolerance mechanism, it can be necessary for some deployment scenarios, as the content of fault diagnostic messages and related communication patterns could disclose potentially sensitive configuration and system status information to an adversary. For example, intercepting fault-related traffic might inform the adversary that certain capabilities are not fully functional and thus provide an opportunity to plan and perform a successful attack. In a federated mission environment like the NATO Alliance Federation, a distributed trusted computing platform could be implemented through a combination of node and network-level capabilities. Individual nodes could rely on Trusted Platform Module (TPM) or secure enclaves offered by modern Intel SGX and AMD SAVE architectures, one to provide enhanced authentication, integrity, and confidentiality protection. As described earlier, a distributed ledger could provide additional protection against fake reports and compromised nodes, and a trusted repository of reliability-relevant information at the federated mission network level. 7.5 Conclusions. Applicability assessment of fault-tolerant techniques. Techniques. Examples of solutions. Layer. Applications. Fault masking. And modular redundancy, HW virtual component replication, SDN distributed controllers. DML ISL. Real-time mission critical. Data fusion-driven fault detection. Fault detection with defense-in-depth principles. Device fault monitoring. Watchdog timers, built-in self-test techniques, fault recovery. PAL, time-dependent. Network fault monitoring. Heartbeats agent manager model with DIA, network reconfiguration. PAL-CL. Fault detection within clusters. T-detectable clusters, FT routing. Faulty nodes diagnosing within clusters. Self-diagnosing methods, agent manager model with DIA, FT routing. Finding the best solution to make MIOT immune to different types of fault is a great challenge, especially in mission-critical scenarios. In particular, fault-tolerant techniques should be integrated with security solutions used within MIOT, as mutual reinforcement is highly beneficial. Greater energy consumption for communication between the sensor nodes to obtain consensus with agreement among common captured data, which in turn can accelerate the occurrence of faults due to battery depletion. Greater energy consumption for communication between the sensor nodes to obtain consensus with agreement among common captured data, which in turn can accelerate the occurrence of faults due to battery depletion. Longer delays in reaching consensus, which may exclude such solutions from real-time MIoT applications. Longer delays in reaching consensus, which may exclude such solutions from real-time MIoT applications. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1MC, Challenges for Combining Smart Contracts with Trusted Computing. In Proceedings of the Third Workshop on System Software for Trusted Execution, 2018. 2JS, Distributed Fault Detection of Wireless Sensor Networks. In Workshop on Dependability Issues in Wireless Ad Networks and Sensor Networks, 2006. 3JJZ, Fault-Tolerant Techniques for the Internet of Military Things. In World Forum on Internet of Things, 2015. 4DOS PPM, VFT, a virtualization and fault tolerance approach for cloud computing. In 2013 IAIE Conference on Information Communication Technologies. 473-478, 2013. Org 101109 CICT 20136558142. 5 Dewan ASD JJ PIT, Meaningful Availability. In 17th USENIX Symposium on Network Systems Design and Implementation, NSDI 2020. 6 AKJM, Inoculating Software for Survivability. ACM 427, 3844, 1999. 7 SUSVI, Toward a Lightweight Intrusion Detection System for the Internet of Things. IAAE Access 7, 42454-2471, 2019. Org 101109, Access 201929079665. 8P, a new method for node fault detection in wireless sensor networks. Sensors 92, 1282-1294, 2009. 9B ALS, Hierarchical Plug-and-Play Self-Diagnosable Intelligent Sensor Networks for Process Control. In International Conference on Electro-Information Technology, 2008. 10-OAHYJS SHA RRMS, Virtualization in Wireless Sensor Networks, Fault-Tolerant Embedding for Internet of Things. IAIE Internet Things J52, 571-580, 2018. Org 101109, JIOT 201727177704. 11I Krishna CM, Fault-Tolerant Systems. Amsterdam 2020. 12FMA, Fault Tolerance in Wireless Sensor Networks. In Handbook of Sensor Networks. CRC Boca 2004. 13JW PR MC JX, Efficient Fault-Tolerant Routing in IoT Wireless Sensor Networks based on Bipartite Flow Graph Modeling. IAAE Access 7, 14022-14034, 2019. Org 101109, Access 201928940002. 14IA Fundamental Concepts of Cyber Resilience, Introduction and Overview. In Cyber Resilience of Systems and Networks. Springer Berlin 2019. 15JM, a Comparison Connection Assignment for Diagnosis of Multiprocessor Systems. In IAAE International Symposium on Fault-Tolerant Computing, 1981. 16MMF Availability in the Cloud, State of the Art. J. 605467, 2016. 17D Brown A. P. G. M. Cutler J. P. Fox A. E. David M. M. N. W. J. N. Recovery-Oriented Computing ROC, Motivation Definition Techniques. Technical Report, University of California at Berkeley, CA 2002. 18 Wide J. Tipper D. P. Information Assurance. Dependability and Security in Networked Systems. Amsterdam 2008. 19 Sarkar S. Internet of Things, Robustness and Reliability. In Internet of Things, Principles and Paradigms. Amsterdam 2016. 20 DP R. Z. Reflections on Industry Trends and Experimental Research in Dependability. IEEE Trans. Dependable Secure. 109-127, 2004. 21 N. M. J. P. G. S. C. Winkler R. Analyzing the Applicability of Internet of Things to the Battlefield Environment. In International Conference on Military Communications and Information Systems, ICMCIS. 18. IIIE Piscataway 2016. 22 L. J. Hui Y. Study on Application Modes of Military Internet of Things, MIOT. In International Conference on Advanced Information Systems Engineering. 3. 25-27. Proceedings of 2012 IEEE International Conference on Computer Science and Automation Engineering, CSAE, 2012. 23 D. Carter W. Leveraging the Internet of Things for a More Efficient and Effective Military. Technical Report, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Washington, D.C., 2015. 8. Experimental Validation. 8.1 Introduction. 8.2 IoT Communications Protocol Testing in Urban Environments. 8.2.1 Motivation and Problem Statement. 8.2.2 Supporting Architecture. 8.2.3 Montreal Experimentation. 8.2.4 New York Experimentation. 8.2.5 Concluding Remarks. 8.3 Security Techniques and Solutions for IoT. 8.3.1 Use Cases. 8.3.2 Design. 8.3.3 The Secure Domain for Sensor Nodes. 8.4 Body Area Network. 8.5 Military Operations in a Smart City. 8.5.1 Experiment and Demonstration in Helsinki, Finland. 8.5.2 Experiment and Demonstration in Warsaw, Poland. 8.6 Conclusions. References. Keywords. 8.1 Introduction. This chapter summarizes the experiments that were conducted as part of the group to test and validate IoT technologies and their application to the military domain. 5 different categories of experiments were conducted. LoRa Communications Technology for IoT Devices. LoRa Communications Technology for IoT Devices. Security Techniques and Solutions for IoT Devices and Information generated from IoT Devices. Security Techniques and Solutions for IoT Devices and Information generated from IoT Devices. IoT Body-Worn Sensors for Physiological Monitoring. IoT Body-Worn Sensors for Physiological Monitoring. Military operations that can leverage IoT in the context of smart cities, including MQTT as middleware for exchanging data sensor integration solution architecture and ontology. MQTT as middleware for exchanging data. MQTT as middleware for exchanging data. Sensor integration. Sensor integration. Solution architecture and ontology. Solution architecture and ontology. 8.2 IoT Communications Protocol Testing in Urban Environments. 8.2.1 Motivation and Problem Statement. The Long-Range Wide Area Network, LoRaWAN protocol introduced in SECT 4412 has gained significant adoption through combined support for low-power, long-range transmission 1, thereby supporting low-power wide area networking, LPWAN, within IoT infrastructures. LoRaWAN's growing usage in urban environments, mainly due to low deployment costs paired to good receiver sensitivity, has prompted recent investigation on its potential usage within military systems for supporting urban operations, e.g. 10, 11, 13, 17, 18. This section reviews work conducted in 17, 18, which aimed to conduct an initial investigation on the viability of LoRaWAN to support IoT communications in dense urban environments through assessment of signal coverage, i.e. the portion of transmitted messages received by a gateway under varying conditions. Key research questions for this work included the following. 1. How would distance between a transmitting LoRaWAN device and receiving gateway impact signal coverage in varying urban conditions, including outdoor settings featuring dense urban infrastructure, such as central business districts, and indoor infrastructure, such as subway platforms? How would distance between a transmitting LoRaWAN device and receiving gateway impact signal coverage in varying urban conditions, including outdoor settings featuring dense urban infrastructure, such as central business districts, and indoor infrastructure, such as subway platforms? 2. How does variation in LoRaWAN data rate impact signal coverage under varying urban conditions? How does variation in LoRaWAN data rate impact signal coverage under varying urban conditions? 3. How does placement configuration of a LoRaWAN gateway, i.g. elevation from ground level, impact signal coverage under varying urban conditions? How does placement configuration of a LoRaWAN gateway, i.g. elevation from ground level, impact signal coverage under varying urban conditions? Toward addressing these questions, a set of LoRaWAN data collection tests were conducted in the cities of Montreal 17 and New York 18, aimed at testing device coverage in and around dense urban infrastructure, e.g. skyscrapers, narrow streets, and indoor subterranean environments. This work was undertaken as a key initial step to better understand suitability and applicability of civilian IoT communication protocols within tactical C2 systems for urban deployment. These efforts focused on testing LoRaWAN from two perspectives. 1. Indoor transmission coverage, assessing the impact of both indoor structures and lack of line of sight on LoRa signal coverage between transmitting devices and receiving gateways. Indoor transmission coverage, assessing the impact of both indoor structures and lack of line of sight on LoRa signal coverage between transmitting devices and receiving gateways. 2. Outdoor transmission coverage, assessing the impact of gateway elevation on ability to receive LoRa signals from moving vehicles, accounting for variations in data rate and payload size. Outdoor transmission coverage, assessing the impact of gateway elevation on ability to receive LoRa signals from moving vehicles, accounting for variations in data rate and payload size. Data collection tests conducted in Montreal focused exclusively on outdoor transmission coverage, while those in New York included both indoor and outdoor transmission coverage. In both locations, LoRaWAN performance was compared for data rates on the North American Industrial, Scientific, and Medical ISM 915 M band. 822 Supporting architecture. To support LoRaWAN experimentation in Montreal 17 and New York 18, a COTS IoT architecture for tactical C2 support was utilized, based on work from 10. Details on the hardware and software setup used in the supporting architecture are described below. 8221 Supporting hardware. LoRa nodes built with Lo4. Top, LoRa node with environmental sensors. Bottom, LoRa node with GPS sensor. A Connect Conduit IP67 base station 2 was utilized, which was configured to support processing of incoming LoRa messages through the pre-installed Node-RED Development Framework 3. 8222 Supporting software. To support logging of routes covered during data collection, GPS tracking software 4 was enabled on an Android smartphone, which logged a position for the vehicle once every 3S during outdoor transmission coverage testing. GPS nodes were configured to send dummy GPS values, latitude, 0, longitude, 0 if the GPS signal were lost. In such cases, the position of the message could be determined by cross-referencing transmission time, with route logs collected separately on the smartphone. LoRaWAN data rate specification for uplink transmissions, North American ISM 915 M band. Spreading bandwidth. data rate, maximum data rate, factor SF, by W, bits S, payload size bytes, Dr. 0, SF10, 125K, 980, 11, Dr. 1, SF9, 125K, 1760, 53, Dr. 2, SF8, 125K, 3125, 129, Dr. 3, SF7, 125K, 5470, 242, Dr. 4, SF8, 500K, 12,500, 242, 823 Montreal experimentation. 2 sets of experimentation were conducted in Montreal, one aimed at testing coverage on data rate Dr. 0 Experiment 1, and another focused on testing data rates 1 and 2 Experiment 2. A series of 8 routes were driven, 4 for Experiment 1 and 4 for Experiment 2. As part of our route selection, we attempted to obtain as comprehensive a degree of coverage as possible for streets in and around the downtown area, as well as around the downtown periphery. For these tests, a gateway was placed on a building on a hill overlooking downtown Montreal, with an elevation approximately 150 m above street level in the central business district. Tracks logged during data collection in blue, corresponding to the 8 routes driven in Montreal. The circles in red denote the following distances from the LoRa gateway: 1, 2, 3, and 5. Visual plot of Montreal Experiment 1 results, depicting locations of Dr. 0 messages received by LoRa gateway. Visual plots of Montreal Experiment 2 results. Top, locations of Dr. 1 messages received by LoRa gateway. Bottom, locations of Dr. 2 messages received by LoRa gateway. Experiment 1, messages sent and received for LoRa data rate 0. Location, sent, received, percent received, 1, 407, 230, 56.51, 1, 2, 1061, 81, 7.63, 2, 3, 1974, 180, 9.12, 3, 5, 870, 65, 7.47, 5, 311, 1, 001. Total, 4623, 557, 12.05. Experiment 2, messages sent and received for LoRa data rate 1 and 2. Location, data rate, sent, received, percent received, 1, Dr. 1, 385, 266, 69.09, Dr. 2, 386, 230, 59.59, 1, 2, Dr. 1, 1004, 188, 18.73, Dr. 2, 1008, 80, 7.94, 23, Dr. 1, 1867, 292, 15.64, Dr. 2, 1875, 111, 5.92, 35, Dr. 1, 1241, 84, 0.07, Dr. 2, 1247, 13. 0.01. 5. Dr. 1. 295. 0. 0. Dr. 2. 296. 0. 0. Total. Dr. 1. 4792. 830. 17.321. Dr. 2. 4812. 454. 9.435. Based on the findings of Experiment 1, messages could be received up to 5.5 from the gateway. However, the percentage of messages received after 1 was pretty low and would likely be unacceptable as configured. Note that the percentage of messages received was similar in the 1-5 range. Retransmission was not enabled in this experiment, which could potentially improve performance beyond the 1 range. Experiment 2 was intended to compare the relative performance of 2 different data rates for LoRa. Note that Experiment 2 followed a different route through the city, which implies that a comparison cannot be made between Dr. 0 used in Experiment 1 and Dr. 1 Dr. 2 used in Experiment 2. For Experiment 2, Dr. 1 consistently outperformed Dr. 2 in all ranges, with messages for both rates received up to 4.8 from the gateway. However, the percentage of messages received after 1 was pretty low in Experiment 2, just as in Experiment 1. In both Experiments 1 and 2, LoRaWAN coverage could be established in sections of downtown Montreal with significant amounts of potentially obstructing infrastructure, located on average 2.5 from the LoRa gateway. Differences in performance between Experiments 1 and 2 indicate potential impact of urban infrastructure, i.g. skyscrapers on signal coverage, to which further insights may be obtained through analysis of supplemental datasets providing the height of infrastructure along the routes, e.g. LiDAR-based 3D models of urban terrain 25. 824 New York experimentation. 3 sets of experimentation were conducted in New York, 1 focused on indoor coverage testing and 2 on testing of outdoor coverage. 8241 Experiment 1, Subway Platform Testing. The objective of this experiment was to assess the impact of both indoor structures and lack of line of sight on LoRa signal coverage between transmitters and receiving gateways. Testing for this experiment was conducted in a decommissioned subway station. For this testing, 10 LoRa environmental sensor nodes were placed along the track of a platform 16 m below street level, each transmitting 11-byte payloads on data rate Dr. 0. In turn, signal coverage was compared between 2 LoRa gateway configurations. Configuration 1, with a gateway located on the subway platform 3M from the track surface. Configuration 1, with a gateway located on the subway platform 3M from the track surface. Configuration 2, with a gateway mounted on a vehicle outside the subway entrance, 4M above street level. Configuration 2, with a gateway mounted on a vehicle outside the subway entrance, 4M above street level. Side view and top-down diagrams of the subway station, indicating both LoRa sensor and gateway placement locations. Experiment 1 results. Gateway placement. Sent. Received. Percent received. Trial 1. Configuration 1 train platform. 8296. 7225. 87.09. Trial 2. Configuration 2 on vehicle. 6310. 4463. 70.73. 8242 Experiment 2, Gateway Elevation Testing. In contrast to Experiment 1, which involved coverage testing with fixed-position LoRa sensors, Experiment 2 involved coverage testing using sensors attached to a moving vehicle. The objective of this experiment was to assess the impact of both LoRa gateway elevation and mobile sensors on signal coverage in outdoor urban environments. Experiment 2 results. Distance to gateway. Sensor. Data rates. Send. Received. Percent received. Gateway configuration 1 street level. 05. GPS 1. Doctor 0. 141. 109. 77.3. GPS 2. Doctor 1. 137. 99. 72.26. GPS 3. Doctor 2. 140. 101. 72.14. 0.51. GPS 1. Doctor 0. 71. 36. 50.7. GPS 2. Doctor 1. 71. 17. 23.94. GPS 3. Doctor 2. 70. 9. 12.89. 12. GPS 1. Doctor 0. 114. 57. 50. GPS 2. Doctor 1. 109. 18. 16.51. GPS 3. Doctor 2. 108. 15. 13.89. Total. GPS 1. Doctor 0. 326. 202. 61.96. GPS 2. Doctor 1. 317. 134. 42.27. GPS 3. Doctor 2. 318. 125. 39.31. Gateway configuration 2, elevated level. 05. GPS 1. Doctor 0. 204. 165. 80.88. GPS 2. Doctor 1. 199. 153. 76.88. GPS 3. Doctor 2. 208. 159. 76.44. 0.51. GPS 1. Doctor 0. 99. 49. 49.49. GPS 2. Doctor 1. 87. 47. 54.02. GPS 3. Doctor 2. 87. 49. 56.32. 12. GPS 1. Doctor 0. 107. 45. 42.05. GPS 2. Doctor 1. 116. 43. 37.07. GPS 3. Doctor 2. 117. 53. 45.3. Total. GPS 1. Doctor 0. 410. 259. 63.17. GPS 2. Doctor 1. 402. 243. 60.44. GPS 3. Doctor 2. 412. 261. 63.35. Configuration 1, with a gateway attached to a vehicle at 4M above street level. Configuration 1, with a gateway attached to a vehicle at 4M above street level. Configuration 2, with a gateway located outside on the roof of a 52M building. Configuration 2, with a gateway located outside on the roof of a 52M building. Visualizations of vehicle routes taken during New York Experiment 2. Table 8.5 provides LoRa transmission statistics for vehicle-based testing using both gateway configurations. During this testing, a 24% improvement in signal reception across the full vehicle route was observed on GPS 3 Dr. 2 for Configuration 2 versus Configuration 1, while an 18% improvement could similarly be observed for GPS 2 Dr. 1. Under the testing conditions, no noticeable difference could be observed in coverage for GPS 1 Dr. 0. These findings appear to indicate the utility of gateway placement at higher elevations in urban environments for supporting LoRa transmissions, particularly as data rate increases. The data collection efforts in Montreal and New York only used one gateway at a time. As such, additional data collection efforts featuring multiple gateways would presumably be required to make a more complete assessment regarding the performance of LoRa in urban environments for military use. 8243 Experiment 3 LoRa Payload Testing. Experiment 3 Results. Distance to gateway. Sensor. Data rates. Sent. Received. Percent received. 1. GPS 1. Dr. 0. 254. 131. 51.57. GPS 2. Dr. 1. 253. 148. 58.5. GPS 3. Dr. 2. 253. 107. 42.29. GPS 4. Dr. 1. 253. 101. 39.92. 12. GPS 1. Dr. 0. 274. 88. 32.12. GPS 2. Dr. 1. 266. 120. 45.11. GPS 3. Dr. 2. 266. 51. 19.17. GPS 4. Dr. 1. 262. 58. 22.14. 23. GPS 1. Dr. 0. 124. 28. 22.58. GPS 2. Dr. 1. 123. 38. 30.89. GPS 3. Dr. 2. 123. 7. 5.69. GPS 4. Dr. 1. 126. 13. 10.32. 3. GPS 1. Dr. 0. 156. 5. 0.03. GPS 2. Dr. 1. 155. 9. 0.06. GPS 3. Dr. 2. 158. 0. 0. GPS 4. Dr. 1. 155. 2. 0.01. Total. GPS 1. Dr. 0. 808. 252. 31.19. GPS 2. Dr. 1. 797. 315. 39.52. GPS 3, Doctor 2, 800, 165, 20.63, GPS 4, Doctor 1, 796, 174, 21.86. Visualizations of vehicle routes taken during New York Experiment 2. Note that the performance of Doctor 1 seemed to be better overall than Doctor 0. This could have been related to a calibration or other issue with the device that was configured to use Doctor 0. Unfortunately, there was insufficient time to repeat the experiments with different hardware to further analyze the performance results. As in the Montreal experiments, the LoRaWAN transmitting devices were configured to operate in Class A mode, adaptive data rate ADR was disabled, and transmissions were performed with one attempt for each message. Missing acknowledgements would not trigger retransmissions. 825 Concluding remarks. Based on initial findings from the Montreal and New York data collect, additional directions for follow-on research present themselves. Focus for this data collection effort was placed on driving around downtown Montreal in the presence of significant urban infrastructure, including several buildings over 100 m tall in both cities. To date, limited research has been conducted on LoRaWAN's coverage capabilities in Central Business Districts 19, including identification of areas where coverage gaps may likely occur. As such, follow-on analysis of this data collect is envisioned, which would account for both infrastructure concentration and building heights, featuring supplemental datasets detailing the height of infrastructure around collection routes, e.g. LiDAR-based 3D models of urban terrain 25. Toward incorporating COTS IoT protocols into tactical C2 systems, a comparison of their coverage and capabilities in dense urban settings becomes desirable. Alternative commercial protocols to LoRaWAN include Narrowband IoT and BIoT 19 and 4, which both provide long-range wireless communications with low throughput and low energy consumption. Toward comparing both the coverage and reliability of these protocols, future experimentation will be planned in urban settings to compare performance for indoor and outdoor settings, as well as for vehicle tracking tasks. 8.3 Security techniques and solutions for IoT. Evaluate encryption capabilities of the sensor boards while using existing software libraries. Evaluate encryption capabilities of the sensor boards while using existing software libraries. Demonstrate the ability to implement cryptographic access control, relying on a hybrid cryptographic solution and enabling enforcement of CPR access control policies. Demonstrate the ability to implement cryptographic access control, relying on a hybrid cryptographic solution and enabling enforcement of CPR access control policies. Evaluate possible options for symmetric key management and trust establishment to build a secure domain of cooperating sensor nodes. Evaluate possible options for symmetric key management and trust establishment to build a secure domain of cooperating sensor nodes. Validate the use of modern hardware security components, such as Trusted Platform Module (TPM) and Quantum Random Number Generator (QRNG) in IoT scenarios. Validate the use of modern hardware security components, such as Trusted Platform Module (TPM) and Quantum Random Number Generator (QRNG) in IoT scenarios. 831 Use cases. We aim to investigate security solutions and techniques that are suitable for a large set of different military IoT use cases. In the following, we briefly present two examples of concrete use cases that could be used to evaluate the functionality and performance of the proposed security approach. 8311 Securing a critical facility. In 9, a specific use case vignette has been defined to secure a critical facility. This vignette could be expanded to provide additional perimeter monitoring using low-cost commodity sensors. Specific cases of such vignettes, for example, related to harbor protection during military logistic operations or a smart military base, are topics of further work performed within the IST 147 group on military applications of IoT 8312 collecting outpost data. In this scenario, during a typical operation, a patrol passes several deployed outposts equipped with sensors monitoring the environment. Sensors deployed at the outposts have no long-haul network connection to the base. Instead, they offer a short-range IG, WLAN, Bluetooth, NFC, or medium-range EG, LoRa communication technology to read out the collected data. The collected data is read and stored when the patrol passes an outpost and detects connectivity with a sensor network. The data is forwarded to the smart base's networking infrastructure when the patrol returns to the base. A design proof of concept configuration. In our POSI, the CAC is enforced via ABE. The ABE is applied at an RP2, which acts as a sync node, and an ABE encrypting device for information collected from several devices equipped with motion and temperature sensors. The Amazon Web Services AWS IoT platform is used as a cloud-based repository for all data collected from the sensors. The data is stored by the AWS IoT in an encrypted form and is decrypted first at the end user's terminal. 8321 Cloud Services. The AWS IoT platform is a service offered by AWS to help connect Amazon Cloud Services with internet-connected devices, such as sensors, actuators, and other embedded devices. This allows users to collect and store data from a vast array of devices and create applications that control the behavior of these devices. The AWS IoT platform opens a bidirectional channel between the IoT devices, so-called things, and the applications and services in the cloud. A device with the correct access permissions can connect to an AWS endpoint and subscribe or publish messages to a topic of their choosing. The topics' names are formed by following a hierarchy, such as house, garage, door. The message broker then forwards each message published to a topic to all the clients subscribed to the said topic. AWS uses the MQTT communications protocol to send JSON objects in its payload. MQTT is an M2M communication protocol, which uses the publish-subscribe method of transporting messages. It is designed to be lightweight and is especially useful in environments where a small code footprint is required or the network bandwidth is limited. The Python scripts use the multiple messages method to reduce the network traffic generated when connecting to the MQTT server. 8322 Sync and Sensor Nodes. Several development boards are readily available for implementing IoT applications. We chose two options for our POSI due to their wide availability, high community support, large software libraries, and easiness of use. In particular, we chose the Uno as a platform for sensor nodes and the Raspberry Pi 2 as a platform for the data aggregation gateway, that is, the sync node. 8323 Physical Sensors. There are several types of sensors for detecting movement: passive infrared peer, microwave, ultrasonic, tomographic motion detector, and cameras with video processing. We opted for a two-layer movement sensing system where the peer functions continuously while the microwave sensor is only activated when the peer is triggered. This dual system allows for lowering the number of false positives individual sensors produce while limiting the current consumption of the entire sensor system. The disadvantage of peer-based triggering is that circumventing the peer sensor will compromise both sensors attached to the node. Peer sensors are passive electronic devices capable of sensing infrared fluctuations. The peers are widely used, inexpensive, easy to maintain, and have a low current consumption. 100A making them a good option for triggering a secondary higher precision, but also higher current consumption sensor. False triggers to appear can be caused by unstable voltage at the detector, sudden heat changes, white light, direct wind, and electromagnetic radio interference. High sensitivity to motion. High sensitivity to motion. The ability of the emitted radiation to penetrate objects, e.g. walls. The ability of the emitted radiation to penetrate objects, e.g. walls. Applicability to harsh environments with a wide range of temperatures. Applicability to harsh environments with a wide range of temperatures. Are easily triggered by small movements, for example, leaves blowing in the wind, therefore causing false alarms. Are easily triggered by small movements, for example, leaves blowing in the wind, therefore causing false alarms. Can be susceptible to electromagnetic and radio interference. Can be susceptible to electromagnetic and radio interference. Have a relatively high current consumption. 40 mA. Have a relatively high current consumption. 40 mA. 8324 Cryptographic mechanisms. In our POSI, we use a combination of symmetric and ABA. For performance reasons, we use symmetric AES encryption to secure communication between sensor nodes and the sync node. The sync node splits the session key into two shares if a fresh session key is used at the UNO for encrypting every data object. If a static key is used at the sensor node, the sync node generates two new random key shares and the resulting encryption key. Then the key shares are encrypted using ABA, as described in SECT. 8325. 8325 Separation of release and protection policies. When cryptographically enforcing CPR policies, our objective is to ensure that only the specific combination of authorized user and authorized terminal is granted access to the information 20. We can achieve this by requiring both the terminal and the user to contribute to data object decryption. One of the solutions providing such capability is a simple secret sharing scenario described below. The RP2 sync node generates two random AES keys, a terminal key KIASD and a user key KIASU. These keys act as shares of the data encryption key KIAS and are securely distributed in an ABE envelope to the authorized terminals and users, respectively. The data encryption key KIAS is calculated as an XOR of the terminal key KIASD and the user key KIASU. KIAS, KIASD, KIASU. The data received from a sensor is then encrypted using the AES 256 algorithm operating in the counter mode GCM and KIAS. In turn, the keys KIASD and KIASU are encrypted using the ABE algorithm and the keys KABAT and KABAU, respectively. Finally, the RP2 sync node sends both the encrypted data object and enveloped keys to the AWS IoT platform, where the user can obtain data via the pull or push, i.e. Publish-subscribe mechanism. 8326 Cryptographic access control with ABA. ABE enables decryption based on the outcome of a predicate evaluation of several attributes associated with the recipient's private key. An advantage of the ABE is that the sender does not necessarily need to know the precise identities of the appropriate recipients, but can instead define an access control structure for the recipients based on their attributes, such as rank, affiliation, or role within an organization. However, a specific challenge is related to the computation of access structures required for ABE in order to enforce the organizational CPR policies. In particular, the CPABE access structure can be seen as an inverse to a typical ABAC policy. That is, instead of defining who can see certain information, it defines attributes of all types of information that a particular user or terminal can see. In our POSI, we have implemented an ABE scheme defined in 15, using Python and the Charm library 2. Charm is a framework that enables developers to create advanced in Python rapidly. It is based on a hybrid design. The lower-level mathematical operations are implemented in C modules to increase their performance, and the higher-level operations are written in Python to reduce the programming effort. Our ABE scheme is formed by two setup scripts, one executed on the sync node and the other executed on the decrypting terminal. The setup scripts need to be executed only once. In addition, an encrypting script runs on the sync node, and a decrypting script is executed at the decrypting terminal. The setup script executed on the decrypting terminal interacts with the user to create and store locally the secret ABE keys SKABET and SKABEU needed to decrypt information for accessing which terminal and user are authorized. In the case of SKABEU, the key can be stored in a tamper-resistant module, such as a smart card, which is separate from the terminal and owned by the user. The setup script also publishes the public parameters, PPs, corresponding to the SKABET and SKABEU to the AWS IoT Topic MSK exchange, to which the RP2 setup script is subscribed. Once the setup is complete, the RP2 receives the relevant IP and stores them locally. After receiving measurement data from a sensor node, the sync node generates 3 AES keys, KAES, KASU, and KASD, and performs an encryption process, as discussed in SECT 8325. Both the ABE encrypted keys KAESD and KAESU and the encrypted data are published to a specific AWS IoT topic. The terminals which subscribe to the same AWS IoT topic will receive the published message. The decrypting terminal will decrypt the KAESD with the SKABET and ask the user to decrypt the KAESU with the SKAESU known to the user. After receiving both decrypted shares, the terminal reconstructs the KAES and decrypts the data provided by the sensor nodes. 8327 Performance Analysis and Raspberry Pi 2 boards with LoRa modules used in performance evaluation. Time spent in different execution phases. Phase time generation of 3 AES keys. 0.15 ABE public parameters and load. 5.81 conversion of 2 payloads to JSON format. 1.48 sending messages and setting up communications. 1.25 S script execution total. 3 S CPU user. 1.87 S CPU system. 0.06 S performance of different cryptographic algorithms on Raspberry Pi 2. Algorithm, encryption, decryption, setup time, ABI LW12, 19.98, 14.76, 593.99, RSA 1024, 1.97, 11.5, 266.6, IIS 256, 0.02, 0.02, 0.05, 3 DIS 128, 0.02, 0.02, 1.88. Performance of different variants of AES encryption on UNO. Algorithm, mode, encryption, decryption, IIS 256, ISIB, 47 byte, 96 byte, AIS 128, ISIB, 33 byte, 67 byte, IIS 256, GSIM, 125 bytes, 125 bytes, AIS 128, GSIM, 112 bytes, 111 bytes. We have also focused on testing the power consumption of the board. This is critical for ensuring an acceptable duration of maintenance-free operation of the sensor nodes. Several tests were performed, and we concluded that the board has a current draw of 49 mA at 5V input in a normal mode when no peripherals are attached. In addition, 2 sleep modes can be implemented, reducing the current consumption to 36 mA. Moreover, consumption can be lowered to 12 mA if the board is powered at 3.3V at 5V, and attaching a LoRaWAN board in continuous transmission mode increases the current consumption to 61 mA. The waking up procedure depends on the algorithm implemented on the board. One option allows the board to sleep for a determined period of time, while the other leaves a couple of digital pins on, making it possible to wake up the board with the output from a digital sensor, for example, peer. 833 The secure domain for sensor nodes. The sensor node is usually built based on a constrained device and has limited resources. In particular, we are referring to the limited size of the available RAM, relatively low computing power, limited power supply, and the use of primarily wireless connectivity with a short range. Because of these limitations, security issues in IoT networks must be considered within a network of sensor nodes and organized locally in small clusters of sensor nodes 8, which will be called the sensor node domain. Mechanisms offered by the Trusted Platform Module (TPM), which should be a mandatory hardware component of each sensor node, can be used to build a local trust structure in the domain of sensor nodes. Structure of sensor nodes security domain. An example of one cluster object, soldier equipment. In the domain of sensor nodes, one node acts as the gateway for all the cooperating nodes. This node mediates the data exchange between the domain nodes and the surrounding domain. To support security mechanisms within the domain of sensor nodes, one node acts as a security authority in the domain and plays the role of the master. One model I, a simple model that assumes that each sensor node is a source of data. In the domain, there is only one sensor node, which is simultaneously the recipient of data generated by domain nodes, i.e. It acts as a gateway and a security authority for the domain, i.e. It concurrently acts as a master. Model I, a simple model that assumes that each sensor node is a source of data. In the domain, there is only one sensor node, which is simultaneously the recipient of data generated by domain nodes, i.e. It acts as a gateway and a security authority for the domain, i.e. It concurrently acts as a master. 2. Model II, a model in which each sensor node can act in the gateway and master roles. Different domain nodes can perform these roles at a given time, but it is possible that the same sensor node will play both roles simultaneously. It was assumed that diagnostic procedures are performed periodically in the domain to determine the suitability of the domain nodes, and that each sensor node in the domain can take over the role of master or gateway if the node currently fulfilling one of these roles is deemed unfit. In addition, to increase the level of security, it was assumed that each sensor node must be pre-prepared and registered in the domain before starting normal operation. The setup procedure takes place in a safe and controlled environment outside the domain's normal operating area. Finally, the source of authentication data for prepared nodes is a special node that acts as a base. Model II, a model in which each sensor node can act in the gateway and master roles. Different domain nodes can perform these roles at a given time, but it is possible that the same sensor node will play both roles simultaneously. It was assumed that diagnostic procedures are performed periodically in the domain to determine the suitability of the domain nodes, and that each sensor node in the domain can take over the role of master or gateway if the node currently fulfilling one of these roles is deemed unfit. In addition, to increase the level of security, it was assumed that each sensor node must be pre-prepared and registered in the domain before starting normal operation. The setup procedure takes place in a safe and controlled environment outside the domain's normal operating area. Finally, the source of authentication data for prepared nodes is a special node that acts as a base. 8331, the security domain for sensor nodes. Model I gather and preliminarily process the data deriving from sensors located in each of the objects Fig. 8.12 Structure of demonstrator of the security domain for sensor nodes. Structure of demonstrator of the security domain for sensor nodes. Perform a protected transfer of data collected by objects of one cluster to other clusters. Perform a protected transfer of data collected by objects of one cluster to other clusters. Ensure transmission security within the cluster and authentication of objects in the cluster. Ensure transmission security within the cluster and authentication of objects in the cluster. Security domain. The nodes will exchange data used to authenticate the nodes. The diagnostic procedures will also be implemented in this domain. The authority in this domain is the node, which plays the role of the master. Security domain. The nodes will exchange data used to authenticate the nodes. The diagnostic procedures will also be implemented in this domain. The authority in this domain is the node, which plays the role of the master. Domain of protected transmission of the sensory data from S nodes to one of the S nodes, which plays the gateway role in the domain. The gateway node is also responsible for protected data transfer to other clusters. Domain of protected transmission of the sensory data from S nodes to one of the S nodes, which plays the gateway role in the domain. The gateway node is also responsible for protected data transfer to other clusters. one node which plays a role of a master, the M node, and the others that play the role of replica of master, the R node. One node which plays a role of a master, the M node, and the others that play the role of replica of master, the R node. A unicast transmission and the symmetric cryptography, AES in CBC mode with individual NSK, node security key, key of node, always used during the transmission of the data between nodes and M node. A unicast transmission and the symmetric cryptography, AES in CBC mode with individual NSK, node security key, key of node, always used during the transmission of the data between nodes and M node. The central node and the sink node for the sensory data of the domain is the gateway node, the G node, and the transmission of the sensory data in the domain is cryptographically protected using a common symmetric key, NTK, node transfer data key. The central node and the sink node for the sensory data of the domain is the gateway node, the G node, and the transmission of the sensory data in the domain is cryptographically protected using a common symmetric key, NTK, node transfer data key. The gateway node is also responsible for the protected data transfer to other clusters. The gateway node is also responsible for the protected data transfer to other clusters. The prototype of security domain for sensor nodes, Model I. The security domain for sensor nodes, Model II. Cryptographic protection of data stored in the resources of sensor nodes and data sent from sensor nodes. Cryptographic protection of data stored in the resources of sensor nodes and data sent from sensor nodes. Symmetric algorithms as the base of cryptographic security. Asymmetric algorithms are used only during the registration procedures of nodes in the security domain of sensor nodes. Symmetric algorithms as the base of cryptographic security. Asymmetric algorithms are used only during the registration procedures of nodes in the security domain of sensor nodes. All cryptographic security processes use mechanisms offered by TPM. TPM is an obligatory hardware component of each sensor node. All cryptographic security processes use mechanisms offered by TPM. TPM is an obligatory hardware component of each sensor node. The domain can execute diagnostic procedures to verify the correct operation of both individual nodes and the entire domain to construct a self-organizing network of sensor nodes immune to failure, compromise, or hostile takeover of individual sensor nodes. The domain can execute diagnostic procedures to verify the correct operation of both individual nodes and the entire domain to construct a self-organizing network of sensor nodes immune to failure, compromise, or hostile takeover of individual sensor nodes. In the security domain of sensor node 7, all domain nodes belong to two overlapping domains. As described above, these are the security and sensor data transmission domains. Model II, logical network topology in the security domain. Diagnostic procedures are also performed in the security domain to detect failed sensor nodes. In the event of detecting the malfunction of the sensor node currently playing the role of master or gateway in the domain, the procedure of selecting the node that will take over the failed node's role is started. Model II, logical topology in the domain of sensor data transfer. The block diagram of the sensor node and the sensor node's hardware implementation. The demonstrator of security domain for sensor nodes, Model II. 8333 Quantum Random Number Generator. A random number generator is a crucial element when creating cryptographic keys in all cryptographic security solutions. Only a source of random numbers with very good entropy makes it possible to create secure cryptographic solutions. In many experiments to study the security domain for sensor nodes, it has been convenient to use a random number generator, which is a component of TPM. Quantum Random Number Generator Shield for 8334 Security Domain Conclusions. Demonstrators were developed for both domain models, and their performance was tested. The biggest challenge for software development was the size of the available RAM on the 2596 boards, which was only 8 KB. This memory had to accommodate the sensor node software, which occupied about 4.8 KB, and the software data. One data structure dedicated to one RSA2048 asymmetric key required about 850 bytes. The electrically erasable programmable read-only memory, EEPROM, of the board was used to store data for which there was insufficient space in RAM. The gateway node is also responsible for the protected transfer of the data to other clusters. The gateway node is also responsible for the protected transfer of the data to other clusters. The sensor domain initiation procedure, including M-node initiation. The sensor domain initiation procedure, including M-node initiation. The procedure for registering the R node in the domain. The procedure for registering the R node in the domain. Transfer of sensor data from R node to M node. Transfer of sensor data from R node to M node. Removal of the R node from the domain. Removal of the R node from the domain. Procedure for mutual authentication verification by domain nodes. Procedure for mutual authentication verification by domain nodes. Test of sensor nodes domain integration. Test of sensor nodes domain integration. Renewal of node cryptographic keys. Renewal of node cryptographic keys. M-node simultaneously acts as a receiver of data from all sensor nodes in the domain and is therefore the single critical point of failure in the domain. M-node simultaneously acts as a receiver of data from all sensor nodes in the domain and is therefore the single critical point of failure in the domain. Due to the size of the resources, the M-node is not able to handle the actuators of this node. Due to the size of the resources, the M-node is not able to handle the actuators of this node. The procedure for initializing and registering the node provides the opportunity to take over the public key part of the domain, allowing a fake node to be registered in the domain. The procedure for initializing and registering the node provides the opportunity to take over the public key part of the domain, allowing a fake node to be registered in the domain. The overly complicated and resource-intensive way of securing frames to send sensor data to the M node. The overly complicated and resource-intensive way of securing frames to send sensor data to the M node. Due to the large size of the asymmetric keys, the resources of the M node limited the domain size to only 11 sensor nodes. Due to the large size of the asymmetric keys, the resources of the M node limited the domain size to only 11 sensor nodes. The solutions used in Model II were intended to either eliminate or reduce the shortcomings of Model I following the development of the Model II demonstrator. Similar experiments were performed. As for Model I, the results confirmed the correctness of the developed solutions. The diagnostic procedures implemented in the system detect unfit nodes in the domain, e.g. M node. If an unfit M node or G node is detected, a procedure is triggered to elect a new node to perform the corresponding role, thus eliminating a single point of failure in the domain. The use of symmetric encryption to secure the data reduced the resource requirements of the node and allowed each node to be the data source regardless of the role it performed in the domain. The same resources allowed a domain containing 62 sensor nodes to be supported. The parameters of the wireless link used are stored in the secure resources of the node and are relatively easy to reproduce. This approach eliminates the possibility of interception of the transmission link. In some experiments, power banks with a capacity of approximately 6600 mAh were used to power the nodes. Such a power supply allowed experiments to be performed that lasted between 4 and 6 hours. This is not a long time, but during the experiments, many routines were used to monitor the node's behavior, which strained the power sources. These routines will not be used in the regular operation of the nodes. 8.4 Body Area Network. A body area network (BAN) is a class of short-range wireless networks dedicated to monitoring an individual's state and nearest surroundings. BANs utilize mainly low-power, short-range technologies such as Bluetooth Low Energy, Zigbee, ANT+, and RFID. There are other proprietary solutions. However, they are primarily based on the 2.4G ISM band. In IST 147, we evaluated the BAN class network as a base concept for real-time monitoring of soldiers, condition, health state, and equipment. The crucial consideration was the combat triage process. Generally, in healthcare, triage is the process of categorizing the criticality of a patient's condition. The person responsible for triage, usually a first responder, performs a brief, focused assessment and assigns the patient a triage acuity level, which is a proxy measure of how long an individual patient can safely wait for a medical screening examination and treatment. Hostile fire, darkness, environmental extremes, different wounding epidemiology, limited equipment, need for tactical maneuver, long delays to hospital care, different medic training and experience, 1. Treat the casualty, 2. Prevent further casualties, 3. Complete the mission, blood pressure, a variety of PPG sensors. Fig. 8.19 Wearable triage sensors, blood saturation, a variety of PPG sensors, heart rate, a variety of PPG sensors or ECG sensors in the form of chest straps, heart rate, a variety of PPG sensors or ECG sensors in the form of chest straps. Heart condition, German for ECG, sensors like PMA, AD8232 heart rate monitor. Heart condition, German for ECG, sensors like PMA, AD8232 heart rate monitor. Head injury, dedicated head impact sensors like Smart Impact Monitor. Muscle activity, a variety of EMG sensors. EMG sensor for muscle activity monitoring, SparkFun Wear. Heart rate sensor, Polar Wear Link. 101. Android-compatible smartphone. EMG sensor setup with 101. In order to perform triage classification, we have designed a problem-solving ontology that represents some of the sensor and medical domain concepts. The sensor data processing path delivers 7-stage combat triage utilization of ontology model forms terminology and model constraints on which a triage knowledge base is formulated. The knowledge base supported by the reasoning mechanisms delivers model consistency checks of the instance-based data, ensuring valid relations between data instances, performing classification tasks for instance data, and executing rules to infer new facts in the knowledge base. These tasks have been used as tools for solving the problem of classifying an individual's health state based on the sensor data measuring stimuli. Implemented in the ontology concept definitions and rules is the performance of data classification tasks evaluating sensor data introduced within the system. The evaluation process takes the preliminary data package and confronts the data with evaluation rules, which analyze specific data characteristics, discrete or continuous in nature, to aggregate and produce information about the inspected monitored object. In order to perform the analysis, the rules contain evaluation or decision predicates. The predicates determine if a calculated characteristic contains useful information in the context of the evaluated object and environment. For example, PPG sensor data containing a can be processed to evaluate heart rate, which, depending on the subject's age and physiological stamina, can determine the stress level, exhaustion, and health state. The ontology in that case offers a set of rules that interpret sensor data, inertial, biomedical, to evaluate an object's characteristics in the context of the current health state. The combat triage ontology delivers a means to produce more than one predicate based on one instance of a sensor data package, which can help to evaluate sensor data in the context of health state and other monitored objects' characteristics. The next processing stage aims to evaluate the object state based on the series of associated sensor data packages. The object state concept holds several description logic (DL) constructors, which assign an object state domain value to each and every object state. The object state domain is a nominal concept, a numeration, that holds evaluation statuses for any monitored object. The evaluation status can be understood as an outcome of the evaluation process produced by the reasoning mechanism. The classification mechanism in the knowledge base iteratively performs sensor data analysis, after which instances of object state are evaluated and linked with an adequate object state domain value. The object state domain concept provides detailed taxonomy leading toward human state domain and triage human state domain, and is further specialized according to the AJP 410A standard, AJP 410A triage human state domain, and SMART triage human state domain. Depending on the object type and aim of the object's state evaluation, the reasoner can evaluate a particular object state with status taken from the AJP 410A combat triage standard. With this result, the reasoner can evaluate instances of sensor data packages, engage a set of rules that produce information about a given monitored object, and confront sensor information within the environmental context in which the object is found, combat mission, medical treatment, etc. Triage ontology main concepts. For demonstration purposes, part of the network is simulated in the SenseSim simulator with real hardware in the loop. In this scenario, a military patrol of 15 soldiers is deployed in the city. Each soldier is equipped with the health monitoring system as described above. Still, only one set is real hardware, and the rest is simulated using real health data from the Bank KTM site. Overall, there are 15 entities that take part in the scenario. 14 of them are simulated, and one is hardware in the loop. SenseSim scenario. Thanks to ontology reasoning, expert-level knowledge is not required from first responders to properly carry out the triage process. Some vital signs registered by sensors, such as ECG, may be hard to interpret without a medical background, but there are methods for automatically processing and extracting valuable information. Moreover, using IoT devices for triage enables this process to become continuous with minimal manual effort. 8.5 Military operations in a smart city. Two scenarios were envisioned based on two use cases for the joint experimentation of the IST-147 group. These two sets of experimentation ended up as live demonstrations, where the use of IoT devices and technologies within the realm of military operations was shown to the research community. Both demonstrations followed an approach based on the architecture presented in Fig. 3.11. A gateway was used for each component integration foreign to the existing military information and communications technology (ICT) infrastructure. Especially considering the consumption of civilian IoT and smart city data, the gateway provided API-based access to the physical devices and services. 851 Experiment and demonstration in Helsinki, Finland. In 2017, during the International Conference on Military Communications and Information Systems, ICMCIS, in Finland, the IST-147 group held the first demonstration of IoT systems in use with existing military systems 13-24. A complex scenario was envisioned to show the real-time usability of such a system. It involved multiple military ICT systems from various NATO partner countries plugged in for joint SA during ISR ops. The city of Helsinki was the basis for the smart city scenario, where the military had to conduct an operation. The aim was to showcase a convoy's passage through the city streets from the airport to the U.S. Embassy in Helsinki. During transit, along with the traditional means and methods used by the military to secure the pathways and enable ground-level intelligence, the convoy also used the support of the smart city assets. The core idea of the whole experiment was to find out how to use modern ICT domain technologies in conjunction with the ICT systems traditionally used. The IST group implemented support for collecting data from Helsinki's sensors and pushing them into the military's C2 systems. Apart from the smart cities sensors, a range of military-owned IoT-based assets were used to collect data about the area of operations, AOOs, and simulated military units leveraged this information. The data was consumed in widely used formats and processed on a mobile cloud running on the Mobile Tactical Operations Center, TOC, deployed on a base convoy vehicle. The ground sensors and actuators monitored the city's pathways as the convoy traversed the designated path to keep the military's SA up to date, enabling evasive actions based on the collected and analyzed data and risks identified. Additionally, the soldiers' on-body sensors monitored their health and status in case of an accident or attack on the convoy. Secure data transmission methods using IoT communication technologies prevented data manipulation and tapping by enemy forces. 8511 Solution Architecture. Experiment set up at ICMCIS 2017. As seen in Fig. 8.23 and from the scenario described, the primary component for gathering SA data was the Smart City domain. In this experiment, the Finnish Transport Authority, FTA, provided the ICT assets in the form of sensors and access to the range of cameras deployed across Helsinki through the Application Programming Interfaces, APIs. The FTA used OpenAPI Specification, OAS, to describe the API, which provides access to different kinds of sensors deployed across Finland. By leveraging metadata information provided by the APIs, it is possible to query sensors for their types, such as traffic cameras, weather stations, precipitation meters, wind sensors, visibility meters, road surface condition sensors, etc. In addition, metadata provides sensor information about their geographical location or municipality, the time of the last update or the frequency of updates, current status, and so on. Available cameras provided by FTA. ARL components for ICMCIS 2017 demonstration. To represent the IoT domain from the military endpoint, FKIE deployed IoT sensors mounted on IoT platforms. Further, these IoT sensors and platforms were mounted on a UGV deployed in the AOO. These acoustic, motion detection, GPS, and laser rangefinder sensors were connected to a Raspberry Pi platform through the input-output I/O pins, which are programmable on the Raspberry Pi. Java interfaces provided by the sensors, firmware provider enabled access to the data and function of the sensors. To further showcase the integration with the military domain, the UGV used was NGVA-based, meaning that the UGV used the data model and platform architecture as in the NATO Generic Vehicle Architecture (NGVA) standard. The individual sensor data was transformed into NGVA-compatible data models for the respective Data Distribution Service (DDS) topics. For example, the GPS sensor data was mapped to the NGVA Navigation Reference Data Model (NRDM). The NRDM provides the topics used to represent GPS parameters, such as the platform's latitude and longitude, the platform's identifier, the device ID, etc. The NGVA formatted data can be exchanged with any other NGVA platform-compliant subsystem or NGVA-compliant vehicle using the DDS Data Exchange Protocol. The sensors mounted on the UGV represented an independent UGV conducting ISR operations on behalf of the NATO forces and reporting any identified abnormality from the ground. For example, when the convoy passes through an AOO, there should be complete sanitation performed by NATO forces to provide safe passage to the convoy and assure the ground units. Thus, the UGV performed this ISR sweep in parallel to the convoy route, reporting any unwanted activity. This activity report was sent to an NGVA-compliant vehicle associated with the UGV, which then passed the filtered activity report to the higher echelons, such as a Tactical Operations Center (TOC). Because it was a simulated demonstration and not an actual convoy with military units deployed on the ground, a GPX file showed the route traversal by the convoy and the UGV. However, the events reported by the sensors were authentic, that is, the sensors reported physical events such as motion detected by the sensor platform in an area that was supposed to be empty. As mentioned above, the data from NGVA to be sent to the higher echelons must be transformed into a format that can be understood by the corresponding system. For the demo use case, the C2 system ATAK was the higher echelon system that consumed this NGVA data from the NATO ground support vehicle. Since NGVA and ATAK are not interoperable, a gateway function was needed at both ends. On the NGVA side to convert from NGVA into the common representation defined by the group, and then on the ATAK side to consume the common representation and convert it into the format supported by ATAK. Components deployed at the ICMCIS 2017 demonstration. ATAK user interface showing planned mission route and available IoT assets at ICMCIS 2017 demonstration. 8512 Real-time monitoring of soldiers' capabilities. Health monitoring, ECG sensor pulse oximeter sensor thermometer. ECG sensor. ECG sensor. Pulse oximeter sensor. Pulse oximeter sensor. Thermometer. Thermometer. Equipment monitoring. RFID tag reader. Each important equipment element has a unique RFID tag. RFID tag reader. RFID tag reader. Each important equipment element has a unique RFID tag. Each important equipment element has a unique RFID tag. The role of each device is to assess a soldier's state in terms of health condition and available equipment. Based on sensed vital signs, a soldier can be classified into one of 4 categories: healthy, exhausted, needs treatment, and critical condition. Based on RFID tags recognized by a reader, data about currently available equipment such as the primary weapon, secondary weapon, ammunition, or medicines is collected, and MCOP application. MCOP is an Android-based decision support tool developed at the Military University of Technology, Warsaw, Poland. The application deeply integrates with any Android handheld, smartphone, and tablet to deliver common tactical picture (CTP) and common operational picture (COP) products for lower-level commanders and group leaders. Delivers military and civilian operational pictures with standardized GIS data sources and operational symbology standards, STD 2525, AP6A, and crisis management. Therefore, MCOP supports the implementation of detailed information, units, equipment, and installations, and their affiliation and status. As a result, the command can gather specific tactical information on equipment, warfare, and unit supplies. Furthermore, the detailed combat information contains static data and a real-time description of the unit's behavior tasks. Hardware and firmware layer. It is responsible for sensing and communication. Fig. 8.29 Sense Sim IoT Simulator. SenSim IoT Simulator. Device API layer. It provides basic functions that allow programmatic manipulation of the device. Device API layer. It provides basic functions that allow programmatic manipulation of the device. Device middleware. It provides services and required resources for IoT applications that run on the device. Device middleware. It provides services and required resources for IoT applications that run on the device. Finally, SenSim enables the possibility to freely redesign and reimplement each layer depending on the needs of the scenario. The presented scenario showed how MIoT could support commanders in the field, where soldiers' health and physiological information are crucial for mission success and soldiers' lives. Wearable devices can support C2 solutions by supplying them with more sophisticated data than just the unit's position, which is the typical information presented currently. Indeed, this could be further enhanced by logistics information, i.g. ammunition supplies, water, fuel, food rations, that could also be automatically determined via, thus, for future research, work related to creating ontologies commonly agreeable to the participating countries and an IoT exchange standard must be identified. Furthermore, these ontologies and standards must be based on open standards, since the IoT domain is still evolving. Creating a closed-loop military-specific mechanism would not allow for extensibility and scalability. 852 Experiment and Demonstration in Warsaw, Poland. Furthering the application of IoT for military scenarios and taking inputs from the experiments mentioned in SECT. 851, the second demonstration scenario was set up in Warsaw, Poland. The demonstration was conducted along with the International Conference on Military Communication and Information Systems, ICMCIS 2018 in Warsaw, Poland. The conference-aligned demonstration was purposed to show the applicability of IoT for real use case scenarios with live data to the larger military diaspora of scientists and researchers. The successful demonstration was furthered with increased IoT assets and capabilities, with more member NATO countries participating with their capabilities to test 22. The idea was to demonstrate a proof of concept (POSI) for federated interoperability between the civilian and military domains in a smart city environment during a HADR operation. The setup included the information and sensors coming from the city of Warsaw, showcasing the utilization of smart city assets and devices in a disaster scenario to help increase the SA of the soldiers and civilians by coupling the data collected to the assets from the military domain. The military assets consisted of IoT sensors, actuators, C2 systems, static and dynamic assets, edge computing assets, gateways deploying various IoT communication technologies, security-related implementations, etc. The scenario required the civilians and military to assist each other by fusing their available assets for a faster recovery process. The tasks included ISR missions, logistics and transportation of resources, CBRN responsiveness, and building ad communication networks. The networks replicated the communication means that would be set up for providing connectivity when traditional network means fail. Architecture for demo setup at ICMCIS 2018. 8521 MQTT as the middleware for exchanging IoT data. Comparison of end-to-end delay between AMQP, MQTT, and WS notification. Time is measured in seconds and constitutes the duration from the start until the end of a burst of 100 messages sent and received. IMQP, MQTT, WS notification, 3.103124, 2.576307, 11.085122, 8522 sensor integration. 1. The client, i.e., the Raspberry Pi 3 functioning as the gateway to MQTT, initiates a REST request to the service exposing the SenseHat API fig. 8.31 Proof of Concept, Implementation Overview. Our two sensors provide data according to the Open API specification, steps 1, 2, and 3, 4 to the MQTT gateway, which publishes the data to a common MQTT bus, step 5. Proof of Concept, Implementation Overview. Our two sensors provide data according to the Open API specification, steps 1, 2, and 3, 4 to the MQTT gateway, which publishes the data to a common MQTT bus, step 5. 2. The REST service providing the SenseHat API processes the request and responds with a payload of JSON-formatted discrete sensor data. The REST service providing the SenseHat API processes the request and responds with a payload of JSON-formatted discrete sensor data. 3. The client initiates a REST request to the Raspberry Pi 3, exposing the EnviroPhat API. The client initiates a REST request to the Raspberry Pi 3, exposing the EnviroPhat API. 4. The REST service providing the EnviroPhat API processes the request and, just like the SenseHat service, returns a JSON payload. The REST service providing the EnviroPhat API processes the request and, just like the SenseHat service, returns a JSON payload. 5. The client publishes the data from the sensors to the MQTT broker, splitting the data into different sensor values and corresponding MQTT topics. The client publishes the data from the sensors to the MQTT broker, splitting the data into different sensor values and corresponding MQTT topics. As a result of this process, the information from the sensors is available through the MQTT broker. This information can then be forwarded into the military domain by a gateway, which can perform a transformation from MQTT to the protocols supported in the military domain 3, if needed. Note that steps 1, 2, and 3, 4 are pull pattern request response, whereas step 5 is push pattern publish subscribe. That said, the pull steps do not need to go across the network, as the REST to MQTT functionality can coincide with the REST service on the actual device so that only the messages published with MQTT traverse the network. This is a matter of how and where the client software is deployed. It is important to note that due to the current lack of agreement on the best ontology to use together with SensorML, we chose a slightly different scheme for identifying sensor data in our POSI here. We let the topic under which we publish the data indicate the type of data to expect in the corresponding payload. This solution works where this is the agreed-upon approach, i.e., IST 147 bespoke topics in data format, but in the long run NATO, as a community, needs to find a viable approach to describing sensors, as discussed earlier in Chap. 4. Sensors, topic suffixes used, and how to interpret the JSON value field. Origin sensor. Topic suffix. Value interpretation. Enviro pHat. Sensor enviro temp. Degrees Celsius. Enviro pHat. Sensor enviro light. Lumen. Sens hat. Sensor temp. Degrees Celsius. Sens hat. Sensor humidity. %RH relative humidity. Sens hat. Sensor pressure. Millibars. This approach was used for all sensor data integration in the demo, as further explained in SECT. 8526 on ontology. 8523 solution architecture. Bluetooth Low Energy, BLE-based information exchange was demonstrated using smartphones when the HADR responders were sent on ground missions and did not have access to traditional network connectivity such as long-term evolution, LTE. Drones from the US ARL and FKIE were integrated to showcase the use of UAVs based on COTS IoT products. FKIE mapped the drone controls based on the underlying robot operating system, ROS platforms, and the US used the drone API to be mapped to corresponding service calls from ATAK. Smart city systems from Warsaw were engaged to showcase the integration of a smart city into the HADR scenario. Various agencies are responsible for separate applications for weather, traffic, pollution, street cameras, etc. And prior authentication and permissions were established with the corresponding city authorities to access these systems. A smart city IoT bridge consumed and disseminated all the smart city data. The individual countries deployed their own gateways to interface with their consumption sources. These gateways enabled asset discovery, access, and information storage at the service endpoints, which were further passed on to specific military systems. FKIE exploited the use of smart home devices by end users to showcase the concept of using civilian smart devices for HADR operations. For this purpose, a prearranged device with prior permissions from the civilian was obtained. The civilian allowed access to certain kinds of sensor data during the experiment, such as temperature and humidity. The idea was to show that in case of disaster, smart home data can be used to determine civilian safety. For example, such use cases include fire detection, that is, temperature readings from the smart home sensors. Demo setup at ICMCIS 2018. 8524 networking. A common demo network was used. All the systems communicated using a wireless Wi-Fi switch and an AD LTE network setup provided by ARL. The LTE network enabled sending requests and connecting to the smart city services and the AWS service. Member nations connected to a secured external public domain network using this LTE network, allowing them to perform service discovery and access civilian assets. Further, the individual member nations connected over a secured Ethernet network via the Wi-Fi switch. This showed the network separation when consuming data from civilian networks while still on a secured military network. 8525 Demo Setup. Exchange of data between components with interoperable ontology. A Mobile Tactical Operations Center, MTOC, is a mobile node that can be quickly moved into position and established as a C2 node to oversee HADR operations. The Multilateral Interoperability Program, MIP, was devised for automated report generation and data exchange on a command center level to support decision-making. It uses the MIP Information Exchange Specification, IES, to classify and define several exchange patterns based on the MIP Information Model MIM. In addition, it uses open and standard technologies such as RAY-ST and SOAP, according to Exchange Pattern Technology, IG. The publish-subscribe mechanism, to map rules documented as MIP4 design principles, rules, and decisions. It defines standardized data formats for describing events and patterns for effective and reliable information exchange. Finally, it can ingest data and services from heterogeneous applications that conform to the MIP data format. The MTOC runs an MIP C2 application designed for higher echelons for better reporting and establishing better SA. For MIP to interact with other participating applications in the coalition, customized mapping is required to allow the message exchange. C2 applications would connect to the specific web-based, exposed RAY-ST or SOAP endpoints to access raw or processed data. Based on the web technologies these applications use, the data formats can be either XML or JSON-based. A Mobile Tactical Operations Center, MTOC, is a mobile node that can be quickly moved into position and established as a C2 node to oversee HADR operations. The Multilateral Interoperability Program, MIP, was devised for automated report generation and data exchange on a command center level to support decision-making. It uses the MIP Information Exchange Specification, IES, to classify and define several exchange patterns based on the MIP Information Model MIM. In addition, it uses open and standard technologies such as RAY-ST and SOAP, according to Exchange Pattern Technology, IG. The publish-subscribe mechanism, to map rules documented as MIP4 design principles, rules, and decisions. It defines standardized data formats for describing events and patterns for effective and reliable information exchange. Finally, it can ingest data and services from heterogeneous applications that conform to the MIP data format. The MTOC runs an MIP C2 application designed for higher echelons for better reporting and establishing better SA. For MIP to interact with other participating applications in the coalition, customized mapping is required to allow the message exchange. C2 applications would connect to the specific web-based, exposed RAY-ST or SOAP endpoints to access raw or processed data. Based on the web technologies these applications use, the data formats can be either XML or JSON-based. For military support vehicles, the NGVA standard is used to exchange data. The NGVA data model, DM, is used to define the message set for subsystem data exchange, using Data Distribution Service, DDS, middleware. For interaction with unmanned vehicles, it uses the NGVA Interoperability Profiles, IOP, bridge as the external gateway to map between messages. Similarly, for interaction with the web-based application for dismounted soldiers, it uses the gateway for mapping NGVA to SOAP messages. Finally, it uses NGVA to MIP message based on RAY-ST, mapping for interaction with the web-based MIP application. For military support vehicles, the NGVA standard is used to exchange data. The NGVA data model, DM, is used to define the message set for subsystem data exchange, using Data Distribution Service, DDS, middleware. For interaction with unmanned vehicles, it uses the NGVA Interoperability Profiles, IOP, bridge as the external gateway to map between messages. Similarly, for interaction with the web-based application for dismounted soldiers, it uses the gateway for mapping NGVA to SOAP messages. Finally, it uses NGVA to MIP message based on RAY-ST, mapping for interaction with the web-based MIP application. Dismounted soldiers are equipped with mobile devices, IG. A mobile phone or a tablet that run applications for soldiers to send and receive SA data, reports, and logistics information. The ATAK Android application was used for our demo to show the map display. ATAK communicates with various back-end systems running on the military support vehicles and the MTOC to send and receive up-to-date SA data. In the HADR and IoT context, ATAK can receive up-to-date SA data from smart city services and allow soldiers to generate reports based on their observations, which are then made available to the MTOC and other dismounted soldiers using ATAK. Dismounted soldiers are equipped with mobile devices, i.g., a mobile phone or a tablet, that run applications for soldiers to send and receive SA data, reports, and logistics information. The ATAK Android application was used for our demo to show the map display. ATAK communicates with various back-end systems running on the military support vehicles and the MTOC to send and receive up-to-date SA data. In the HADR and IoT context, ATAK can receive up-to-date SA data from smart city services and allow soldiers to generate reports based on their observations, which are then made available to the MTOC and other dismounted soldiers using ATAK. To enable interoperability between various types of unmanned vehicles (Vs), the U.S. Army devised a bridge between Robotic Operating System (ROS) and the Joint Architecture for Unmanned Systems (JAUS) profiles. Further, ROS-JAUS is mapped to the IOP profiles for IOP standardization requirements, allowing for seamless integration of legacy and future sensors and subsystem modules in Vs. It defines various capabilities and requirements for supporting the capabilities related to the employment and usage of Vs to perform robotic missions. The devised IOP standard allows for JAUS messages to support interoperability on a variety of missions and objectives: vehicle classes types, controller classes types, payload classes types, physical software architectures, and interaction with external systems. To enable interoperability between various types of unmanned vehicles (Vs), the U.S. Army devised a bridge between Robotic Operating System (ROS) and the Joint Architecture for Unmanned Systems (JAUS) profiles. Further, ROS-JAUS is mapped to the IOP profiles for IOP standardization requirements, allowing for seamless integration of legacy and future sensors and subsystem modules in Vs. It defines various capabilities and requirements for supporting the capabilities related to the employment and usage of Vs to perform robotic missions. The devised IOP standard allows for JAUS messages to support interoperability on a variety of missions and objectives: vehicle classes types, controller classes types, payload classes types, physical software architectures, and interaction with external systems. For integrating smart city data, primarily web-based endpoints based on RAY-ST or SOAP are used to deliver data in XML or JSON format. As per the policy set between the military and the city can set various access levels to let the military access data from the endpoints. Further, the city might allow the military to access the data directly from crowdsourcing applications and commercial entities, which can also be web service endpoints. For integrating smart city data, primarily web-based endpoints based on RAY-ST or SOAP are used to deliver data in XML or JSON format. As per the policy set between the military and the city can set various access levels to let the military access data from the endpoints. Further, the city might allow the military to access the data directly from crowdsourcing applications and commercial entities, which can also be web service endpoints. Figure 8.33 shows the complete map of data exchange between the demonstrated systems and their corresponding data models, formats, and mechanisms. It enables data exchange using IoT gateways by wrapping internal data exchange mechanisms with the MQTT protocol and custom JSON messages. On the other hand, NATO proposes the use of a different publish-subscribe mechanism called WS notification for use between mission partners in the FMN context. However, the WS notification protocol is more complex than MQTT and supports only XML data, and it is therefore not very suitable for use in IoT contexts. As discussed in the improvements needed for federation and interoperability in the Helsinki demo, and considering the heterogeneous gateways needed at each level for the demo use cases and components, an open standard IoT protocol was needed to show the IoT use case for military data exchange. 8526 Demo Ontology. Ontology for experimentation. 1 org-id describes the organization identifier that exchanges the messages. Org-id describes the organization identifier that exchanges the messages. 2 country-id describes the country that is the origin of the message. Country-id describes the country that is the origin of the message. 3. Ownership type describes the ownership type of the message, such as public, private, military, etc. Ownership type describes the ownership type of the message, such as public, private, military, etc. 4. Device class describes the device class sending out the message, such as sensor, actuator, or. Device class describes the device class sending out the message, such as sensor, actuator, or. 5. Device type describes the type of device sending the message, such as environmental or astronomical sensor. Device type describes the type of device sending the message, such as environmental or astronomical sensor. 6. Message type describes the message type, including status, command, etc. Message type describes the message type, including status, command, etc. 7. Data type describes the type of data the message contains, such as temperature or acoustic information, etc. Data type describes the type of data the message contains, such as temperature or acoustic information, etc. A string-based representation of this topic structure was attached to the MQTT message as metadata when the message was published. In this case, the actual message content was carried in the message payload as a JSON string. Figure 8.34 shows an actual message with the MQTT message topics in the metadata and the JSON string as the message payload, resulting from the ontology format. The JSON string consists of the following fields: objd stating the unique identifier for the resource, latitude, lat, and longitude, stating the position of the temperature sensor, UTC stating the timestamp of the information, and value stating the actual temperature value recorded by the sensor. These MQTT messages wrapped around the messages being exchanged between the applications running on MTOC, Vs, vehicles, and soldiers. Thus, it enabled the heterogeneous systems to communicate with each other without having to write individual gateways to interact with other applications, thus providing the required data interoperability. The MQTT wrappers could be applied to military systems, but not to the smart city systems, since each city has its own format for data dissemination. Also, a city might provide access to its assets, such as sensors and actuators, which have their own ways of disseminating data and wrapping each dataset at the source, i.e. from the city ICT systems, individual hardware manufacturers, and service providers, is not practically feasible. 8.6 Conclusions. In our experiments, we have used several architectural building blocks and middleware solutions that we identified during our research as suitable to support the effective implementation of military applications of IoT in particular. We have demonstrated how the data from smart city sensors could be obtained and used by military C2 systems. We identified 4 challenges that we have addressed in our initial proof of concept POCI, using open standards and best practices. Based on our investigation, we believe that fog computing is the most suitable approach to military IoT applications in tactical network (TN). To provide an effective mechanism for sensor discovery, we suggest that MDNS specifications for service discovery proposed by the TIDE community should be experimentally investigated for their effectiveness and suitability. Sensors can be described using the SensorML standard as the overarching metadata for all smart city sensors. An associated ontology to be used along with SensorML must be evaluated by NATO. We have experimented with different communication paradigms, i.e. request response and publish subscribe, that can be used to retrieve sensor data. Our experiments confirmed that both paradigms can be integrated to provide IoT data to military systems. However, it is essential to use APIs and open standards to ensure interoperability. The demonstration showed how MIoT could be leveraged while combined with traditional military systems and scenarios. Although military standards could talk to each other, they were very limited. For example, German systems, based on NGVA and web services, could only talk to US systems. Furthermore, the Polish and NCIA systems involved were not integrated into the overall demonstration setup and were components showing their respective use cases. As a result, participating systems did not fully realize the concept of interoperability, mainly due to the lack of an IoT ontology and a data exchange mechanism that could be commonly agreed upon for federation. Such a mechanism must also be suitable for IoT-specific applications as envisioned for the group's goal. NATO Federated Mission Networking (FMN) spirals propose using web services for exchange, but are not always suitable for IoT applications due to the constraints of the devices and the network. The existing FMN specification proposes using WS notification as the publish-subscribe mechanism for data exchange. However, such a mechanism is not suitable for IoT implementations requiring less complexity and a low footprint of code and resource usage. Furthermore, only one C2 application was integrated for the demonstration, which is hardly a real-world situation. Multiple countries involve multiple C2 systems, thereby increasing the complexity of interoperable and federated operations. We plan to continue our work, with the objective of performing larger interoperability experiments involving several military and civilian partners from NATO nations, and developing a strategy for future DCS implementation in the IoT domain. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1. F. X. P. Martinez B. J. T. Understanding the Limits of LoRaWAN. IAIE. Mag. 55-9, 3440, 2017. 2 JCIMW M. Green M. AD. Charm, a framework for rapidly prototyping. J. 32 111 128, 2013. 3 A. Al. Federated Publish Subscribe Services. In 9th IFIP International Conference on New Technologies, Mobility and Security 26–28 February 2018, Paris 2018. 4 M. L. Zainella A. M. Long-Range Communications in Unlicensed Bands, the Rising Stars in the IoT and Smart City Scenarios. IAIE. 23-5, 6067, 2016. 5 Eclipse Foundation, Eclipse TM. Org 6JJ, Secure Transmission in Wireless Sensors Domain supported by the TPM. In Advances in Network Systems. INET-SAP 2015. Advances in Intelligent Systems and Computing. 461. 129, 148. Springer, Berlin, 2017. 7JZJ, a framework for constructing a secure domain of sensor nodes. Sensors 1912, 2797, 2019. 8JZJ, procedures for sensor nodes operation in the secured domain. Concurrency. X. 3213, E5183, 2020. 9KTACJJJ Marks M. E. Z, Internet of Military Things, framework for the application of Internet of Things in the military domain. Technical Report NATO SDO 2014. 10B Gregory T. N. S. L. Lee M. Evaluating LoRaWAN-based IoT devices for the tactical military environment. In 2018 IAAE 4th World Forum on Internet of Things WFIoT. 124-128. IAIE Singapore 2018. 11B N. Al. Investigating LoRa for the Internet of Battlefield Things, a Cyber Perspective. In MILCOM 2018-2, 018 IAEE Military Communications Conference, MILCOM. 749-756. IAIE Piscataway 2018. 12 FT, using Publish Subscribe for short-lived IoT data. in Proceedings of the IoT ECAW 2018, Poland 2018. 13 FTZ KNC Marks M. Application of IoT in Military Operations in a Smart City. In 2018 International Conference on Military Communications and Information Systems, ICMCIS. 18-2018. 14 Leach P. Mealing M.R., a universally unique UUID earn. In Request for Comments RFC 4122. IATF 2005. 15 A. Waters B. New Proof Methods for Attribute-Based Encryption, Achieving Full Security Through Selective Techniques. In Advances in Cryptology, Crypto. 180-198, 2012. 16 Manso M. FT. MR, a Smart Devices Concept for Future Soldier Systems. In ICCRTS 2017. 17 J. A. James D. N. Leveraging LoRaWAN to support IoT in urban environments. In 2019 IAEE 5th World Forum on Internet of Things, WFIoT. 207-212. IAEA Piscataway 2019. 18 J. A. L. James D. Freeman J. N. Testing for Military Communications in Urban Environments. In 2021 IAEE 7th World Forum on Internet of Things, WFIoT. 885-890. IAEA Piscataway 2021. 19 CB Malik H. M. YSS, Narrowband Internet of Things and BIoT, from Physical PHY and Media Access Control MAC Layers Perspectives. Sensors 1911, 2613, 2019. 20 SK, Cryptographic Access Control in Support of Object-Level Protection. In Proceedings of the Military Communications and Information Systems Conference, MCC. 2013. 21 Python Libraries and Examples for the Enviro PHAT. COM Enviro FAT. 22 MNC Marks M. Toward an architecture and data model to enable interoperability between federated mission networks and IoT-enabled smart city environments. IAIE. MAG. 5610, 163-169, 2018. 23 Org, SenseHat API reference. Org SenseHat 24 NZMCMKJ DB Street MVGACEM, exploiting smart city IoT for disaster recovery operations. In 2018 IAEE 4th World Forum on Internet of Things, WFIoT. 458-463. IAIE Singapore 2018. 25 RJD, LiDAR Point Clouds to 3D Urban Models, a review. IAIEJ. Top Earth OBS. Remote Sends. 11-2-606-627, 2018. I/O accessed March 6, 2023. ComBrands Conduit 67, accessed March 6, 2023. Org accessed March 6, 2023. Play Google Comstore Apps Details IDCOM accessed March 6, 2023. 9. Conclusions and Future Directions. Keywords. The activities of the NATO IST 147 Research Task Group explored the capabilities of IoT and the roles of IoT in the military domain. In this book, we introduced several different application domains for IoT in the context of military operations, including logistics and sustainment, surveillance and reconnaissance, personal health monitoring, smart military bases, and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief (HADR). We analyzed the existing architectural frameworks for IoT ecosystems, such as 1M2M, and highlighted some of the challenges of integrating these types of architectures with existing military infrastructure. We proposed some architectural patterns for achieving this integration of IoT into the military domain, especially from the perspective of the different networks involved. We also reviewed existing IoT-related technologies for sensing, actuation, and communications that are relevant to the military domain. Military IoT applications must meet some specific requirements, including the ability to process large amounts of heterogeneous data, support for increased automation, robust device and network security, and resilience to electronic warfare measures. Moreover, to allow the use of IoT technology in military operations, it is important to focus on the full spectrum of DOTML-PFI, including training, as well as organizational and doctrinal implications and impediments. The broader development and deployment of IoT applications in the military will take time. However, there are areas where the military can generate significant savings from IoT using existing technologies and business practices available in the commercial sector. These areas include condition-based maintenance, real-time fleet management, military base management, and increasing energy efficiency of military operations. Key enablers for the adoption of IoT technology in military applications include extended connectivity, common security measures suitable for COTS devices and applications, and the development of common standards and protocols. In addition, military organizations must pursue agile ways to access innovation and adopt commercial best practices for technology development and procurement to enable enhanced collaboration with the private sector to quickly field, maintain, and update IoT systems with the latest technologies. NATO, with its member and partner nations, should consider creating a collaborative technology testbed and a live training environment to identify and experiment with technologies that could transform the way the military accomplishes its mission and serve as a link between military personnel and technology developers. Multiple IoT industrial architectural activities define IoT from different perspectives and try to address different requirements, and there is no leading standard IoT architecture. In a typical deployment, there are one or more IoT device domains that support direct M2M communications between IoT devices. Device domains are sometimes connected to the infrastructure domain using dedicated gateways. The infrastructure domain consists of a core network and additional services, supporting applications using IoT information collected in the device domains. Most commercial IoT architectures also assume the existence of an enterprise cloud at the back end, as well as a reliable high-bandwidth communications network that connects the gateways, or sometimes the IoT devices themselves, to the enterprise cloud. Although communications within the device domain may be limited, e.g., using low-power long-range standards such as LoRa and BIoT, Bluetooth, and Z-Wave, the gateways themselves connect to the enterprise cloud via the commercial internet or some other high-speed link, e.g., LTE, 5G, and SATCOM. Furthermore, the enterprise cloud is not resource-constrained and is assumed to provide the necessary scalability for data storage and processing to support the desired IoT user-facing applications. From a military perspective, COTS IoT sensors, actuators, and communications technologies can address a variety of operational needs at significantly lower cost than their military-developed counterparts. By assessing particular mission needs, military users can selectively rely on COTS-based solutions and integrate them into their infrastructures. Assessing the usage of COTS IoT technologies in broader military infrastructures represents a key research objective in the emergent IoT-based IoBT paradigm. The use of civilian IoT solutions in military operations represents a significant paradigm change relative to the approaches currently practiced. Addressing some of the open issues related to this paradigm change is the objective of NATO IST 176 RTG, which builds on the results obtained by the IST 147 group. It is also important to introduce the military IoT applications to the NATO Federated Mission Networking (FMN) community to be considered for incorporation into the FMN architecture and future FMN spirals. Many of the military IoT solutions presented in this book are currently being deployed on a distributed NATO testbed with several physical locations for experimentation purposes. For example, CIMIC applications were integrated for demonstration purposes with IoT infrastructures of several cities, including Warsaw, Poland, The Hague, the Netherlands, Pensacola, Florida, USA, and Ferrara, Italy, taking advantage of a heterogeneous set of sensing and computing platforms and interacting with a broad range of smart city services. The widespread adoption of IoT and the increasing availability of smart city environments present compelling opportunities to increase public safety and security. However, their realization poses several challenges at various levels, including, but not limited to, IT service design, architecture, and integration. We envision that adopting IoT in the military will lead to a new era of dual-use IoT solutions and the emergence of innovative and sophisticated civil-military cyber-physical systems. These would incorporate IoT as an extremely valuable, although not entirely reliable, source of information for situational awareness purposes. We discussed several use cases and related threats applicable to the use of IoT systems in military applications. Furthermore, we presented various aspects of IT network security in military applications, the places to apply hardware TPM to build security mechanisms, and how to use services based on the publish-subscribe mechanism. We paid particular attention to the MQTT service, which can enable secure data exchange between the IoT network and the Federated Command and Control (C2) systems. Finally, we have presented the concept of data-centric security, which is currently considered a possible security model for future NATO operations. We conclude that DCS can be applied to IoT to provide end-to-end data protection in transit and storage. However, its implementation in IoT introduces several challenges, including key management and implementation of cryptographic algorithms in constrained environments. The computational overhead introduced by many modern cryptographic mechanisms is still too high for many of today's IoT devices. However, experience has shown that device performance improves much faster than expected, and that devices can, in a short time, improve sufficiently to perform even complex cryptographic algorithms. Although there will always be a market space for low-end IoT devices, the majority of IoT devices are powerful enough to support state-of-the-art security mechanisms, including encryption of data throughout its entire life cycle, that is, not only in storage and transit but also during processing. In our work, we have demonstrated the feasibility of implementing data-centric security (DCS) mechanisms for MIoT applications, while relying on commercially or openly available software and hardware components and services to the greatest extent possible. Achieving an appropriate level of dependability of MIoT requires a comprehensive approach to reliability and security across all layers and stages of the life cycle of MIoT. Among other things, fault tolerance techniques must be applied consistently at each layer. Furthermore, our assessment of the applicability of selected fault tolerance techniques to MIoT shows that most techniques are not applicable to real-time scenarios. Finding the best solution to make MIoT immune to different types of fault is a great challenge, especially in mission-critical scenarios. In particular, fault-tolerant techniques should be integrated with the security solutions used within MIoT, as their mutual reinforcement is highly beneficial. The redundancy of cheap sensors and devices makes the use of MIoT a viable option. However, this requires the detection of faulty data and an increase in the error correction capacity of the data aggregation process. Our initial evaluation of available hardware and software libraries and public cloud services shows that existing commercial and open-source components offer sufficient functionality to implement a wide variety of military applications at a lower cost compared to fully customized solutions. Furthermore, the lower reliability and vulnerability of the components could be mitigated by using redundant devices and services. Finally, the architectures relying on commonly used IoT components and platforms can enable better CIMIC and the reuse of civilian IoT resources available in the conflict area for military purposes. Our proof of concept is a first step toward building a working prototype of a secure IoT system based on commercial components, which could be used for larger-scale experimentation. In our work, we address some, but not all, the questions and challenges related to the effective implementation of military applications of IoT, for example, in the context of reliability. Allowing hardware redundancy and strong security of everything in an IoT scenario is unrealistic and potentially prohibitively expensive. We assume the possibility of hardware redundancy only to a limited extent and temporal redundancy, which requires repeated data acquisition and processing. However, in practice, the military Internet of Things application will need to deal with data of various levels of reliability and trustworthiness. Less reliable or trustworthy data may be better than no data if the user understands the reliability and trustworthiness of the obtained information. Therefore, data must be dynamically labeled with associated reliability and trustworthiness indicators, which provide some measure of data quality. These indicators could change over time as we gain or lose faith in a source of data, e.g., a sensor. Applications that use those data must take into account the reliability and trustworthiness of the data during processing and reasoning for decision support. The open problem is how to measure the reliability and trustworthiness of the data. One could, for example, use the results of mutual testing monitoring and recording of events in edge devices with possible transmission to higher layers. Analyzing the quality of the data itself at the data management layer would also help determine the reliability of the data and its sources. One could introduce a feedback loop. That is, data quality assessed as bad in the data management layer could result in further diagnoses being performed in the device layer and possible exclusion of faulty devices. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder.